Welcome to our committee, and thank you for being here. And you're on for 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present today. On behalf of eBay Canada, I appreciate the committee's focus on ways to improve Canada Post, something in which we also have a keen interest. Indeed, eBay participated in Phase 1, the task force hearings, and I've also written and spoken on this topic in various forums. We care about Canada Post for the same reason that this committee and all Canadians should. There are more than 1 million small, medium businesses, or SMBs, in Canada who rely on Canada Post as an essential part of doing business. It's not overstating the case to say that Canada Post provides critical, enabling infrastructure to the Canadian economy. Let me begin with some background on eBay. Launched more than 20 years ago, eBay has become one of the world's largest online marketplaces, with approximately 1 billion listings and 165 million active buyers globally. Here in Canada, eBay is a top e-commerce destination with more than 8 million unique visitors each month who trade more than $1 billion each year. In addition to changing how consumers buy, e-commerce has changed the way we sell. eBay has created a platform where anyone can become an entrepreneur starting with a single listing. And e-commerce is leveling the playing field for rural versus urban retailers. You no longer need to live in a city to access enough buyers to make your business viable. Canadian entrepreneurs have been able to make impressive gains through e-commerce. And we should be very clear, Canada Post is a critical partner in driving that success. At present, there's much talk about the innovation agenda, but the reality is that SMB innovation is facilitated by a 200-year-old corporation. Canada Post allows Canadian small and medium businesses to participate in the global economy by offering relatively cost-effective access to the world in what could be described as a 21st century trading route. And in terms of significance, this is meaningful trade. Canadian commercial sellers on eBay export at a rate of 99.9%, reaching 20 markets annually, much stronger results than those of traditional SMBs. As a result of their ability to effectively service foreign markets, these companies find that on average, more than half of their sales come from international customers. Canada Post has more than 90% share of eBay Canada transactions. There can be no doubt that the micro multinationals I've just described depend on Canada Post to drive their business both domestically and internationally. Canada Post is an enabler of small and medium businesses, but it also creates significant challenges for them. For example, this summer's uncertainty around a possible disruption created major business obstacles for Canadian SMBs. While a work stoppage didn't occur, Canadian businesses were forced to prepare for the possibility of a strike or lockout. They had to invest time and effort in adopting alternative, and in many cases more expensive, shipping arrangements. Given what we heard from our sellers, we were not surprised when on July 8th, Canada Post announced that its parcel volume had declined by more than 80%. Unlike their larger competitors, smaller businesses were not able to leverage their scale to negotiate favorable rates with private couriers. And as a result, many SMBs were forced to create patchwork solutions to ensure they could meet buyer expectations. As Winnipeg-based small business owner Maureen Lyons described to this committee, she had to offer local pickup for regional sales, courier service for domestic orders, and day trips south to utilize USPS for international sales. Maureen was one of thousands of sellers dealing with this uncertainty. As the risk of a work stoppage extended into August, eBay drafted a letter to the Prime Minister asking for a return to consistent postal services. Within 24 hours, more than 2,000 concerned eBay sellers had signed the letter. Everyone was gratified to see that a negotiated settlement was reached shortly thereafter, but given it's a 2-year agreement, SMBs worry that they'll be facing a return to uncertainty in a matter of months. Going forward, we believe that Canada Post should focus on accelerating the growth in its parcel division by expanding its e-commerce services, including affordable tracking and aggressive tiering. Further, Canada Post should invest in improved marketing of the e-commerce services it has already created, such as Flex Delivery, to drive wider awareness and adoption. Modernization of customs rules would also drive volume for Canada Post. As the task force noted, Canada's de minimis threshold, the value of goods that can be shipped into Canada before duties and taxes are assessed, is out of line with international standards. Increasing it could accelerate parcel volume growth. eBay Canada concurs and asks that the committee recommend increasing Canada's de minimis threshold. As a platform for Canadian small and medium business, eBay appreciates the time to appear before you today, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And we'll get into questions right now. Monsieur Drouin, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's great to be back at Canada Post Study. I've missed you guys for a while. And I want to thank Ms. Stairs for being here. Appreciate your testimony, and you've mentioned how important Canada Post is to some of the SMEs operating on an eBay platform, and you said 90% of the transactions on eBay in Canada are delivered by Canada Post. That's correct?
Yeah.
And you've also mentioned, I've read your op-ed in the Walrus, and you've talked about slower services, and you've also mentioned that in your testimony. What do you mean by slower services as a potential revenue stream for Canada Post?
Right. So what we hear from our small sellers, and actually we hear from large e-commerce retailers as well, is that they would love to be able to offer free shipping to their buyers. It's table stakes in Canada, around the world in e-commerce, to offer tracking when you deliver something. And the current service offering from Canada Post really only has expensive, fast tracking services. And what would be great would be to complement those with slower services that also offer tracking. What we find when we do studies is that, yeah, there's a certain number of transactions or occasions when people engage in e-commerce that they're looking to have the goods very quickly. You know, same day, next day, within 2 or 3 days. But there's also a number of occasions when consumers are buying something on e-commerce when they want their item next week, 2 weeks from now. If I'm buying a Halloween costume in September, I don't need it there the next day. And in that case, I might, as a buyer, trade off time in order to have free shipping from my seller. The challenge right now is that Canadian sellers find it really difficult to offer free shipping with tracking because of the service offering from Canada Post. And so complementing the fast, expensive services with slower, less expensive services that also have tracking would give a kind of a better spectrum of services that buyers and sellers could use in e-commerce.
Have you had that conversation with Canada Post with regards to tracking? Like, do you know if they have the infrastructure in place or the software in place to do that?
So, I mean, they've been moving, my understanding, and I'm going to preface my remarks that I'm not an expert on Canada Post and Canada Post infrastructure, but my understanding is that they've been moving more of their volume to planes and faster modes of transport and off trucks. And so there would have to be some rebalancing there in terms of, you know, having sort of some volume go ground as opposed to air. But the tracking infrastructure exists. I think there's another issue around the tracking of packet services, which go through the letter mail channel. And I think the infrastructure there is a real challenge. But when we talk to our sellers, that's another key pain point for them, because when they compete against American sellers, which in the most cases, you've got a Canadian seller competing with an American seller for an American buyer. I mean, that's our most traditional use case in Canada. The Canadian seller, you know, they're shipping something very small. It qualifies for packet, but they're kind of in a catch-22. Either they can send it for not very much money in a packet, but give up tracking, or they can spend significantly more, often the same amount of money as the item price itself, to provide tracking to their customer. And that's a really difficult position for a seller to be in. You obviously, you know, in an e-commerce environment, particularly on a marketplace where you're, you know, a small business, you don't have a brand reputation, so buyers certainly do want to see tracking. You know, on a platform like eBay, feedback is incredibly important. So not having tracking, you risk feedback issues. You know, where's my package? It hasn't arrived by the time I expected. On the other hand, you want to offer value services. So I think there is a real infrastructure issue around tracking on lighter, smaller packet qualifying items. But on the slower service, that should be something that is relatively doable.
Okay. You've also, and I'm just reading your article here, and you've mentioned that 99.9% of transactions on eBay are exported in Canada.
So that's when we look at our commercial sellers. So those are sellers who do more than $10,000 a year on the platform, and eBay may be all of that, or all of their business, or maybe a small fraction of their business. When we look at that cohort of sellers, we find that almost all, 99.9% of them, export. And when they export, we find that they do more than 50% on average of their volume outside of Canada. So this is a great success story in the Canadian economy, where you have small businesses who can reach demand beyond their local market tap into the benefits of exports, and can be insulated from local market shocks. In Toronto, for example, we were hearing about small retailers who lost their business as a result of road construction. If you have the ability to tap into demand beyond your local area, you can weather those storms and sort of diversify your sales base. And so Canada Post is key to that. 90% share in terms of volume traded on eBay. And so they are very much implicated in this, what we call these micro multinationals. These are very small businesses who are trading internationally.
So how would you see Canada Post increasing their parcel business and while at the same time increasing your export opportunities?
Right. So, when we had a roundtable with Minister Chagger last year, and we invited a number of small businesses to come and talk to her, and they raised only two issues. These are entrepreneurs. They're not looking for handouts, but they are looking for the removal of obstacles. So postal rates and Canada Post was a key area of concern, and the other area of concern were border frictions, specifically Canada's de minimis threshold, which is that threshold above which duties and taxes are assessed. It currently stands at $20, a rate set in the early 1980s, and for that reason alone should really be reviewed. But the task force noted that an increase in the de minimis threshold would likely increase the parcel volume to Canada Post. We see millions of transactions every year, purchases by Canadians that are delivered south of the border or locations outside of Canada. In some cases, right along the border, there are businesses that exist only for this, to receive parcels from essentially Canadians and who then drive them across the border. That's lost revenue to Canada Post. Were the de minimis threshold higher, those parcels would, the vast majority of those parcels would be delivered within Canada, and Canada Post would get some of that revenue.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Macaulay, 7 minutes.
Thanks for joining us today. Appreciate it. You made a comment. You do about $1 billion transactions in Canada. Is that correct? Okay.
Yeah, more than that.
How much more exactly?
Can't tell you.
And the names. You mentioned urban-rural divide. Do you have stats on how much of that, say it's $1 billion, how much is through urban, how much is through rural businesses?
So we see the businesses across the country, and we've actually done a heat map where we looked at commercial activity per capita across the country, and we found that the hotbed of e-commerce was Perth, Ontario, not known to be
Wow.
perhaps
You're not telling us anything we don't already know.
Yeah, I know, exactly. We also saw, significant hotspots in northern BC, the southern part of the Northwest Territories, down on the East Coast. So really what we see is that on a per capita basis, these little businesses that are in small towns, by relying on Canada Post primarily, are able to access demand across the country and around the world. Last
Do you have
year,
any stats that break it out between those hotspots and the big cities?
so I don't have the stats, but that index was gave you. I'm happy to share the heat map with you, and it's on a population basis, so you can get a sense of where the.
If you're
Certainly.
able to, that'd be great.
Yeah, certainly we can send it to the clerk. Certainly, you do see urban areas pop, but I think that the fact that you've got sellers across the country in rural areas who are able to do business is is something that I'm personally very proud of. We have every year our Entrepreneur of the Year awards, and last year's winner was a woman who runs a shop that sells skating gear and dance gear in a small town called Blizzard Valley, which is outside of North Bay, Ontario. And she's tapping into international demand.
I have to interrupt you because
Yep.
just a couple other questions. You mentioned aggressive tiering of pricing. Could you explain what you mean by that?
Yeah, I think that having pricing based on speed and really making real differences between the different services, and then also pricing based on volume. So making Canada Post a partner with small medium businesses, and as those small medium businesses expand and scale, that there's a reason for those businesses to stay with Canada Post, that volume discounts occur.
You mentioned 90% of eBay transactions are Canada Post. Is the other 10%, just a smattering of the other
Yeah.
competitors?
Yes.
Okay. Generally in the States, is it the same? 90% is with USPS?
So I don't have the numbers, but I think it is.
Ballpark-ish?
I think ballparkish. It's sort of in the same. I would say it potentially is slightly lower, but it's significant.
The threshold you were discussing, I know it's at $20. It came up recently in the National Post.
Yeah.
I think it's 800 the other way. Just curious, I understand how it will help Canada Post, but how do you think it would help eBay Canadian suppliers? Would it not be just like a huge influx of
No, I mean, in
competition, or-
fact, our sellers find it a huge pain point, both because it means that it makes their inputs more expensive relative to their U.S. competition, and also because on returns, they're often having to pay duties and taxes on inbound returns from foreign customers.
Great. How much time?
Got about 3 minutes.
Oh, great. The or the possible labor disruption you're chatting about, I can understand, what everyone went through. My wife at the time had a small business, and she was getting the constant letters from her bank and everyone else,
Yeah.
make sure you're paying. How do you think it would be best addressed? I mean, we can't have, we have to follow collective agreements and the bargaining, so we can't have a no strike position, but how would you have handled it differently besides what Canada Post did, which was, warn their customers, you need to find someone else just in case?
I mean, I'm not an expert in collective bargaining. I'm only really representing sort of the impact. I do think that the 2-year agreement is a real challenge, again, because the odds of us getting back into the same situation.
We will be.
Yeah. So I think that's a real challenge, particularly as I think we all want Canada Post to have to maintain its leading share in parcel delivery. If this happens every 2 years, it's basically an impossibility.
Is the U.S. the number one customer for eBay merchants up in Canada?
Yeah. So the U.S. would be the U.K., Germany, China, Australia would
Is
be
there
our
any
top
feedback
markets.
on what USPS does that might be copied up here of value?
Yeah, I mean, so if you talk to one of our sellers, they know the USPS postal rates backwards and forwards and how they compare to Canada. I mean, they are much more affordable relative to Canadian. I mentioned earlier, tracking on packet services is a key point of differentiation that our sellers find particularly difficult. Hampers their ability to compete with U.S. sellers, so I think those would be the key things. They also have, purpose-built products, Media Mail, which I think still exists, which is, a purpose-built product for a certain segment. They have flat rate boxes, which sellers in the U.S. really appreciate.
Yeah, we've heard of that before.
Yeah.
Do you think something like that would be of value up here?
We try to, eBay and Canada Post have been working together for more than 10 years. We've had various partnerships. They're on our platform providing label printing services, and we tried to do a flat rate box test. It was okay. It wasn't amazing. I think, frankly, investing in the products that they have already, complementing them with some slower products, and just making the pricing a bit more aggressive would be the thing that our sellers would most appreciate.
That and better tracking? So a slow service option
It's not
and
so much
the tracking?
It's not so much better tracking. I think the tracking has actually, for a long time, tracking was a problem because the points of
See,
tracking.
my understanding is they are developing stronger tracking.
Yeah, so I think the tracking is in the right. The tracking capabilities are going in the right direction. It's the pricing of the tracking capabilities, so the pricing services, and tracking on letter mail. So the packets, so the things that are light parcels, is the challenge as well.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Weir, 7 minutes.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate your testimony. I'll start off with just a point of clarification. When you talk about eBay Canada having about 90% of its shipping with Canada Post, does that include Purolator, or is Purolator part of the other 10%?
No, that includes. It's simply Canada Post. Doesn't include Purolator.
Okay, thanks very much. Now, I'm also going to almost repeat a question that Mr. Drouin asked, because I think it's a very important one. It seems that your key concern here is about the pricing of tracking and wanting to have maybe a slower and less expensive option. Yeah. And I just wonder, what has Canada Post itself said in response to that concern?
So I've raised it at a very high level just in passing, and I got the response that was interesting and something they would take back. I don't know where our organizations are more kind of closely linked, what the response has been. I think it is. It's a kind of a. It's not where it isn't where they have been going, right? They've been going to faster delivery to compete with couriers, which I think is appropriate. They should be offering those services. I think this is more an idea of extending the spectrum and adding a complementary service.
Okay, no, it sounds like it's a big priority for
Yeah,
your
well, I mean-
organization. So I just sort of wonder what engagement you've had with Canada Post on it.
We've brought it up. I haven't gotten anything definitive from them.
Okay, fair enough. Well, I guess we can try to help, maybe put that question
That would be
to the
great.
corporation directly and maybe get an answer for you, because, it seems like an interesting and an important point. You've talked a lot about the situation where a Canadian and an American supplier might be competing for an American customer, and I take the point that that's probably a common situation. I want to ask a little bit about the situation where a Canadian seller and a foreign seller are competing for a Canadian customer, because something we've heard in other meetings is that there's a real problem with differential rates for parcel shipping within Canada. Canada Post is able to discriminate based on the size of the different markets and those sorts of variables, whereas international postal treaties oblige Canada Post to provide flat rate shipping to foreign sellers coming into the Canadian market. Is that an issue that eBay Canada also has?
So to be honest, that is not an issue that I'm up to speed on. But I think that our small medium businesses, while they are very much focused on international markets, we are seeing significant growth in the domestic market, and so increasingly they will be concerned about their competitiveness in Canada relative to foreign retailers and small businesses. But again, I couldn't comment beyond that.
Okay, because it is something that we've heard quite strongly from small shippers that,
Okay.
They're not really able to offer flat or guaranteed
Yeah.
shipping rates within Canada, because Canada Post will charge them different amounts depending on where they're shipping, whereas their foreign
The zones,
competitors
yeah.
have this right to kind of a flat rate within the country. So it seems like that was something that's been a relatively big deal to other small shippers.
I think the problem has gotten better. For a while, we used to do a survey and found that it was actually less expensive for a Canadian seller to drive something across the border, put it in the mail in the U.S., and then have it sent back into Canada. That in 2013, USPS increased its rates significantly on international shipments, and that problem seems to be less of a problem now. When you hear from Maureen, she wasn't driving her Canadian inventory across the border to induct it into USPS in order to send it back into Canada again. So I would say that issue is probably less of an issue, particularly relative to the U.S., as it had been previously. But on the specifics right now, I don't have that information.
Okay, but overall, what you'd say is that Canada Post services are critically important to your business. You're
Absolutely.
happy with the quality of the service. It seems to be improving, and the main questions are about pricing and the availability of low-cost tracking. That would really be your
Yeah,
your
and
key concern.
I think more broadly, yeah. So absolutely, and as we talk about innovation. Canada Post does not get brought up in the innovation conversation as being enabling infrastructure for Canadian innovation. But when we talk about sort of productivity gains in the long tail of Canadian SMBs, having Canada Post be an effective partner is critical to that, particularly as we talk about e-commerce and using the internet to tap into customers around the world. So yes, very much part of having a strong Canada Post is critical.
Okay. And are there any other specific changes you'd like to see to their services or their operations to facilitate that support of e-commerce?
I mean, I think that we would very much be encourage Canada Post to focus on its core lines of business and not enter into new lines of business that could be distracting to management. I think that they need to continue to focus on their shift from a letter-centric business to a parcel-centric business, and we would be supportive of that.
Okay. I mean, I guess one of the challenges Canada Post faces is that there's also a lot of competition in the parcel business, and that just expanding in that area alone might not be enough to compensate for the decline in letter mail. So I guess that's where our committee has had some interest in exploring other lines of business. And I guess if those other lines of business help to sustain Canada Post and to allow it to continue offering the services that you rely on, I mean, might that not be reasonable?
I mean, I think, though, that the competition in the parcel business, so that certainly there is competition there, but the fact that Canada Post has 90% share on eBay sort of is an indication of orders of magnitude. You know, we see certainly that the private couriers are cherry picking the most lucrative weights, dimensions, services, but there is a vast, you know, set of other businesses and services that need to be serviced. You know, when we talk to our sellers, couriers are often not an option for them. Their economics would not permit them to have that kind of a service level, and so yeah, there's competition, but I think we need to not lose track of the huge numbers that Canada Post services, and the fact that there are very high switching costs for small businesses and moving off Canada Post.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Ayoub, 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being with us, Ms. Sears. I'll continue along the same lines. You talked about staying in the core business, the need for Canada Post to stay in the core business. What is your idea behind this? What particular apprehension do you have? Because it seems to me that you are afraid of them opening up other types of businesses. Could you explain to me in greater detail what you mean?
You know, in running a business, you know that when you open a new line of business, that you have to allocate resources and executive mind share and to that new business in order to actually build it. But the other thing is, you know, in reading the report, it seems like there's a fairly definitive statement that banking, for example, is unlikely to be profitable in Canada. And so I just, as someone who's read the report, that's sort of where I come out on that. I think that, that distracting.
Est-ce que c'est quelque chose que vous avez discuté avec...
Is this something that you discussed in the board of directors? That we should make a particular recommendation to this effect, or is it simply your own idea on the matter and your own personal experience?
Very much supportive of Canada Post staying with its core services.
Okay. Quels sont, depuis, je dirais, les...
In the last several years, because of the changes that have occurred resulting from the 5-point plan, what type of communications have you had with Canada Post? What type of links have you had with management? And I'd like to know how they've shown interest in your business. Have you received any particular information?
Mais généralement sur votre...
Generally speaking, then, on e-business in general, since it's your core business, have you had any discussions with Canada Post to know what particular concerns you've had about the service being provided by Post Canada? Canada Post, rather? I'd like to know whether you've had any particular consultations.
So we've got fairly ongoing, and I'm not part of this as sort of someone on my team who is engaged with Canada Post, and we're working on, our label printing and bringing sort of different rates to our members. We're working on, they will consult us on new programs that they're developing and kind of get our input. So I would say there's a fairly kind of continuous back and forth with them in terms of not just us asking for things, but being more of a consultant in terms of what our sellers are looking for, sort of pain points, that kind of thing.
Qu'est-ce qu'ils ont accepté comme recommandation?
What type of recommendations did they accept from you?
Box, which was a pilot that we ran that was exclusive to eBay on a pilot basis. So we've gone as far as that in terms of creation of a new service. And then, talking about, I think that we were sort of engaged fairly early on the whole concept of flex delivery, on allowing Canadian consumers to reroute packages to a postal outlet that was more favorable to them. So I'm sure you guys are aware of the flex delivery program, but we were sort of involved in would that be a service that Canadians, your customers would like, those kinds of conversations.
Okay. Est-ce que dans les
I see that there's perhaps a certain level of confrontation, perhaps not confrontation, but interaction between the business and the residential side. A small business with an access to a residential. Were you suggesting that Canada Post, through its rate setting and its flexibility, should subsidize to a certain extent a small and medium-sized business that are engaged in e-commerce, so that their rates, we talk about free delivery at one point, do you see it being possible in today's world?
Again, in the internal workings of Canada Post and how the different lines of business fund or don't fund each other and how they, use the same infrastructure. Again, I'm not an expert on that. I'm here more as representing the sort of the end users, the customers, both on the business side and the consumer side. How we get there, how we make the sausage, I'm not sure. I mean, this is what the committee is tasked with in part, but I think that the outcome is really that we need to have a broader range of services so that businesses can pick the ones that make the most sense and deliver value to the customers in a way that makes sense for those customers. So again, it's whether or not how the utilization of infrastructure and whether there is subsidies, I think, is something that is beyond my expertise, certainly.
OK. On a déjà entendu
We've heard from chambers of commerce in our cross-Canada tour tell us that they were willing to accept incremental costs depending on whether a choice is made for faster service and superior quality. Is this something that you consider to be viable or that you would go along with?
Rather than all the services sort of being priced relatively the same, rate tiering so that very expensive services, same-day delivery, one-day delivery, has a premium, but you need to have the flip side where slower services are your economy service, and there's sort of and the challenge there is to also have tracking. But yeah, I think that creating those tiers and pricing things in that way makes sense.
Dernière petite question avant que mon temps s'écoule.
One last question before my time is up. There was a reference to the possibility of a strike or lockdown. What type of impact did this have on you? Have you been able to establish a cost or what this amounts to in?
In the business. I think the impact, particularly on the buy side this year, was more muted. Canadian buyers just seemed to carry on buying. What we did see, though, was that our sellers had to scramble, particularly the small sellers, and so their cost of doing business really increased significantly over the summer because it wasn't that they had to have these as these alternative solutions sort of in the back pocket. They actually had to be using them because at any point, there was a couple points there where at any moment there would have been a strike or a lockout, and so they had to have already shifted their business to these alternatives, which were very expensive and costly to manage. And so that's really what we saw was, and what we heard from our sellers was that this was particularly over the duration of the entire summer that managing these alternatives was very expensive.
Thank you very much. We'll go to our final two interventions. They'll be 5 minutes each. Monsieur Clark, 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour, Madame.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Ms. Terrace. We're very pleased to have you here this morning, since you have first-hand experience with Canada Post in the business sector. When people make an order with eBay for whatever, and if these parcels arrive late, Who do Canadians make their complaint to? Do they call eBay? Do they call Canada Post?
So if your item doesn't show up, then you come to eBay and we will make you whole, and then we will go and sort it out with the seller. If the seller has, this is why tracking is so important, right? So the seller is able to justify that they inducted their package and that it went through and that it was delivered or it wasn't delivered. If there's an actual issue with something being lost in the mail and you can prove that with tracking, then then Canada Post, we would go to Canada Post. It rarely happens that things actually get lost. Usually you have a bad actor, and so tracking allows you to sort that out very quickly. And so that's what usually ends up happening, is that the first line of interaction is the buyer and seller, and then eBay steps into the middle and will use the tracking data to sort things out.
OK. Mais au bout du processus,
At the end of this tracking process, then? And I suppose that doesn't happen very often, but when it's understood, for example, that it's a result of the mistake made by Canada Post, does eBay have send data to?
The buyer, when you're buying something, you can see that the window in which the parcel is supposed to be delivered. So long as there's tracking on that parcel, if the parcel is delivered outside of that, then the seller is not in any way affected. So on a platform like eBay, feedback is obviously incredibly important, and the ratings that sellers receive from their buyers is very important. We will protect sellers from bad ratings in the case that the parcel took longer through no fault of the sellers. So that's why tracking becomes very important, because if the sellers put something into the mail and they don't have tracking, there's no way to prove that it wasn't their fault and that they didn't just take a really long time getting it to the post office. And so in this setting, particularly a marketplace setting where you've got feedback and seller ratings are driving economic value because they impact where you rank on search results, they impact the fees that you pay. Affordable tracking becomes critical to being able to conduct your business well.
mais est-ce que c'est déjà arrivé que Post Canada
Has it already happened, for example, that Canada Post has made compensation to you?
Donc, Madame Stairs, vous êtes
Ms. Stairs, I think that you're aware of the 5-point action plan. I'd like to know what your opinion is on this particular plan, particularly the implementation is starting in 2013, and the moratorium that is in effect, that has been in effect for a few months now, rather for a year. But following the application of the 5-point plan, what do you see the consequences of this being for your business, if there have been any?
I think the major component of that plan was the move to community mailboxes, and I don't think that has had a significant impact on our buyers outside of their reactions in general. I don't think that the reaction on eBay was any kind of differential.
OK. Et puis, qu'est-ce que vous pensez?
And in this particular committee, during the hearings, we've heard a number of proposals about adding additional services, other government services with Canada Post. What does eBay think of the addition of these services? Do you think it might be harmful to your business interests? In other words, do you believe that Canada Post will be in a position to meet your needs in just as an efficient and rapid way, even if they've added other types of services?
Yeah, so again, I come back to the distraction of like the entire corporation with additional sort of unrelated services, and I think if there's a positive revenue stream to them, then it may be something worth looking at. But I really am concerned about pulling resources away from the core business.
Oh my God, OK.
Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Our final intervention, Mr. Greenwald, 5 minutes, please.
Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Andrea. It's good to see you again. We just saw each other last week at pre-budget consultation in the Finance Committee, and you were advocating for an increase to de minimis there. I'd like to see your consistency that you're advocating for an increase to de minimis here. It's encouraging to know that Canada Post offers such great service in the parcel business, and that 90% of your parcel business is with Canada Post, which is which is promising. Having said that, that doesn't tell the whole story because you're just one customer from the Canada Post perspective. But I am interested to know that the disruption that was about to occur this previous summer, how much, and then if you guys go to private companies, how much does that impact take on your margins?
I mean, the impact on our margins is, so the main impact is on whether our sellers can convert, right? So whether the listings on eBay have become more expensive, and so therefore they're unable to convert. So basically, our incentive is aligned with our sellers. We want, so we charge fees on successful listings. If the shipping is too expensive, that listing won't be successful. And so, I mean, I think that's, so it doesn't really impact our margins. It really impacts, it impacts the top line, whether our sellers are actually creating sales, which we record as gross merchandise volume, which is a key metric in our business.
So it's a driver aspect. So at the end of the day, so like you guys don't have any cost implications of it, but your revenue would decrease because people would be shipping less, essentially.
I mean, yeah, so what would happen is that the same buyer, somewhere in eBay, that sale would happen. It just would be that the Canadian sellers would be less competitive to U.S. sellers or international sellers. So the revenue moves around. So eBay Inc. is sort of in the same position. It's just that our Canadian sellers have lost a competitive edge.
Okay, that makes sense. When you talk about the de minimis, right, and the counter argument to de minimis is always that sales in retail and small business, small medium enterprises also use Canada Post to ship their parcels, right? So if you look at it from a macro level, in terms of if we increase the de minimis by $20 from $20 to $40, that will be a net positive for online retailers, but it will also be a net or a decrease for regular retailers, or so we've heard, and neither of you have been able to provide a study to saying that the economic impacts across the board. But we've heard from the Retail Council of Canada on the Finance Committee that even raising the de minimis by $20 would really affect small bookstore, small shoe stores, and stuff like that. Any comments on that?
So I think those are the same companies that, I think you heard at the Finance Committee that the retail industry does not speak with one voice on this. We're a member of the Retail Council. The sellers that we're most concerned about are precisely those tiny guys who are penalized in terms of their ability to bring inputs into the country relative to U.S. competition and competition around the world, have to deal with the exports issue. But I mean, at the end, this is a threshold that was set in the early 80s, has not been revisited, is a constraint on regional fairness, on Canadians in far-flung places' ability to fill the holes in traditional retail, and is a massive driver of government inefficiency, as the CD Howe report pointed out.
My last question, how much of eBay US's business is with US Post? So
I think I don't have the precise number. It is significant. It's in the same ballpark as what we see in Canada.
And then the second question after that was, after the de minimis was increased, how much did the parcel business increase for U.S. Postal?
I don't know, but from the U.S. de minimis increased.
So the U.S. increased the de minimis range.
Right.
Right. And so the question is this: after the U.S. increased the de minimis range,
right,
how much did the U.S. parcel business from eBay go up? So you're advocating for a de minimis.
Well, yeah, but I mean, it was already at $200, and our average selling price is significantly below that. So
it's still a telling thing, right? So you're advocating for a de minimis based on the fact that an increase to the de minimis will increase the parcel sales in Canada Post, which is, in my humble opinion, isn't a terrible assumption. I'm sure that will happen. So the question becomes this: to prove that fact, or a reasonable assumption, not that everything in Canada and the U.S. is the same. The question is this: is that when the U.S. increased the de minimis range, right? What was the increase in eBay parcels to U.S. Post?
Unfortunately, even though the question was posed, you're over time already, so we'll have to wait and get the answer. We have a few moments left. Normally, we adjourn about 10 minutes to the hour in order to get the new witnesses to the table. But if there's any one-offs here for a question and answer for a couple of minutes, the Parliamentary Secretary, did you have a brief question, or Mr. Guiwal?
I'll keep going.
Certainly. And Mr. Clark, so we'll take two additional questions. Mr. Guiwal, 2 minutes, and Mr. Clark, 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Madame Stairs, by no means did I expect you to have that answer here. I just thought it was a good to sell your case even further. I think it's a really good study, and I'm sure the number's available.
I think the thing that is, the fact is that we know based on eBay data that there are literally millions, and this is just eBay data,
Yeah.
millions of packages that are bought by Canadian customers that are shipped to addresses in the U.S. and around.
Yeah, no,
So I think
and my
that-
friends do it all the time.
Yeah,
to
so
be
I think
honest,
that that is almost a more salient
I don't do
data
it, though.
point. Never, of course not.
Is there potential for, sorry, did I say our sellers? Your sellers? Oh, is there potential for your sellers to increase their volume, if they were an economy tier of shipping with tracking? So like,
Yeah, I think so. Absolutely, because they want to be able to offer free shipping. They can absorb a certain amount of shipping costs. Free shipping is a massive competitive advantage for them, particularly if they're competing against U.S. sellers. And so if they have a slower, less expensive service where they can still manage buyer expectations and deliver the good at a certain time with tracking, but do so in a more cost-effective way, then absolutely they can expand their businesses.
thank you so much.
Mr. Clark, 2 minutes. s'il vous plaît.
Je voudrais revenir un peu sur notre discussion.
I'd like to come back to a discussion, Ms. Stairs, about the addition of new services by Canada Post, new types of government services. And you said that you consider this to be a distraction from the main mandate of Canada Post. When we talk about postal banking, providing passports, giving other types of services, what do you think would be the greatest distraction among all these services mentioned?
No, the laundry list is, but I think the more intensive the spinning up a new line of service and the more kind of widespread across the country as opposed to kind of niche, then the more concerned we are about the distraction. It's really about mind share in terms of, I read in the report that there's, conversations about community hubs in some places where the post office is the only representation of the federal government. I think that that idea probably is we're talking about a handful of places, relatively speaking, and so the level of distraction of that versus spinning up an entire bank seems to be quite different, and I would be much more concerned about the latter than the former.
OK. C'est tout, merci.
Thank you, that's all.
You've mentioned again that, in your opinion, it would be beneficial for your clients to have an economy level of service from Canada Post, slower service, but only if it contained tracking. To me, based on the fact that Canada Post already has a tracking system for their premium products, it seems it would be a fairly easy fix to employ. Am I missing something here?
So I think that again, not an expert on this, but I think that the infrastructure, the way it's been set up, has been set up in order to facilitate speedy delivery. And so is there supporting infrastructure that can actually do slower delivery, or do you have to put the lower priced inventory or lower priced packages into that speedy service and just hold it somewhere? How do you do that on the back end? I think that's the question. And how do you match the revenue that you're deriving from that economy service with the cost to deliver? And I think those would be the concerns that Canada Post would have. But I would say that to your point, the tracking piece has been figured out. I would think that these obstacles are not insurmountable.
Suggested that formally to Canada Post, and if so, what has their response been?
So I'm not sure if we've suggested it formally. We've suggested it informally, and they've sort of given us an answer that that's interesting, that they appreciate where it's coming from, and then they'll sort of take it under advisement and look into it.
Once again, thank you for participating in our review, and thank you for being here. I know it's probably got lots of better things to do with your
No, it's
time.
good.
But thank you again. We are suspended for a few moments while we have our next witnesses approach the table. Thank you, colleagues. I think we'll start again. Before we commence, just a couple of comments to the committee members. We will have opening statements from our witnesses. That will be in public. We've also, if you notice on the agenda, tentatively scheduled 1 hour for public testimony and 1 hour in camera. However, we have the ability as a committee to go in camera as long as we wish. For an example, if all of the questions that you will have our witnesses will be pertaining to the commercially sensitive information, you can certainly mention that to us. We'll take a gauge of the committee willingness. We could go into committee almost immediately after the opening statements if that's something that the committee members would like. So I want you to be aware of that. We're not forced to having 1 hour public, 1 hour in camera. We can have as much of the testimony in camera as we would like. But we will have the opening statements on the public record. And for that, I believe it's Mr. St. Jean.
Yeah.
5 minutes, please, and then we'll go to Mr. Spear.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you very much, for the invitation to testify today. Here with me are my partners, Yoros Kadaric and Pierre Langto. Pierre conducted the financial assessment, and Yoros did all the review on the pension issues. The mandate that we received from the task force was to review 4 streams of work. In effect, ils avaient 4 chantiers. Premièrement, c'est la revue.
First of all, there was the review of the validation of the financial performance of Canada Post over the past 5 years, the assessment of the financial impact of the resumption of payments for the pension plan solvency deficit in 2018, an independent point of view on the financial projections of Canada Post up until 2026, as well as validating the target of savings of $400 to $500 million related to the community post boxes, and assessing the possibilities of maintaining door-to-door service.
The committee the major findings that we would like to bring to your attention. And they will be dealing with 3 issues. One is the financial position of the corporation. Second, the cost saving associated with the CMB program, and finally, the pension situation. The financial position of the corporation, as we recall, the one-time strategic price increase of April 2014 and the growth in parcel volumes are briefly curtailed the ongoing weakening of Canada Post's financial position. Looking ahead, the financial position, the projection to 2026 paints an unsustainable future with over $700 million per year of run rate loss. Drivers for these negative results are multiple, but include the continuing mail erosion driven by the electronic communication, inflationary cost pressures, the network growth linked to the Canadian population increase, competition, including new service providers, lower-cost service providers, and disruptive technologies. And fifth, the city funding requirements of the pension plan. Our analysis leads us to believe that City Canada Post's projected loss is at the optimistic end of the acceptable range of estimates. It could be higher. A major element of the negative financial results is the labor cost structure. When we looked at the productive hours for Canada Post inside employees, it's approximately 68% more expensive than that of competitors. The cost of delivery agents is approximately 26% higher. 70% of the cost of the Canada Post is labor, and making such differences is very challenging, especially at a time when we look at the future of the corporation is dependent on its ability to compete in the parcel delivery business. Maybe a few words to say on the programme des boîtes postales communautaires.
The community post box is the initial proposal to provide or to produce a savings of $450 million a year. We looked at the assumptions, examined the results of the partial implementation of the program up until its suspension in autumn 2015, and we believe that the amount of $450 million is, in fact, consistent. The production of these economies, it is essential to realize these projected savings for the temporary stabilization of financial situation of Canada Post. If the program is not put into effect, Canada Post will rapidly exhaust its funds and will be required to borrow $2.9 billion by 2026. A few words now on the pension.
In relation to its revenue. A number of factors have led to it. Some are common challenges to all pension plans in Canada. Some are unique to Canada Post. All plans in Canada have been negatively impacted by low and declining interest rate environment, improvement in the longevity of Canadians, and volatile asset return. In addition, the City Canada Post has the exemption to make solvency payments in recent years, while it has relieved some funding pressure in the corporation as a result in both fewer assets and hence a larger pension liability. As we say, most employers in Canada with pension plans have moved to defined contribution plans. While Canada Post has moved to a similar direction in recent years for some of its management and all its executive employees, the vast majority of employees are covered under a defined benefit plan with indexation. Changing the plan for future employees will only contain the growth of the challenge. It will not yield any meaningful relief to the corporation's financial position in the short or medium term. The current deficit is a problem that will not go away by itself. Finally, we said that we propose a number of ways to deal with the solvency deficit. They all have pros and cons. Some are easier to implement than others. None are without consequences. The decision to choose one or another solution is an issue of equity between pensioners, employees, taxpayers, and future generation. It's clearly a policy issue. On this note, the city, we thank you, Mr. Chair, and maybe it's our colleague, the city.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spear. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Thank you for inviting us to appear before you today. Oliver Wyman's a leading global management consulting firm. We're part of Marsh McLennan, which is a $13 billion global risk management and advisory services firm. We combine deep industry knowledge and specialized expertise in strategy, operations, risk management, and organizational transformation. We help companies optimize and improve their business performance and accelerate organizational effectiveness in the most attractive areas of opportunity. Our firm's credibility is established by more than 40 years of experience serving Global 1,000 clients. We have a staff of more than 4,000 and offices and operations in more than 50 cities and 26 countries. Specifically, we're organized by industry vertical, which means we bring domain expertise to each project, and I'm representing a team of 2 other partners that were involved. I'm part of our transportation practice. We had a partner lead from commercial banking, as well as our European global transportation practice leader and 3 full-time consultants on the project. Oliver Wyman was engaged by the task force to assess the planned and potential business operations in both traditional and new lines of business. So simply, my colleagues from E&Y were focused on the core business and baseline performance. We were focused on the potential new areas of opportunity for the Canada Post. Based on our international experience, we identified almost 40 initiatives that had potential for CPC, which were included in detail in the report. These included new lines of businesses, change to existing services, as well as changes or leverage to existing asset model. We created a filtering methodology for evaluating the long list of ideas and focusing on the highest value areas of opportunity. This iterative assessment of the long list, according to the filtering methodology, resulted in a short list of opportunities with the highest potential. Development of more detailed business cases and analyses of key elements of each of the shortlisted is included in the task force report. So a couple of key findings in terms of the value drivers, in terms of where we would see these areas of opportunity. The key value drivers are as follows. First, shifting demand. Mail volume continues to decline while parcel volume is increasing, primarily in response to the growth of e-commerce. Growing competition. The competition for parcel delivery as well as adjacent services that replace paper communication is growing fiercely. There's a split business model. Although letter and parcel share assets, they are fundamentally different business models. And further, the one has the government exclusivity guarantee, and the other is highly competitive, which is further complicated by the split between the Canada Post and the Purolator parcel businesses. And lastly, the high-cost workforce. So labor agreements establish labor cost rates at roughly 20% over private sector rates, which adds further constraints to business flexibility and limiting the ability to adapt or change current operations. So the overall findings were that there are no silver bullets. Okay. So some of the options have value and have been deemed worth pursuing. There are no credible game-changing initiatives that would stem the demand trends that we're seeing. Of the highest potential initiatives evaluated, the best opportunities focus on improving or optimizing the current CPC operations in response to declining volumes. Most of these opportunities, however, would require flexibility on the part of the government, policy, and labor. There are a few opportunities to increase profitable revenue. Most are insufficient, even in combination, to compensate for the reduction in volumes. Some of those opportunities are advertising, consolidation with Service Canada centers. Many opportunities also fall short based on their fit with CPC capabilities or its cost to serve, and also due to competitive concerns. The government putting a subsidized entity in against what's already established private market competition. A consistent challenge across many of the areas identified is the labor constraints, especially for initiatives where adjustments to the current labor agreement would be required. Implementation could be as long as 5 to 10 years in order to match with the schedules for contract negotiations. And fifth, a number of potential initiatives aimed at reducing cost or increasing revenue could actually undermine CPC by driving away customer volume or strengthening the competition, potentially accelerating CPC's declining financial position despite the relatively positive benefits. Those might include alternate day delivery or last mile delivery for third parties, sometimes referred to as interliner. So the results of the detailed options analysis are as follows. And these are proposed opportunities, not specifically recommendations. They need to be balanced against the other priorities. Changing mail delivery service to alternate day delivery, which would save $74 million per year. Easing the 1994 moratorium and the CUP-W agreement, which would allow CPC to convert more post offices to franchises. That would save $177 million per year. Rationalizing depots and sort centers to adapt the network to changes in volume and product mix, which would save roughly $66 million per year and would likely require CapEx. Providing services on behalf of the government, enabling consolidation of some Service Canada centers, that may save roughly $11.5 million per year. Expanding CPC's interliner offering, providing last mile delivery service for third parties, worth roughly $10 million per year. Further pursuing synergies with Purolator, beyond the ongoing efforts that have already been identified, which would generate roughly $16.5 million per year, and selling advertising space in the retail locations and on the delivery fleet, almost $20 million per year. We did do a study of postal banking options, and it appears that postal banking is just a marginal opportunity for the Canada Post. and when compared to other higher-yielding, lower-risk initiatives explored in the main report, such as adjusting the retail footprint, we did not come down supportive of postal banking as a particularly good opportunity for the Canada Post. So please note that this report and the related review of CPC's strategic business options contains a substantial amount of information deemed commercially sensitive by Canada Post. I'll be more than happy to answer whatever questions I can now and further in the in-camera session.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spear. Thank you very much, Mr. John. To the committee members, I would ask, do the questions you will be posing to our witnesses deal with the commercially sensitive information as contained in the report? If so, if all of them, if Mr. Weir, I see you shaking your head, you have some questions you would like to be in public?
Absolutely, and I think we have enough time with these witnesses that it would be reasonable to have a fair bit of discussion in public before we go in camera.
We do have, and your point is well taken, Mr. Weir. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, we can determine exactly how much time we wish to spend in camera versus public. So if there are committee members who want to have questions on the public record, that will absolutely be how we proceed. If, however, you do have questions that you wish of a commercially sensitive nature, we will have to suspend and then go into camera. I'd like to hear some commentary first, though, if we think we have, besides Mr. Weir, other questions from committee members that would like to be held in public. Mr. Whalen?
Almost all my questions relate to the documentation, but if Mr. Weir is amenable to doing one 7-minute round in
initially?
Public, or
so am I getting the sense correct that all on the government side, all the questions you prefer to be in camera?
There are some that have appeared because of their presentation, but I think most of our questions, if I speak for all of my members, is on the report itself.
Mr. Clark, Mr. McCauley, your preference?
Moi, je ferais un premier 7 minutes public.
I think that I'd rather like to have 7 minutes in a public session, and the other party dealing with the report could remain confidential.
Make a suggestion just to amend the order of questioning then, since my understanding is that we'll have public questioning on this side of the bench and in camera on this side.
I'll have public questions.
You do?
Yes, so 777 is Mr.
Then, Madame Ratanzi, you'll be in public and you're on for 7 minutes. Once again, I would make sure that we're all aware. If there's any line of questioning, we're in public, that gets into the commercially sensitive information, I will suspend the meeting immediately.
Absolutely,
right.
and I'll try not to ask any commercially sensitive information. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for your presentation. And as I hear you, I'm trying to figure out what sort of Canada Post do we have for the future, because basically, from your quantitative analysis, it appears that Canada Post is doomed for failure. But we need to understand that we have to do qualitative analysis as well. And I guess the question to you, Mr. Saint-Jean, is your mandate was to validate, basically, the financial statements. So how far did you go? And you made statements that the labor cost, if I got it right, there was something about 68%, but then I hear from the task force report that the one says 45% higher than the competition, and the other says 41%, and I'm a little confused. So if you could explain to me, how is the labor cost in relation to the competition? What is the real figure?
Okay. Thank you very much, members, Mr. Chair. Maybe I could ask, my colleague, Pierre Langto, who conducted the detailed financial review, to give you the detailed answer to those questions.
Thank you. To answer to the first question, we did not necessarily audit the financial statements or do a review of the financial statements per se from a accuracy perspective. We rely on the fact that they were audited by two firms, the Auditor General and a private sector firm that does the audit. What we did is assess the financial performance using the financial statements and also using some other information that was provided to us by Canada Post. And we did our own analysis of the performance for the last 5 years.
Okay. So when you were projecting it, Canada Post's financial statements show profits for the past 19 years. And so when you're doing the extrapolation, and I know you looked at declining volumes in mail, etc., there is, as we've been in the field, there's a constant challenge that this was basically, if Canada Post is making profit for all these years, where is this $700 million coming from? And as Ernst & Young, a very reputable firm, I'd like to hear where is that disconnect between what people see as a profitable organization versus a non-profitable organization.
Okay. So we did, when we looked at the financial statements for the last 5 years, and we did assess the profitability, and we did some analysis to satisfy ourselves that we understood the financial situation. But the last 5 years, of which 3 years were negative and 2 marginal positive years, if I recall correctly, without adjusting, we did look at the one-time event, but in the report we presented numbers the way they're stated in the financial statements because that's the information that is known and public and has been audited. When we did the projections, though, we did not project the past. Essentially, the projections for the future are based on a set of assumptions for the revenues, for volume growth or volume decline in the case of letter mail, and increase in costs, some of the measures that Canada Post intend to implement, and the general direction of the economy, inflation, so on and so forth. So it's not a projection. Last 5 years were such, and the future years will be that. But we went revenue by type of revenue, by type of cost, and we looked at specific assumptions for each of them.
So when you were projecting, and I'm an accountant by trade, so I understand what you're talking about. When you were projecting it, were you taking into consideration any anomalies that took place in previous years that would guide your discretion or decisions to project losses?
Yes and no, in the sense that historical, very often one-time information or one-time event that occurred in the last 5 years are not necessarily going to be repeating in the future. So we looked, to understand the past, the historical performance, we looked at the one-time information, but to project, we try to understand, is there any event that we can foresee? We cannot obviously forecast the unforecastable event. And that's why often in financial statements, there are differences between projections and the actual, because there are events that were not projectable or estimable. So
thank you. Mr. Spear, you talked about different venues that Canada Post could adopt, and postal banking is out. And we understand that with the concentration that is in different parts of the world who have adopted it, ours is a totally different phenomena, but we have rural and urban divide. And if we were to have social cohesion, what of your presentation, or what of the some of the recommendations, and you said they were not recommendations, some suggestions, would be more profitable for Canada Post with its wide network at the moment to survive or to offer better services?
Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. We did evaluate several different business models for postal banking, just to be clear, including going it alone, payday lending, going into postal banking as a consortium play, more of a real estate play with Canada Post retail branches. And by and large, what we found with regard to postal banking was that it required too many capabilities that were non-core to Canada Post and would require a significant amount of risk in terms of getting into the lending side of the business. The one business model that might be worth discussing is as a real estate play, leveraging the footprint of the Canada Post in markets where banks are retreating, but in markets where there can be consolidation of branches and served by the post office. We identified this as several hundred branches, not the thousands of post offices that exist. So we don't view that as inconsistent with the post office rationalization or footprint rationalization and conversion to franchises, which is one of the more economically significant initiatives for the Canada Post.
Mr. Clark, Monsieur Clark, 7 minutes.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen, for coming here. It's very much appreciated. I have a series of questions, and then I may perhaps get back to them in greater detail. On page 13 of your report, And I was interested in reading, it says that the mission of Canada Post, Canada Post has a mandate.
Quoting from the report.
No, I
portions of
mean
the
task force.
Task force
Yeah,
report.
yeah,
Thank
yeah.
you, let's clarify.
Okay. Okay, so in the task force report, it says, ça dit que la mission du mandat.
That the mandate of Canada Post is to provide a basic postal service that is uniform to the entire population of Canada. This was never the case because some Canadians receive door-to-door service, or two-thirds rather, and one-third already it is not as described. What do you think of this? Thank you for the question. The level of service of Canada Post is offered throughout the country from coast to coast, and there are different levels of service depending on the concentration. This is a business reality, and Canada Post has to modulate its service depending on the demand, and this is something that we considered in our analysis. 2,500 executives. Do you think that this is normal for 50,000 employees? Is this a normal proportion? This isn't a subject that we took a particular look at this particular point. On page 4 of the task force report, it says, it should be noted that since 2011, in spite of a reduction of 10% of its staffing, the global costs related to labor have remained stable, 4.4 billion. What is an explanation for that? Canada Post, there's the increase in wages, annual wages, and there's a reduction in the number of employees. Over a 5-year period, the 5-year period that we looked at, the dollar cost remained fairly stable. Yes, I understand. As I understood, the study was made for the conference board, called for a deficit of $1 billion. You, 3 years later, in your study, quite recently, expect that it will be 700 million. Do you believe that it's the 5-point plan that has allowed for us to find ourselves in a situation of a deficit, an expected deficit that is 300 million lower? Do you think that the 5-point plan made this possible? We didn't necessarily compare the performance of Canada Post over the past 5 years with the plan of the conference board. That wasn't part of our mandate. But as was mentioned in the report, certain savings were realized in the past years that made it possible to reduce the costs as well as allowing for additional revenue. This may be some explanation for the disparity, but we didn't analyze all the reasons. So you don't know what exact measures. As we mentioned in our opening statement, the $700 million was on the optimistic limit of the range of the estimates. I believe that the previous speaker raised this aspect. I wanted to know your quantitative analysis on what figures and what sources they are based. But as I understand it, you would say that these are mainly projections based on the past. Because last week we traveled throughout the West, and most of the labor representatives of Canada Post say that you based your analysis on the figures of the conference board. This was something that was raised on many occasions. Can you confirm or refute? We conducted 2 types of analyses. First of all, we looked at the historic results of the past 5 years, as well as the projections for 10 years until 2026. Historically speaking, for the historic level, we used the financial statements that were audited, the corporation, as well as the internal management reports. We also validated this information with external information. that was published as a result of certain research that we conducted ourselves for the firm. On the historical side, when it comes to the future, once again, we took into account information that was available with Canada Post. We created our own information. We validated figures, revenue projections and volume projections in relation to certain analyses that already existed or that we developed ourselves, to be satisfied that these estimates were in fact reasonable. So it was a mixed approach, using information from Canada Post and public information as well. But the Conference Board report was not used at all as in our analysis. Do you think that if we were to put an end to the moratorium with respect to the Canada Post, it's been in effect, started in 2016, would this result in an erosion of Canada Post? Do you see this moratorium as a way of preserving the existence of the public service? Thank you for the question. No. This moratorium that started in 1994 or 1996, I believe, if it were to be changed, I believe that Canada Post would be able to continue to have its presence in a number of areas. It's a fairly rigid business model at the present time, and this is the point that we made, that it could be modified to give greater flexibility to Canada Post so that it could improve its financial performances.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Lacteau, you are a former senior manager with Canada Post. Is that correct?
Yes, it's exactly what my colleague mentioned at the beginning. Though it was reported that I was a chief financial officer, which was not the case. I was actually general manager in finance. So I'm glad that people gave me promotion, but that was not.
Thanks for clarifying that. And you know, clearly that background does give you a lot of insight and expertise that's very much welcome to the committee. I just bring it up because, of course, the rationale for having management consultants is to get you know, an independent and fresh perspective. And I think it's just important to be clear that you also have the perspective of Canada Post's management, which is certainly an important perspective for this committee. But I just wanted to make sure we had that clearly on the record. Now, Mr. Spear, your firm, Oliver Wyman, also produced a report entitled Shipping and Logistics 2016, which I believe projected a huge increase globally in grocery purchases online and really presented this as a huge business opportunity. You didn't see it as being an opportunity for Canada Post, and I wonder why that is.
Without referring to the report specifically, so I would have to refresh myself on that one. We look at the grocery business as particularly competitive and also more challenging to serve because of the perishability of the goods being shipped. And therefore, the logistics systems required to serve grocery and those required to serve parcel and mail are not necessarily compatible.
Okay, and just to clarify, the report in question was called Transport and Logistics 2016. I think I may have used the word shipping there a moment ago. And certainly the grocery business itself is very competitive, but we're talking about the logistics of delivering groceries. And I mean, Canada Post does have some very quick delivery, but your sense is just perhaps not quick enough to get into that business in an effective way.
Well, it's not just a matter of speed, and it's not out of the question. But it is a matter of the needs of perishable goods versus dry goods, retail, parts, industrial products, apparel, the primary commodity groups that the Canada Post is shipping versus perishable goods.
Okay, fair enough. Now, one of the things that I wondered about in reading your report is that often it seemed that you would conclude that Canada Post lacked a capability to do something and therefore shouldn't pursue that option, whereas other times you would observe that Canada Post actually had an advantage in a certain area, but then concluded that it shouldn't use that advantage because it would be unfair to private competitors. So it sort of seemed that Canada Post couldn't win. Either they lacked the capability, or if they had the capability, you didn't want them to use it.
You'd have to point to a specific advantage that you're referring to. I do agree that there were a number of potential market opportunities or potential initiatives that would involve subsidizing the Canada Post and put them in competition with private market participants, which we did, question as the fairness, but it's certainly a policy decision, not our decision. If there are specific initiatives you want to refer to, I can try to address them.
Sure. Well, to get into specifics, maybe let's talk about payday lending. So it seemed that two objections to that were that Canada Post wouldn't have a source of funds, which struck me as a very strange objection, given that it's a federal crown corporation. And the second objection was that it wouldn't have the capacity to make collections, which again seemed very strange in view of the fact that it's part of the federal government. I mean, the Canada Student Loans has very good collections because it's done by the Canada Revenue Agency. So it seems to me that Canada Post would actually be exceptionally well positioned to engage in payday lending. It's just that you don't think it would be appropriate for it to utilize those advantages.
Well, I guess a couple of points of clarification. One, Canada Post today isn't a bank, and so while it is a government crown corporation, it doesn't have open access to borrow. Now that could be a change, and that would require a change to the banking regulation for this industry in this country, but that is an option, certainly. I wouldn't comment on its ability to make collections per se, but I certainly think that making loans, assessing customer credit risk is an activity which is not part of the capabilities that Canada Post has today, is also true. And there's also some question about the practices of payday lending as an industry and whether or not that would be of interest to Canada Post as a crown corporation.
I mean, I guess by definition, it's true that Canada Post doesn't have that expertise right now because it's not currently in the business. There are other post offices around the world that have postal banking as a big part of their enterprises. I think in your report, you consulted with La Poste and Royal Mail. Is that right?
We're familiar with La Poste and Royal Mail from their own success in the market or activities in the market. Mm-hmm. And we've also done work with some of the post offices around the world, and in certain cases, even some of the banks.
So what about...
We certainly have one of the largest banking practices among management consultancies in the world. But one of the key observations we had made in the report was that in other countries where postal banking had really taken root, we saw a tendency towards either direct subsidization, as in the case of La Poste, where it had an exclusive franchise on certain types of bonds, or they had established themselves in markets long ago when a physical branch presence, which was much more of a necessity and an underserved need than we see today in Canada. The cost of banking was significantly higher than we see today in Canada, and also it predated the move to electronic banking, which now negates some of the value of having a significant branch presence.
So what about...
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, we're out of time, but we will have other opportunities where these gentlemen are with us for the next hour and a half or so. Now, committee members, Mr. Whalen, you're up on my list next. I understand that you'll be asking questions you prefer to be in camera. Mr. Grewal, you will be a 5-minute round in camera as well. Mr. McCauley, I understand you'd like yours in public? No. In camera? In camera. We will suspend then for just a few moments.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, we can go back to public, Mr.
We can go back to public? Okay, that was my question.
Absolutely. But for the next few questions, we will be in camera, so we'll spend for a couple of minutes to allow that process to take place. We have resumed. Mr. Clark, Monsieur Clark.
Au go.
7 minutes, s'il vous plaît. We are
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Saint-Jean. You said the figure of a deficit of $700 million was an optimistic one. Would the less optimistic vision be much higher? What we said in our report, when we looked at all the variations and the variables that Canada Post put an estimate on the table, and we were comfortable with the general trend of this. The figure could possibly be higher. I wouldn't say it would be difficult to establish a figure, but as I said, it is the optimistic limit of the expected deficit. I'd like to know whether your firm did produce any accounting analyses relative to postal services in other countries. Was this the first type of work that you have done? First type of job of this type? We worked with various postal organizations in Ernst & Young in Japan, in Germany, in Great Britain. My colleague worked for Canada Post, and I also worked earlier in my career in Canada Post here in Ottawa. So we do have a fairly good understanding of how postal corporations work. In relation to the different suggestions made about adding supplementary services, what, in your opinion, would be the most efficient in making Canada Post more profitable, or making it profitable, and dealing with the deficit problem? I could.
Wyman, because they looked at more what are the options to generate more revenue and more bottom line.
Sure, thank you, and thank you for the question. We looked at business opportunities along a number of different lines, including ways to leverage the available labor capacity, ways to leverage the assets of the Canada Post. By and large, any incremental or adjacent opportunities were marginal improvements. And sometimes they ran into some of the same issues we were discussing earlier, such as potential accusations of a subsidized market participant. That said, there were a handful of opportunities that were potential new business gainers. Advertising was one of them. I think was around $20 million. And certainly the largest, though, was not on the new business opportunity. It was more on the changing the business model to meet the public need, which was rationalizing the retail footprint.
OK. Dans les pays européens où on voit actuellement le...
There are certain European countries where postal banking is provided. Do these systems work well? Do you have anything to tell the committee about how they work?
Bear with me. There are success stories and there are failures in postal banking across Europe and in Asia. Those that have been established for many decades are significant aggregators of deposits, such as in Japan, in Italy, which was an underserved market where the Post Bank has been in existence for quite some time. In others, Post Bank launched in 2007, was closed down in 2010. In Brazil, it's a significant bank, but it's a money loser. By and large, the post banks that have been most successful have been subsidized, or they have been in existence for decades.
Okay.
There are very few unmet needs that would justify a state-sponsored entry into postal banking in Canada today.
Mm-hmm. Par rapport au témoignage qu'on a
We heard testimony from union members of Canada Post, the largest union in particular, and was constantly mentioned that the figures are mistaken. They are based on other erroneous assumptions and figures. Do you think that the report of the task force seems to be direct enough? It could be said that Ernst & Young carried out an independent study. Do you think that it is bad faith on the part of the unions? Or is Ernst & Young in a position to explain that, in fact, these are independent figures and they are not incorrect? We confirm that our analysis was conducted in an independent fashion. We are satisfied with the figures that were put on the table and that are to be found in our report. It is our habit to carry out analyses for large corporations in various transactions and so forth, and our colleagues who have been working with us in this type of analysis, we're very satisfied that the figures are in fact correct.
Please.
Thanks very much. I guess I would like to just sort of pick up where I left off with Mr. Spear about postal banking options in Europe, and Mr. Clark broached this topic as well. I wanted to ask specifically about Swiss Post, because it's been suggested that postal banking only works where the private banking sector is underdeveloped. That's clearly not the case in Switzerland. So I wonder, your thoughts on the success of Swiss Post as, an integrated post office and banking operation.
I can't comment specifically in any detail on Swiss Post, not being an authority on Swiss Post per se. I can apply the broader lessons that we've been talking about across multiple geographies, such as the success of the banks which are serving unmet needs. Depending on the source which you choose to cite, the underbanked population of Canada is either 6% or 1%. And so, in our view, it left relatively little opportunity to go after a new market space with essentially the same capabilities as an established industry and try to compete for that business.
No, fair enough, but I guess my suggestion is that Switzerland didn't suffer from a lack of banking services, and yet Swiss Post has been very successful in that sector. And so I take your point that perhaps you're not an expert on Swiss Post, so I'm sort of put you on the spot, but I just wonder, in doing this research for the task force, why was there so much focus on La Poste and Royal Mail rather than on Swiss Post, which seems like a really positive example?
If there's an opportunity or a lesson to be learned from Swiss Post, we'd be happy to follow up. But I'm not in a position to state definitively on why it was successful there and not in some of the other markets.
Okay. I'd like to ask Ernst & Young a bit about the pension situation at Canada Post, because I think clearly you've identified that as one of the major financial challenges facing the corporation, but it really comes down to an accounting choice. If we view the pension in terms of a solvency valuation, then there's this huge unfunded liability, but it's not very realistic that Canada Post would have to shut down its pension tomorrow and pay out all the benefits. A far more relevant accounting metric would be a going concern valuation, which actually shows a surplus. So do you think it would be reasonable for the federal government to simply exempt Canada Post as a federal crown corporation from solvency valuation? And would that address a lot of the challenge that you've identified?
That is in fact one of the alternatives that we listed as a possible alternative to making the contribution. So exempting Canada, so essentially either extending the current exemptions or making them permanent would be an alternative. Again, that doesn't, it changes the cash contributions into the plan, which is what's at issue. But it also decreases the contributions to the plan. So from the perspective of benefit security, so to the extent that the plan is wound up at some point, then there would be a risk.
But you see that type of exemption as a viable option that would materially improve Canada Post's financial outlook?
Well, sure. If the exemption continues or is made permanent, then those large contributions that we're discussing would not have to be made.
Okay. Now, back to the topic of postal banking. The case has been made that Canada has a very strong private banking sector, and hence there's maybe not as much need or demand for postal banking. But is it also not the case that because in part of restrictions on foreign ownership of banks that, the Canadian banking sector could be characterized as an oligopoly with, five big banks dominating the market, earning, very good profits? Doesn't that open the opportunity for other Canadian-owned competitors, such as potentially Canada Post?
Thank you for the question. It's certainly a fair challenge to say, is Canada the lowest cost to consumers market for banking services? And the answer is, it is not the lowest cost. It is a very heavily banked country. It isn't the lowest cost, but is far from the highest. That said, there's little to say that the banks wouldn't respond to the entry by Canada Post in the market with more aggressive pricing.
But wouldn't that be a good outcome?
Or couldn't they do that today? I guess the question is that the necessary catalyst? And if that's what's deemed good policy, then that is a basis.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point that the banks might respond with lower pricing, which might reduce the opportunity for Canada Post to make money off postal banking. But I think, as you also suggest, there's a really strong public policy argument for provoking the banks to lower their fees, and to me that would be one of the strong points for postal banking. Perhaps it's beyond the scope of the study you did, but
very, very fair question and challenge to the observations of the report as opposed to recommendations. Mm-hmm. I would simply point out that doing so would require significant investment on the part of Canada Post and the government in building skills and capabilities that clearly are not present today, and taking a significant amount of risk. And perhaps lastly, that if the goal is to lower cost of banking services to Canadians, there are other policy measures that one might explore.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, we could let American banks into the Canadian market, but there's other policy reasons we might not choose to do that. And no, and certainly, I mean, it's true that getting Canada Post into banking would require some big investments and some capabilities that aren't there now. And I mean, I guess that's one of the reasons that I think would be very interesting to look a little bit more closely at examples like Swiss Post, where you have post offices that have done so seemingly with a great deal of success.
Thank you very much. We're now going to Monsieur Ayoub. A question for you, Monsieur Ayoub. Yes. Do you wish to be in public or in camera? In public? 7 minutes, please.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank you for being here. I have 7 minutes. It's not always easy to have questions and answers and to have full answers, but I'll attempt to put my questions directly without too much preamble. The various approaches taken by the different studies and the vision of obtaining results, we can see the service of Canada Post as a service. We can also see it as a business, a service that is paid by the users. I'd like to know in the approach that you took in your study, whether the philosophy of this study, there was any difference in the vision and the recommendations. If you had not taken a strictly business approach without the possibility of subsidies, or as opposed, for example, to the health service, there was no deficit in health service. There was always costs. Because it is considered to be an essential service. Does this make a difference in the approach? What we did was carry out a fairly independent study, and we look at the financial situation of Canada Post without taking into account the method of funding, or whether it's a public or non-public service. So in this respect, our study does not have any impact on the model chosen. The review committee operated on the basis that Canada Post would continue to be self-sustaining or profitable. But with respect to the financial analysis, it did have very little impact on what the future projections would be. When we talk about impact, we're talking about economic impact, social impact. We had a Canada-wide tour, and we were visiting region and urban areas. There are economic impacts as well as social impacts. I'd like to know whether any count was taken of this. This was not part of our mandate to look at the economic aspects, but rather the financial situation. The fact, I'm looking at my notes, cost center as a service center, I think this makes a difference in the general philosophy of the service. When it comes to making political decisions, we look at various options, various types of service options for bringing in new money. We look at the cost side of rationalizing, and we're looking for a new revenue. This is part of the marketing, advertising, and also getting out of Canada Post's core business. It's normally for delivery of mail and parcels. We looked at telecom, postal banking, all sorts of other approaches. Would this not result in undermining the core business of the corporation when we're taking a very financial approach? We looked at the financial approach. I don't know whether Bruce has something to say about the revenue side.
Found by and large on any of the incremental, let's call them new lines of business, was that potential game changers like postal banking were evaluated on the merits of the capabilities of the company and the needs of Canadians, and whether or not the competitive environment would be conducive to the Canada Post as a market participant. Other potential new lines of business that were more built around asset leverage or leveraging the existing personnel, simply we were unable to come up with new activities or new lines of business that generated higher returns than managing the business to its proper scale and to its proper network structure to meet the needs of the future, which is declining mail volumes and increasing parcel volumes.
Y aurait-il pas lieu d'aller dans une phase 2?
Would it not be advisable to conduct a second phase of the study? And talking about second phase to consultants is certainly something you'd like to hear, but that, of course, is not the purpose. Looking at the merging of certain government services, this was a kind of possibility that was raised, that is, take advantage of Canada Post to attempt to find savings elsewhere. I see that there are lots of silos. Canada Post is looked at in a very vertical way, where there are other government services offered throughout the country. I'd like to know whether you looked at this in your study. Perhaps you could give me a bit more information.
We were focused principally on the Canada Post, but we did look at the Service Canada centers, particularly in the more rural areas, as an opportunity to potentially both increase service to Canadians in those areas as well as to reduce costs. The typical staffing level of Service Canada Centre, given the amount of traffic, was fairly modest, so we were looking to consolidate different government services into one physical entity and with the necessary staff requirement. And that, in fact, was one of the savings initiatives that we identified.
Donc, si on veut aller plus en détail, il manque quand même la portion.
There is an aspect that is missing, the social economic aspect, namely the various impacts of a reduction or change of service would have, whether it be 1 or 2 day delivery. Or I think that the social economic aspect is missing. But you've given me answers to my questions. Thank you.
Maybe 15 seconds, but it's okay.
We'll go to Mr. McCauley for 5 minutes, please.
Back, gentlemen. I just want to bounce back to the pension solvency. You mentioned about if we just extended the holiday forever or changed the legislation. How do you view that from competition like private sector? Would that not be unfair advantage for Canada Post and over FedEx or other companies that have to follow the solvency rules?
Thank you for that question. I think it's a fair question and a fair perspective. I think balance. So again, it would depend on where the different plans are registered. I talked about, for example, the difference in the level of solvency if you're a federally registered plan that might include indexing, whereas, for example, if you're registered in Ontario, indexing would not be included in that solvency deficit. So there would be jurisdictional differences as well. It's not all absolutely equal. I think the other perspective to take is that Canada Post, certainly this plan is a legacy public sector plan, and the private sector competitors do not have plans like this. So there is that dimension to it as well. The Canada Post has this legacy plan that the private sector competitors did not originate with.
Yeah. I saw somewhere where we're in current surplus, but I understand that is because Canada Post has poured in present value about an added $2.5 billion or along those lines for the solvency payments they're required to do. Is that correct?
The plan is in a solvency deficit, and
but a current surplus, because it's kind of a catch-22. Canada Post has been required to pour money in for the solvency, so the only reason we're in current surplus is because of that money they've poured in to match the solvency requirements.
The plan is not in surplus, other than a small surplus on going concern basis.
Right.
If that's what you're referring to.
But because of Canada Post has thrown in a couple extra billion.
I would. Well, Canada Post had the exemption from solvency contributions, so it's not the solvency contributions that are lettered there. I think the biggest difference is essentially the way that these valuations are done. So we're assuming a much higher discount rate on going concern basis, which reduces the liability, where we're assuming a very low discount rate on solvency, which inflates the liability. So it is that difference that's accounting for a small surplus here and a large deficit there.
One of the items you mentioned, but if we, not on the pension, but just on door-to-door, on page 98 of your report, you talk about, sorry?
This report?
Sorry, the Ernst & Young report. You talk about 18 cents.
Mr. McCauley, we would, I believe, need to be in camera if we wanted to discuss
I will skip that question then. I want to follow up Mr. Ayoub's question. Mr. Spree, you've mentioned quite a few items for revenue raising, but they're almost, on the grand scheme of things, on a $6 billion a year giant company. They're almost like rounding error type items. One of the things we heard from a witness this morning from eBay was stick to your core and stick to what you know. Do you think that's a valid way to go rather than chasing panaceas such as a postal banking or, a couple $1 million here, a couple $1 million there?
I do think there's a lot of merit in the strategy of sticking to your knitting and core focus. I think there was a legitimate risk of misinterpretation of our report, which cast a wide net and evaluated almost 40 potential opportunities, which clearly this group did not misinterpret. We purposely narrowed down those that we felt would be not in the long-term interest of the Canada Post or necessary to Canadians, and we settled on around 7 or so ideas for consideration. Even within those, there's a few that are, I'd say, relatively modest. If we thought that postal banking was going to be a $1 billion idea in terms of profit generation, then it would have been one of our strong recommendations. It's simply that we don't and that we don't think the core capabilities are present today with the Canada Post.
Very, yeah, very quickly, you know, if we went to a full postal banking, how many dollars would it require to capitalize us? If we were to go full services, et cetera, across the country in all 6,000? Ballpark in the billions.
It's a fair question, but it really depends on the line of business that Canada Post gets into. As we've contemplated postal banking, it's more of a storefront services provider and interface to other major banks.
Almost like a renting out to the other banks.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
Madame
thank you.
Ratanzi, do you wish to be in public?
Yes, public, please.
5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Thank you all again. So I'll make some statements, and then you all have a chance to respond to it, but I'll have to put mine on this. So we hear from the ground. We've been consulting widely. So for the past 19 years, Canada Post, out of its 20 years, for the 19 out of the 20, it has been making profit, giving dividends, paying taxes, billions of dollars. So the assumptions you've made are probably a little skewed because you had to take data which was sometimes consistent and sometimes was not consistent. So you have answered that in your previous questions. But what I also understood from the ground was that Canada Post management is not thinking outside the box. And as such, it doesn't have an integrated approach to thinking. Now, that's not your mandate. Your mandate was totally different. However, we have to then find a fine balance. When you say stick to your knitting, if you stick to your knitting and the wool is going, what the hell do you do then? So you have to think creatively and out of the box. And therefore, my question is, what other strategic areas would you take? If Canada Post, you're suggesting Canada Post in its current format might just about disintegrate. Should it? Mr. Spears, the question I have for you specifically is I looked at Australia. Australia is in the same ballpark figure as us. Landmass, high rural population, but it has a very successful postal banking. With a population of 24 million, it seems to be making 6.6 billion in revenue. And so what can we learn? And have you had the opportunity for lessons learned? We cannot just poo-poo it because maybe in 1968 the postal bank was successful and then the banking lobby came. So we need to be balanced. So give me your analysis of it and then I'll ask the other question.
So to your first question, I certainly agree that sticking to your knitting if the wool is running out is not a viable long-term strategy. And while we certainly were not mandated to do a managerial assessment of the Canada Post, there's certainly no shortage of ideas being explored by the Canada Post within the context of that business and how can they leverage it further and how can they make it more profitable. As part of this study, we did get into some detail into some of their past investigations of specific business opportunities and where there might be opportunities for both cost reductions and incremental revenue. And we found them to be fairly comprehensive.
Okay. And perhaps because it refers to in the report, we won't talk about it at the moment. Therefore, my question to the accountants here. If you were your ENY, would you give your business to PwC?
Our business to
Yes,
if
your
we
consent.
would give our business to a competitor?
Yes.
No.
Good. So why is the corporation using franchise stores, opening franchise stores next to the corporate stores and passing on retail business to them? Did anybody talk to them about why this strategy? They do not charge a franchise fee. And so those are the questions we are hearing from the ground and we need to know.
I think my colleague, Lucy from Oliver Wyman, can answer that very specific question.
Okay.
So I'll do my best. Thank you for the question. The question is, why is Canada Post franchising in areas that might otherwise have a post office to serve the public need? There's a number of reasons. One is certain areas don't provide as much coverage or within a certain distance radius. And so there's a strong case for franchising in those areas. Second is the franchisee's hours are actually longer than that of a particular post office. So while I accept your point that they're creating competition, I would also submit that they're improving service to Canadians by increasing the amount of franchising.
So the next thing I want to know is rural and remote areas who do not have franchise post office. What do we do there if we want social cohesion and economic growth?
So I would argue that some of the best opportunities for franchising are in the rural and remote areas because it doesn't require significant real estate investment and other staffing for thinly used services that the Canada Post would offer, and instead allows you to piggyback on investment made by others in that market to provide better service to Canadians.
Thank you.
5 minutes, please.
I just want to follow up on the retail question. My understanding is if you have a Canada Post store and a retail next door and the retail is selling stamps, et cetera, that's not pure profit. That's not profit going to the Shoppers Drug Mart. They're selling Canada Post services. So if you think the more retail you have selling your services, the money's all going to Canada Post anyways for these services and stamps sold, are they not?
There is a split, and Canada Post is earning a profit on the services sold by the franchisees. That's correct.
Yeah. Very quickly, short time, a lot of the issues that you brought up and you mentioned in the report seems to come back to issues with the labor and the labor agreement. Do you see this going forward as a stumbling block for perhaps a lot of the ideas that you've mentioned and have brought up, whether it's doing shared or new services?
I'll pick on the two. Thank you for the question.
Yeah.
I'll address it in the context of the two most significant opportunities and maybe turn it to my colleagues. The first being alternate day delivery and the other being the retail footprint. On alternate day delivery, there's certainly a significant amount of restrictions as to how the Canada Post can adjust its service footprint and achieve savings by making a change from daily to alternate day delivery. I want to point out that we did evaluate alternate day delivery across the board and alternate day delivery only for mail services, and that the latter was what survived as an option. Parcel delivery would remain daily and might even go 6 days a week, given the market demand and the profit motive. And yes, there's significant constraints, but those constraints are timing issues as to when those savings can be realized, as opposed to whether or not they can be done. On the retail footprint, there's the CUPW agreement and the moratorium, which materially limits the number of physical branches that can be rationalized or converted to franchises today. That would require policy action in order to achieve those savings.
Great. Gentlemen, we're really short of time, but I've asked before, but now we're public. Switching over to community mailboxes, is that the number one thing that we can do to help rationalize costs and continue services to Canadian at a reasonable price?
On a short-term basis, when fully implemented, conversion should provide $400 to $500 million of annual savings. So that's certainly an important measure that could be implemented relatively shortly.
Great. And it's tough crystal balling, but do you see any massive disruptor coming along that could really significantly negatively affect Canada Post's parcel delivery? We're seeing in a couple of years it's going to be 50% of the revenue. Uber's talking about getting into parcel drone. How big a risk are we that in 2 or 3 years from now, 5 years from now, we're going to be in a massive
It is a big risk. It is a big risk. We're seeing changes in technology. 3D printing will have a significant impact on parcels as goods are being produced or printed closer to reality. Drones. It's very hard to assess how fast and how.
But it really underlines, just how important we as a group come up with some immediate solutions to address this looming.
What's important in
losses.
business? Yes.
The 700, you're right, could be very optimistic. We could be it could be $1 billion if some disruptor comes along and wipes out postal service delivery. Or for parcel service, sorry.
Mr. Whalen, 5 minutes, public?
Mr. Chair, before I ask the questions of the witnesses, I'd like to know whether or not if I ask them about things that aren't in the report, but specifically aren't in the report, would you consider that to be fair game?
I would. I would also, however, ask the witnesses to comment on whether or not they think it would be breaching any confidentiality. So
Okay, thank
go
you.
with the question, please.
So, Mr. Spear, I'll start with you. In the in-camera section, we had some discussions, and it appears from my perspective that there was no analysis done on whether or not Canada Post should pursue a digital or a future services style bank at the higher end of the market, accessing SMEs who are already their customers in packaging. And I just wanted to ask you whether or not you were limited in your ability to assess those aspects of future banking growth by the corporation, or whether or not you, Oliver Wyman, was given free rein to assess all possibilities of a profitable bank.
Thank you. It's a good question. I would submit to you that we did evaluate all different types of business banking models as well as retail banking models. Our first filter was the strategic assessment and fit assessment, and the second being the business case. And so on that basis, it wasn't deemed a particularly compelling opportunity or public necessity, in our view, for the Canada Post to get into small and medium-sized banking.
We've read and we've heard a lot about the United States subsidizing its postal service to the tune of $5 billion per year. From your assessment as an international postal expert, do you feel that that provides their industry and their digital marketplace an advantage that Canada's does not enjoy because we don't have a similar subsidy?
I really couldn't comment on whether the USPS enjoys a superior level of subsidy, and that translates directly into market advantage.
Okay, fair enough. Over to the folks from Ernst & Young. Mr. Saint-Jean, when we looked at community mailboxes as a delivery model, we've heard different numbers in terms of how much cost savings could actually be generated. But when we tried to determine whether or not there would be any net effect on revenues, we didn't see any analysis in that regard. When I think of people in suburban Canada who have community mailboxes, they might have a preference to order packages that would be delivered to their door by a FedEx or a UPS, where Canada Post is only going to send it to the community mailbox. Did you examine any market differentials between community mailbox delivery versus door-to-door delivery as it relates to future market opportunities and future revenue opportunities for Canada Post?
When we looked at the community mailbox, we focused on the conversion, and we didn't assess what it would have as an impact on the revenue side. When looking at, if we look at,
sorry, so you didn't examine the revenue side?
We didn't look at the revenue side, because when we look at the existing population, some are door-to-door, some are parcel. It's hard to establish any difference between behaviors.
How long or what length of a pilot do you think Canada Post would need to run to determine whether or not there were any negative impacts on their overall revenue from a service perspective on these converted homes? Is something they could figure out in a year? Would it require 2 years to figure out whether or not this reduced service level of community mailboxes has actually caused attrition in other lines of their business to privatized players? And how long should we pilot or examine such a scenario?
It's very hard to respond. I don't necessarily know how long it would take to validate that assumption, but certainly Canada Post has been looking at the impact of the people that they have converted from 2014, but the take-in on parcel delivery for community mailbox is actually typically positive. People can get their parcels in their mailbox. And they see that as a benefit. So it would
okay.
It would
so
have
if
to
we
be
see it as a benefit, and yet in all the analysis we have net neutral on the revenue line. So was revenue examined, or was revenue simply not examined at all as it pertains to community mailbox conversion?
We didn't look at the revenue. My comment was more about how people are satisfied with the service delivery, not necessarily from ordering more or quantitative.
But they wouldn't know about the packages that were delivered by a competitor that they don't know about.
Canada Post?
Yeah.
They may know.
They may know. Okay.
Minutes, very quickly, please.
Thanks very much. Question for Ernst & Young. How much revenue does Canada Post currently earn from the sale of collector's items or commemorative stamps?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's marginal.
It's marginal, but I don't have this exact information in mind. It's bundled with the other revenue.
Okay, we did hear from a witness in Yellowknife who suggested that Canada Post is not doing enough to support that hobby, and that if it did more, there is the potential for additional revenue. Specifically, he pointed to a recent stamp collecting convention in New York City that drew thousands of people from all over the world. His sense is that if we could attract events like that to Canada, it would be a significant source of new revenue for Canada Post, and also just a source of tourism and economic development for the country. I wonder if you have any thoughts on that. I'd also open it up to Mr. Spear.
As my colleague said, the city, those additional revenues are truly marginal. The city and their bundle is into the other revenue, and the city would be truly a rounding error. So the just put this to rest. I said that's not a major source of revenue.
Well, it's not a major source of revenue right now, but I guess I take it you also don't see it as a significant source of potential revenue.
Yes, I agree with that. I say don't see it as a major source of revenue.
Okay, and these big international stamp collecting conventions, we heard that there hasn't been one in Canada for a long time. Is that something that we should be pursuing? Is there a significant opportunity there, if not for Canada Post, then for just Canadian tourism in general?
I would ask a question more to Tourism Canada.
Okay, but no particular view on it. I just note that, many options were touched on by the report. This wasn't one of them, so I just thought I should put it on the table and see if there were any thoughts.
I would ask Tourism Canada to answer that question.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here. Your testimony has been excellent and very informative, and I think very helpful for our committee. I ask the committee members, should there be additional information you are looking for from these gentlemen? Would you accept any written questions from this committee in response? Thank you very much. Subsequently and conversely, should there be any additional information that you wish to transfer to us, please get a hold of our clerk and get that into us as quickly as possible. Thank you so much. We will suspend now for a few moments while we get our next witnesses. Sure that all of you are familiar with the process that we follow. We'll be asking those making presentations to do so in 5 minutes or less. Following all opening statements, we will have a round of questions from our committee members. And with that brief introduction, we will start. I have the Department of Finance up first as a presentation, but I'm not sure who is going to be making that presentation. Ms. Hemmings, you have 5 minutes. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Lynn Hemmings. I'm the Senior Chief of the Pensions Team in the Financial Sector Policy Branch at the Department of Finance. I'm here today to answer your questions about Canada Post Pension Plan, but let me first provide you with a bit of context on the funding requirements under federal pension legislation, the Pension Benefit Standards Act, or PBSA for short. Under the PBSA, the federal government regulates a plan of Crown corporations and private sector plans covering areas of employment under federal jurisdiction, such as telecommunications, banking, and interprovincial transportation. At this time, there are over 1,200 federally regulated pension plans, and over 300 of those are defined benefit. Canada Post is the largest defined benefit plan under federal jurisdiction, with almost $22 billion in plan assets as of December 31st, 2015. Under the PBSA, defined benefit pension plans are required to be funded on both a going concern and solvency basis. Going concern assumes the plan operates indefinitely, whereas solvency assumes the plan is terminated and all the promised pension benefits must be paid immediately. The intent of the solvency funding requirement is to protect the pension benefits of plan members and retirees by ensuring that plan assets are sufficient to meet the plan's full obligation. In cases where a plan does not have a solvency funding deficit, the PBSA provides the flexibility to fund that deficit over a period of 5 years. Today, some plan sponsors continue to face funding challenges for their defined benefit plans as a result of a combination of factors, including the ongoing low interest rate environment, volatile market returns, and increasing life expectancy of retirees. Over the last 10 years, the government has implemented a number of reforms to provide funding relief to plans to address these challenges. In 2006, a sharp decline in long-term interest rates combined with poor investment returns and increasing life expectancies resulted in solvency deficits in many plans. To help alleviate these pressures, the government passed temporary solvency funding relief measures that allowed solvency deficits to be paid over a longer period. Following the implementation of these measures, funding levels in plans began to improve. In 2009, following the financial crisis, plan funding levels began deteriorating again as a result of the significant decline in global markets and even further reductions in interest rates. To help plans address these challenges, the government once again passed temporary funding relief measures. As it became apparent that low interest rates and uncertain market returns were becoming the new normal, the government moved to put in place permanent relief measures. These measures including allowing the use of letters of credit to cover solvency special payments up to a limit of 15% of the market value of plan assets, as well as moving to a 3-year average for the calculation of solvency ratios in order to reduce the volatility of a plan's deficit. For pension plans facing unique financial challenges, the Minister of Finance has the authority to grant funding relief through the use of special regulations. In the case of Air Canada, for example, in order to provide the company with the time needed to restructure its operations, its pension plan was exempted from solvency funding requirements from 2014 to 2020 in exchange for making payments of at least $150 million per year into the plan. As a result of improving its business operations, changes in plan design, and new investment strategy, Air Canada has been able to eliminate its solvency deficit and announced in May 2015 that it was opting out of the special regulations with a pension plan now in surplus. The Minister of Finance has also exempted Canada Post from solvency funding requirements from 2014 to 2018. This funding relief was provided within the context of a continued decline in mail volume and little to no net income generated by the corporation. As with Air Canada, the purpose of the relief was to provide Canada Post with the time to make itself financially sustainable. As this funding relief is set to expire at the end of 2017, we are continuing to monitor the developments in Canada Post pension plans. We look forward to hearing the recommendations of this committee on the business operations of Canada Post, which will help to inform our advice to the Minister of Finance on the pension plan going forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Mr. Skinner for 10 minutes, please.
Thank you for inviting us to speak with the committee today regarding the Canada Post pension plan. I'd like to make a few observations about the plan, during which I will make reference to the supplementary document that has been circulated, and then we look forward to taking your questions. I'm an actuary with Mercer, which has been the plan's actuarial firm since its inception in 2000. In my role as an actuary, I work on the annual valuations of the plan prepared for funding and accounting purposes. Our valuations are performed according to the applicable legislation and regulatory guidance under the federal jurisdiction and according to the professional standards of the Canadian Institute of Actuaries. The results of the valuation are presented each year to Canada Post's management, the Pension Committee of the Board, and the Pension Advisory Council, which includes representatives from management and the various unions. Joining me is my colleague, Michel Saint-Germain. Michel brings a broader perspective on trends in the pension landscape across the country and over time. Michel plays or has played various roles within the Canadian Institute of Actuaries and the Association of Canadian Pension Management. So some comments on plan size. The Canada Post pension plan has been growing steadily since plan inception. As shown in Figure 1 of the supplementary document, it shows the plan's assets have almost tripled in size between 2001 and 2015. Over that same period, the solvency liability more than quadrupled. The solvency deficit at the end of 2015 was about $6 billion, which has grown to about $8 billion so far in 2016. The biggest driver of the increased solvency liabilities and deficits has been the decline in interest rates in recent years. Figure 2 shows that the interest rate net of inflation used to value the solvency liability had fallen to 1.2% at the end of 2015 versus 2.25% 10 years earlier. By June 30th of this year, that rate had declined to 0.8%. As it has grown, the plan has become very large compared to the size of Canada Post itself. We've illustrated this in two ways, in figures 3 and 4. Figure 3 shows the size of the pension obligation on a corporate accounting basis as a percentage of corporate revenue. This excludes, by the way, the obligation for other non-pension employee benefits, which are worth about another $4 billion. This ratio has grown almost every year in the last 10, from 226% to 390% of revenue. To put these numbers in context, the graph also shows the distribution of the same sort of results for organizations in the TSX Composite with DB pension plans. Clearly, the growth of Canada Post's pension plan has far outstripped that of its revenue, which has been consistently around $6 billion per year, excluding the subsidiaries, over the period shown. Besides the fairly flat revenue, another reason for these large ratios is the relative generosity of the Canada Post plan benefits, for example, full guaranteed indexation. Given the current size of the active membership, and given that many of Canada Post's new hires continue to join the DB component, the plan is expected to continue to grow for many years to come. Another way to look at relative size is given in Figure 4, which shows the employer pension contributions over time, also as a percentage of corporate revenue. Canada Post's contribution requirements, in the absence of the CPC special relief measures, which Ms. Hemmings described, varied widely between 1% and over 15% during this period. In Figure 5, we show the historical contributions to the Canada Post plan. So the solid blue and red bars show how the employee and employer current service contributions have changed over time to reflect a more balanced sharing of these costs. In addition to current service contributions, Canada Post is responsible for funding any deficits. Going concern deficits must be paid off over 15 years. Solvency payment requirements are more complicated since we are required under federal funding rules to determine the special payments based on a 3-year average solvency ratio. There are details on these calculations in Figure 8 of my supplementary document, but we won't go through those in detail unless it comes up in questions. The striped red bars show Canada Post's deficit contributions, which are over $1.6 billion in total, mostly for solvency deficits. There are two items worth pointing out on this graph. Since 2011, agent Crown corporations like Canada Post have been permitted to reduce their solvency special payments up to a cumulative total reduction of 15% of plan assets. Canada Post used this to reduce its special payment requirements from 2011 through 2013 with a cumulative special payment reduction of $2.4 billion. That cumulative reduction limit of 15% of assets would have been reached in 2014, with the chance that the remaining required payments could exceed Canada Post's ability to pay. In response to this issue, special regulations were enacted in early 2014, that's the CPC special relief, exempting Canada Post from special payment requirements for 2014 through the end of 2017. The yellow bars in Figure 5 show the special payments that would have been made to the plan if the CPC special relief had not happened. In Figure 6, we show the expected range of projected future employer contributions over the next 5 years, based on market conditions and valuation results as at year-end 2015. As shown by the small blue squares, the median projected contribution over this period ranges from about $260 million to $540 million. However, the graph shows there's at least a 25% probability of required contributions exceeding $1 billion in 2019 and 2020, as shown by the top of the light green bar. Since year-end, market interest rates have declined significantly, so our current estimates of future contributions would tend to be higher than the ones shown on this graph. The task force has proposed some options to modify or eliminate solvency funding requirements for Canada Post. The elimination of mandatory solvency funding would relieve much of the short-term funding pressure the plan places on Canada Post. However, significant risks would still remain in the longer term. Even in the absence of solvency special payments, the size of the plan relative to that of Canada Post would remain at least as large. For instance, the relative size of the accounting obligation in Figure 3 is not affected at all by contribution requirements. Currently, the going concern basis is much less expensive than the solvency basis. However, this is largely due to an assumption that the plan's asset mix, specifically its allocation to riskier asset classes such as public equities, will yield higher returns than the conservative asset mix required for solvency purposes. While we expect that to be the case on average over the long term, it's not guaranteed to occur over any particular period. It's also worth noting that if members live longer than we have assumed, plan costs could increase. Canada Post can reduce the risk of volatility in the net position of the plan by decreasing its allocations to risky assets. However, this will decrease the expected return and increase the cost. It's not hard to imagine the current going concern surplus turning into a deficit due to bad experience. 1 year of asset returns like we saw in the market crisis of 2008 could result in as much as $2 billion of special payments being made to the plan over a 10-year period, even in the absence of solvency funding requirements. In addition, assumptions may change over time as the asset mix or the actuary's outlook for the future changes. These types of risks are expected with traditional DB plans. It is the size of this plan relative to the size of Canada Post that makes this of special concern. It's interesting to note that two of the most well-regarded public sector pension plans, Ontario Teachers and the Healthcare of Ontario Pension Plan, HOOP, are exempt from solvency funding. Yet these plans have both taken steps to modify their benefits, particularly the level of guaranteed indexation, to control costs and volatility. If Canada Post were to become exempt from having to fund on a solvency basis, we would also encourage consideration of additional changes to address the remaining risks. Changes to investment policy. Canada Post plans to gradually reduce their allocation to riskier assets as the plan's position improves over time. This will make the plan less sensitive to changes in market interest rates, although it does not address the current deficit. Defined contribution. A defined contribution, or DC plan like the one offered by Canada Post, represents the lowest cost volatility possible for the portion of the plan covered by it. DC designs are increasingly common, particularly in the private sector. Recently, Unifor agreed to a DC plan for new hires at General Motors when it became clear that GM would not be able to afford the DB plan. While extending DC to more members would slow the growth of the DB component of the plan, the problem of funding the existing DB component would remain. Risk-shared plans. There are some middle ground options which aim to retain much of the predictable benefit stream of a traditional DB plan while significantly lowering cost volatility. Such plans share risk between the employer and members or across the members as a group, which is preferable to individual risk-bearing. One such plan design would reduce or eliminate guaranteed pension indexation, indexing pensions only when the plan's financial position permits, according to rules laid out in advance. Canada Post has been looking into designs like this. Another option is a target benefit plan, or TBP. In a TBP, employer contributions would be predictable, and clear rules would be set out in advance regarding the handling of surpluses and deficits, with some benefits at risk of reduction in bad times. The federal government tabled a bill earlier this month to permit the establishment of TBPs in the federal jurisdiction. We have discussed the TBP concept with Canada Post. While risk-shared plans can work well for the future, benefits already accrued remain in the traditional DB plan unless members and/or their unions consent to a conversion to the new plan. And one final option for consideration, joint governance. Some of the most successful large Canadian pension plans are governed on a joint basis, with representatives from employers and members making decisions together. Ontario Teachers and HOOP are examples of such plans. Under the right conditions, this can work very well. However, we believe that joint governance is best accomplished in conjunction with shared responsibility for the funding of any past service benefits. This concludes our prepared remarks. We thank you and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Cover, you have 10 minutes, I believe.
Thank you. Over. I'm also an actuary by profession, and I've been asked to speak to some of the key features of the Ontario Teachers Pension Plan that contribute to the sustainability of the arrangement. The Ontario Teachers Pension Plan, or OTPP Board, was established as an independent arm's-length organization in 1990. We are a jointly sponsored pension plan, or JSPP, designed and governed to ensure a balance of stakeholder interests. We have a robust governance structure with clearly articulated roles and responsibilities, consisting of an independent professional 11-member board and the plan sponsors, the Province of Ontario, more specifically the Minister of Education, and Ontario Teachers Federation, which represents the plan members. The board's responsibility includes management of the investments of the pension fund, setting key actuarial assumptions, including the valuation discount rate, and the administration of the pension benefits for our 385,000 active and former teachers. Plan sponsor responsibilities include determining benefit and contribution levels. That is, determining how Deficits are funded and surpluses are utilized. The JSPP structure ensures that both plan members via OTF representation and the province have a voice at the table in these critical decisions and are aware of the associated risks. We are a contributory defined benefit pension plan with full inflation protection provided on benefits earned prior to 2010 and conditional inflation protection, or CIP, for benefits earned after 2009. I'll speak more to how CIP works in a moment. Our teachers currently contribute 12% of their pay on average, which is matched by the province of Ontario. Our strategic destination is to have a fully funded plan with a contribution rate of 11% of pay on average, matched by the province, and 100% inflation protection on all benefits. As of the end of 2015, our market value of assets was $171 billion, and we recently filed the January 1, 2016 valuation report disclosing a surplus on a going concern basis of $4.5 billion. Note that our valuations must be balanced, i.e. we cannot file a valuation with a deficit. Going back historically to the early 2000s, the plan's funding position and demographic realities have a direct impact on how our assets are managed. We set asset mix policy by taking into account what the plan needs to deliver its pension obligations. Sustaining benefit levels for future teachers without contribution increases requires consistently meeting our return targets. In fact, today, for a new entrant to the plan, providing a pension fully indexed at an average contribution rate of 11%, again matched by the province, would require a real return of 4% per annum. The plan's demographic circumstances moderate our ability to take risks. The return target and the plan's ability to take risk, i.e. manage the impact from potential losses, must remain aligned to meet our sustainability objective. An important factor over the long term that impacts our return target is the expected lifespans of our members. This ultimately led to the adoption in 2008 of a custom OTPP mortality table and mortality improvement scales. These tables were most recently updated in 2014, including the adoption of a two-dimensional mortality improvement scale. In 2001, discussions began between OTPP and the plan sponsors related to reserving some gains in the fund to create a cushion to protect against a loss in difficult times and to keep contribution rates stable. Back in 2003, the sponsors adopted a funding management policy, or FMP, with the objective to provide a guidance framework for decision-making when there is a funding surplus or shortfall. A key component of the creation of the FMP was the concept of funding zones, each defined by a range. The funding zones provide a point of reference for whether action is required by the sponsors, and if so, guidance is provided on how to use any surplus funds or resolve any shortfall, specifically answering the question of when it is prudent to increase or decrease benefits, raise or lower contribution rates, or simply conserve assets for an uncertain time. While the FMP outlines preferred mechanisms associated with its various funding zones, it is ultimately the sponsor's responsibility to decide what actions to take. In March of 2015, a zone for temporary plan improvements was added to the FMP to allow for temporary contribution decreases, surplus distribution, and/or benefit improvements, so long as they do not increase the long-term costs of the plan. Use of surplus in this zone are paced, and a provision is included that temporary improvements cease if a significant market event occurs. Commencing roughly a decade ago, we began experiencing recurring deficits in preliminary funding valuations resulting from a combination of low returns, a low interest rate environment, and increasing longevity. It is necessary to take on risk from an investment perspective to achieve the returns necessary to ensure the sustainability of the plan, particularly in a low interest rate environment. Knowing that we will have losses from time to time, we needed to introduce a mechanism for addressing downturns, which would share losses with our plan members, including retirees. Our current ratio of active to retired members is 1.4 to 1, which is expected to continue to decrease and will likely be 1 to 1 at some point in the future. We have negative net cash outflows of $2.2 billion, receiving $3.3 billion in contributions in 2015, and paying $5.5 billion in pensions, which means that strong liquidity management is crucial. On average, Ontario teachers retire at age 59 after having worked and contributed to the pension plan for 26 years, and they receive benefits for 31 years on average. Additional benefits may be provided to a surviving spouse for a further period of time. We need to ensure that our asset mix and risk management takes the aging of the plan into consideration. As mentioned above, the board has responsibility for managing the pension fund, and as such, risk management and asset allocation is a constant focus for us. It was clear that contribution increases alone would not be sufficient to protect the plan against major investment losses, combined with the reality that with an 11% contribution rate, a 4% real return is necessary, a return that is difficult to achieve, particularly in today's environment. Therefore, in 2008, the concept of conditional inflation protection was introduced. CIP is not only a powerful lever for managing funding volatility, it also promotes intergenerational equity. Benefits earned after 2009 are conditionally indexed in accordance with the plan's ability to pay. There are 3 service breaks with different levels of protection as follows. All benefits earned before 2010 are still fully indexed to inflation. Benefits earned after 2009 but before 2014 are conditionally indexed with a minimum adjustment guarantee of 50% of consumer price index. And benefits earned after 2013 are conditionally indexed with no minimum guarantee. Consistent with the spirit of being a shared risk plan, any inflation payments foregone by plan members are matched by the government via additional contributions to the fund, up to the first 50% of inflation protection foregone. CIP is an extremely powerful funding lever, with the expectation that by 2025, fully invoked CIP would be powerful enough to absorb an asset loss of $62 billion. As mentioned by my colleague, OTPP is subject to going concern funding requirements and is exempt from solvency funding on a named plan basis under the Regulation to the Pension Benefits Act of Ontario. In 2010, Bill 120 was passed in response to recommendations by the Arthurs Commission to strengthen pension funding rules and to clarify rules for surpluses, contribution holidays, and other funding-related issues. The rationale for the exemption from solvency funding includes both the province and OTF have a role in selecting the board members that oversee the pension plan, thus promoting good governance. The JSPP governance model means that both plan sponsors are involved in and responsible for decisions related to benefit design. Funding on a going concern basis is appropriate for our plan, given the size, maturity, and robust governance structure. Because of this, we can use the aggregate cost method, which allows us to factor in the expected impact of future contributions and benefit accruals, whereas resolution of any solvency deficits could only be done via contribution increases, a mechanism at odds with those proposed by the funding management policy, and particularly the ability to share the risk with retirees through conditional inflation protection. Solvency-based tests are not a suitable measure for OTPB given our long-term perspective and our joint governance capacity to change future contribution and benefit levels to address funding shortfalls or surpluses. In the unlikely event of plan wind-up, given the size of the plan, it would be impossible to settle benefits via annuity purchases, given the limited market in Canada. Thus, there would need to be legislative intervention to allow the plan to continue in some capacity. And finally, we are not subject to nor a risk to the Pension Benefits Guarantee Fund of Ontario. So in closing, the plan's sustainability is defined as its ability to meet the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. The strong governance framework of the plan is key to ensuring its long-term sustainability.
Thank you very much, all of you, for your presentations. Colleagues, we'll have time for one complete round of questions, and we will start with Monsieur Drouin for 7 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank each witnesses for being here today. We certainly appreciate you taking the time. Just you guys, all of you touched a bit on the governance issue, and I know that the Ontario Expert Commission recommended at some point that jointly sponsored plans and joint governance be exempted from solvency payments, and the rationale at the time was provided said it's a superior governing structure that allows for better risk management, and I just want to hear you on that. Do you agree with that, or we have one example here, but do you agree with that statement, or?
Thank you. You're correct. Joint governance, the advantage of joint governance is that you can get a consensus from the various stakeholders on the proper balance between security and affordability. That's the reason for it. You have an example here of a group that was able to attain that consensus. Having said that, not all joint governance plans are able to achieve this consensus. Reaching a consensus between various stakeholders is a challenge if the number of stakeholders is high, if it includes, for example, non-unionized employees, different unions, and the pensioners. But if you can resolve that difficulty of achieving consensus, the plan sponsors or the regulator will get a feel of what is the proper trade-off between, again, affordability and security.
And from your experience, joint governance structures work when there's, if you look at the past 20, 30 years, the trend is when there's a low stakeholder environment, then joint governance structures tend to work more? As you say,
no,
if there's too many...
It works when the number of stakeholders are condemned to agree between themselves, either because they have a common interest or because the number of stakeholders is low. It doesn't work when the interests of the various stakeholders are not aligned or when the number of stakeholders is too high. There are very good examples of joint governance and very bad examples of joint governance.
Okay. Do you have an example of a bad joint governance model, or?
I won't.
That's fine.
They've made the name. I will mention amongst multi-employer groups, and I'll let you find example of multi-employer groups. There are horror stories within those groups.
Thank you.
Now, having said that, I do want to make the point. Those multi-employer groups are not GSPP.
Okay. The other issue that this committee's heard from one of the witnesses was ensuring, or one of the recommendation was ensuring independence from the sponsor. And do you agree with that, or because Canada Post right now, I don't believe has an independent structure right now, but do you tend to agree with that the investments board should be completely separate from the company?
I would say that's part of the joint governance. That can be one aspect of the joint governance that Michelle spoke about, and separating, say, the investment function or the benefit policy, et cetera, from the employer can work. What would that board, that body that oversees it, look like instead? Presumably some sort of joint body that involves retiree input or member input. So that can work. Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go back to the joint governance, do you see Canada Post being able to operate in a joint governance model, or are you willing to answer that? Or
I don't see why not. Okay. I think there's distance to go. To reconcile the members and the corporation to come to work together on something like that. But if the interests are aligned, then I think something like that could be workable. Yeah.
You both briefly touched on risk management, and in a low interest world that we now live in, what type of challenges does that present to funds such as the Canada Pension Plan? And if you can speak on your behalf, and maybe, as you would know, the trends in the market right now.
Yeah, so the investment trends, I'd say we see generally more and more plans moving into what we call liability-driven investing, where there's a greater portion of the plan fund allocated to fixed income securities, bonds, which behave in the marketplace. They rise and fall more in sync with the liabilities of the plan than, say, would stock investments, equity investments. So that's certainly a trend we've seen for the last couple of decades, and accelerating in recent years. The biggest problem with that sort of approach at the moment, implementing a de-risking approach like that, is with interest rates as low as they are, there is sometimes a fear from some plan sponsors that moving it all into bonds now, or a great deal into bonds now, if rates were to rise, the value of those assets are going to fall. And to the extent that there is upward pressure on bonds, that's a risk. Now, we hope interest rates will rise, but we've been hoping that for many years now, and we keep thinking, well, it can't get any lower, and yet it does. So it's very difficult to predict, of course.
Great. How much time? If you, Ms. Cover, if you, just on the Ontario pension plan, when did you move over to a joint governance model?
I actually am not sure when that happened, but I will look that up for you and let you know.
Okay.
I'll call in, but quite some time ago.
Okay.
So.
Okay, great.
And
Thanks.
there are several JSPPs within Ontario or named plans, including OMERS, HOOP, OPSU Pension Trust. So.
Great. Thank you.
S'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président. Bonjour à vous tous et merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being with us here today. I'd like to begin with Ms. Hemmings, if you will allow. First of all, I'd like to know from you whether the softening of Ms. Hemmings, are you hearing the interpretation?
Our clerk would be able to solve the translation
To change
difficulties.
to English. Let's try that.
Okay.
All right.
OK, merci, parfait.
Thank you. Ms. Hemmings, thank you for being with us here today. My first question is to ask you, with the temporary measures, like the softening of requirements for solvency funding, is what's happening with Canada Post. Has Canada Post previously had these measures in the past, or is it the first time that these measures have been adopted?
Which measures are you referring to? Just solvency relief generally?
Yeah, exactly.
Solvency relief, whether it's by the letters of credit, it's available to everybody. The first time they've taken a solvency reduction for 3 years, as was mentioned, and we gave them special funding relief, one-off. But the other solvency relief measures are open broadly to every federally regulated pension plan.
OK.
Does that answer your question?
En quelque sorte, oui, mais...
It does somewhat, but the 5-year relief program that you mentioned in your remarks, that is going to end in 2017, this relief for 5 years, is it the first time that Canada Post has had the benefit of this specific measure? Thank you. Beyond the study underway at the present time with regard to Canada Post in this committee, do you know if your minister, Mr. Morneau, and the Minister for Public Services, Supply and Services, have they had working meetings? Do they meet? Do the two departments, in parallel to our work here, have they begun any work together in order to resolve the issues that Canada Post is facing at this current time? That is to say, to go beyond and resolve these problems.
Mr. Renault is responsible for Canada Post, as is the Minister of PSPC is responsible for Canada Post business. We speak at the official level. We are in constant contact with them in terms of keeping everyone up to date in terms of what the status of the pension plan is, but that's the extent of our conversations.
OK. Et puis...
I also read in the before last paragraph of remarks, the last sentence, that the purpose of the relief was to provide Canada Post with the time to make itself financially sustainable. And in the last paragraph, you state that thanks to the recommendations of the committee, we hope that they're going to be okay, because this is something that the government's coming. So between now and the end of 2017, you are going to provide advice to the Minister of Finance on the pension plan going forward. Even if our report provides the recommendations of an exceptional kind with miracle solutions, having said this, in another year's time, that in 2017, that these solvency relief measures will have ended after 5 years, and it's going to be too early for our recommendations to allow implementation of new measures, that the Canada Post deficit is going to disappear. And so, do you know if the Minister of Finance is already looking today at putting off the solvency relief measures with regard to pension plans in the future?
Appropriate for me to speculate what the minister might be thinking at this time?
OK.
Obviously, he has concerns, but beyond that.
Alors, sans nécessairement spéculer.
So without necessarily speculating about the minister's thoughts, but you, as a professional in the civil servants, don't you think that we're going to have to put off the solvency relief ending?
Of options that are on the table, so many of which have been mentioned by the expert panel, and I can't really comment on which direction we're headed in. It's not appropriate.
C'est bien. Merci, Madame.
Thank you. Messrs. Skinner and Saint-Germain, you know, I've never been strong in maths, and I don't really understand the tables. I'm more an expert in political philosophy than this type of formula, but I'm trying to understand. So thank you, first of all, for your presentation. You talk about risk, the risks that might be incurred if the solvency requirement is erased. What would those risks be?
The key risks remains the size of the plan relative to that of the organization. So even if solvency were to disappear, the going concern obligation would still represent a very large percentage of the revenue of Canada Post, and that we expect that to continue to grow. So fluctuations in that financial position and the contribution requirements that could arise from that could be difficult for Canada Post to bear. I will say that, projections or estimates of Canada Post's future revenue prospects is outside of our area of expertise. I believe others have looked at that. But we know that there are pressures in that regard, and to the extent that revenues, if they're not rising, it would be more and more difficult to sustain the plan. As I mentioned in my remarks as well, the going concern funding that we have in place, in addition to solvency, is based on a set of assumptions, and they are only that, assumptions. In particular, the two of the largest ones would be the return on investment and how long people live, their life expectancy or longevity. If either of those do not pan out as we've assumed, we could end up in a deficit position, or we could end either temporarily or permanently if we alter the assumptions at some stage to reflect a growing understanding of reality or a change in the circumstances. Okay. So the risk that's taken, in fact, we are in the plan. It's invested in equities at the moment. Some portion of the plan is invested in the public equity market, which carries a good deal of risk because, as you know, stock markets are volatile. We do expect that that sort of investment will pay off in the long run, that it will provide higher returns, but it's not guaranteed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Weir, 7 minutes.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to start out by drawing a connection between the last panel, and I just want to confirm that Mercer is owned by the same parent company as Oliver Wyman. Okay, yeah, just wanted to kind of get that out on the record. Now, another question for Mercer. Does your analysis of the Canada Post pension plan take account of the recent agreement to expand the CPP?
It does not, no. There's no reflection of the CPP expansion in the Canada Post pension numbers.
Okay. That strikes me as a relatively important point, given that the formula for the defined benefit at Canada Post is structured around a certain assumed level of Canada Pension Plan.
Right. Okay, I'll address that. So the way that the plan is designed, there is a plan structure, a benefit formula that does recognize an expected level of CPP benefit. That is true. But it is not tied directly to CPP. So if someone takes their Canada Pension Plan earlier than the assumed retirement age of 65, or decides to defer and take it later, that doesn't affect the benefit that comes from the Canada Post plan. So there is I'd say a very approximate reflection of expected benefits from the CPP, but not direct. Now, with the increases that have been announced to the Canada Pension Plan, we are talking to our clients, including Canada Post, to encourage them to look at their benefit formula, and if it's not an automatic shift, which for Canada Post it's not, for most plans it isn't, do they want to rethink the benefit level? Because some members, at the especially at the lower end of the earnings ladder, will have significantly higher benefits under the CPP, and maybe then it would be appropriate to scale back the benefits under the registered plan, but not in all cases.
I take your point that there's not an automatic coordination between the Canada Post plan and the CPP, but I think we agree that the Canada Post plan was clearly structured the way it is based on an assumed level of CPP, and the CPP is now being expanded. That will relieve some of the pressure on the Canada Post plan if it's adjusted in response.
If it's adjusted, such an adjustment would need to be negotiated with the unions, though.
Okay, it would. It just strikes me that this is one potential solution to some of the pressures facing the plan. Now, Ms. Hemmings, Ms. Ratanzi often likes to tell this committee that she's an accountant. I didn't have enough personality to be an accountant, so I had to be an economist. And specifically, I was an economist with the Department of Finance. So I want to welcome you to this committee. And I do want to ask specifically about the possibility of a permanent exemption for the Canada Post pension from solvency requirements. You used Air Canada as an example, and it's a private company that could go bankrupt. It could have to pay out all its pension obligations at once. So solvency valuation might make sense for a private company like Air Canada, given that no one's proposing to privatize Canada Post and that it therefore can't go bankrupt. Shouldn't it just be exempt from solvency valuation?
Well, I mean, the intent of the solvency funding requirements is to protect the pension benefits that beneficiaries will receive, by ensuring that there are sufficient assets to meet the plan's full obligations to pay out a pension. All plans, Crowns and private sector, are subject to solvency funding. So if you eliminate solvency funding from one plan, you're going to end up with an unlevel playing field, and you're going to have, many other plans lining up for the same type of treatment. We have 19 Crowns, and then, as I said, roughly 280 DBs in the private sector.
Okay, but if for Canada Post and other federal crown corporations for that matter, there's no real prospect of going bankrupt, having to pay out all the pension obligations at once, why should they be subject to solvency valuation?
Again, it's to protect people's pensions in the event that the plan is terminated.
Okay, but if we're confident the plan isn't going to be terminated, then we wouldn't think that's an important benchmark.
Yeah, well, it isn't. There are many. It's one of the options that was put forward in the report.
Okay.
We have, as a basic tenet of the PBSA, solvency funding is there to protect people's pensions. It's true, provinces some have backed off from having their Crowns fund on a solvency basis. Quebec has eliminated altogether, right across the board. I'm not sure that's such a great thing. And other provinces are doing reviews of their solvency funding regimes to see what might replace it. And we're always open to considering new proposals to help federal plans address their funding challenges.
Okay. It just seems to me there's a pretty fundamental distinction between a crown corporation and a private company like Air Canada. But since you do mention the Ontario situation, I do want to go to Ms. Culver and just ask the same question to you, given that Canada Post has a very large pension plan, given that it's in the public sector, would it not be reasonable to exempt it from solvency valuation in the same way that your pension has been exempted?
I think I need to steer clear of opining on what Canada Post can do, but I can reiterate that what is very important about our solvency exemption is that JSPP structure. So the fact that the employees are at the table and make decisions about contribution and benefit levels, and they understand that if our plan were ever to wind up and we were underfunded, they would take a reduction in benefits. So they're part of that decision making, and that's the important part of our structure.
Yeah, well, I mean, joint trusteeship is certainly something the postal workers have proposed. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Oh, pensions. Unlike Mr. Clark, I love math, so really happy and excited about this discussion. I think it's the elephant in the room that's sort of dogged us around the trail of our discussions, that the largest risk to Canada Post seems to be its ongoing pension liabilities and the changing pension landscape that everyone has to deal with. And as I try to juxtapose Canada Post and the level playing field and other government employees, I'm faced with a similar question Mr. Ware has. If the public sector pension plans and the public service pension plan for Canada aren't managed on a solvency basis, why should Canada Post, and maybe this is a question for you, Ms. Hemmings, is there something particular about the going concern assumptions that don't apply to Canada Post because of its precarious financial position, or could it simply be wound up into the public service pension plan as recommended by, or as observed by the task force?
You mentioned something about going concern assumptions. Is that what's attributing to the Canada Post issue?
I'm just wondering whether that is a reason. Are going concern assumptions not applicable to?
Well, they're in a surplus on a going concern basis right now.
Okay, but just their overall business and their overall cost structure, is that a reason to give us concern about allowing them to manage their pension plan on a going concern basis?
Well, I think it's obviously mail volumes are declining, and I think you need to build a healthy business in order to support your obligations to the pension plan. So I think the business model that Canada Post develops going forward is very important and critical to the health of the pension plan over the long term.
Is there any particular concern that you would have about simply winding the Canada Pension Plan up, and this is the third part of my question, into the public service pension plan as recommended by the task force? It was one of their high effectiveness and medium ease of implementation solutions to this problem.
I really don't think it's appropriate for me to comment on that as an option in advance of the minister making any decisions as to how he wants to approach the pension plan issue.
Okay. In terms of, can you comment on its effectiveness? The task force says that would be an effective way to transition, an appropriate way to transition the pension plan from its current status into one which allows it to be treated as a going concern and paid out accordingly.
Again, I would have no comment on that.
Okay. Mr. Skinner, do you think that it would be effective if we wound the pension plan up into the public service pension plan as a means to avoid this problem in the future, at least for existing pensioners and existing benefits?
That's an important clarification, because it's not immediately clear to me in the report what the intention was in terms of, there's a few different variations on that approach of I'd say repatriating the Canada Post plan back into the public service plan. So one option might be just to bring the assets and liabilities corresponding to retirees, or maybe retirees plus the accrued service of existing actives, or would they be then would everyone participate in the public service plan going forward as well? It's not clear what's meant there. So I'd say that the answer would depend somewhat on what's left behind at Canada
Sure.
Post.
So those three examples, do you think it would work just existing pensioners?
I think it would be a help.
in terms of affordability, certainly.
Do you think it would be helpful, and do you think it would work in respect of existing benefits for workers still in the service who haven't retired?
I think financially it's probably of greater effect. I think it's administratively, logistically probably more cumbersome.
Okay.
That's going to be difficult to split their membership between. We'd have to do a lot more analysis of that option.
Okay, and then in terms of new workers, new benefits going forward, why not simply, why put Canada Post workers on a different playing field than other Government of Canada workers?
That's it's not a question for me. I think it's a policy question.
Okay, fair enough. I have another line of questioning.
You've got about 2.5 minutes.
Okay, when I'm looking at the historical solvency discount rate for Canada Post, and I was trying to find similar numbers for the Public Service Pension Plan and other government pension plans, how does this 1.25% compare to, as a discount rate, to the other government plans? And maybe Ms. Hemmings can mention the plans that the Finance Department oversees. What discount rate are you operating on, and how does a 1.25% discount rate for Canada Post compare?
Well, the Public Service Pension Plan, if I can jump in, doesn't report on solvency, so there's no direct comparator rate under the Public Service Plan.
Okay. When you talk about the inflation rate that you're using, one of the other suggestions given by the task force was that we would mark inflation to market rather than use some target inflation level, which is higher. Which number is being used here in the chart that you provided for us today, and what would be the net result of using a mark-to-market inflation rate instead?
Yeah, the solvency inflation assumption that we're using in our calculations is 2% per year. So that is a bit higher than I think it's about 1.5% as an approximate basis, I think is how they put it in the task force report. I don't have the numbers in front of me, but I remember I did a rough calc of the number that was in the task force report, and that seemed about appropriate. It seems about right. Having said that, I'm not myself very comfortable in reducing the inflation assumption as low as what the task force report would say. I think so-called marking to market is probably more complex than it sounds, and we're really looking at a long-term assumption about inflation. The number of 1.5% is based on a particular read of some bond yields, and I think there are a number of items that can distort that reading.
How is the Canada Post Pension Plan doing in terms of returns? How did it do last year?
It did well last year. I don't recall. I'd have to look it up, and I know you're very tight for time, but they exceeded their assumption for investment returns, so there were gains.
Sorry, what was the assumption then for investment returns for this year?
For going concern, we were looking for 5.8%.
And you exceeded that?
And we exceeded that, yeah.
And Ms. Hemmings, how did the Public Service Pension Plan do last year?
I'm sorry, I'm not able to respond to that. I only look after the federally regulated pension plans, and the Public Service Pension Plan is not part of our portfolio.
Okay, so in terms of the federally regulated, how did Canada Post do vis-a-vis its competitors?
In terms of returns?
Yes.
Well, I think amongst the Crowns it was pretty on par.
Okay.
If you want more detailed information to compare how it performed vis-a-vis other Crown corporations federally, we can provide the committee with that information.
That would be helpful. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. McCauley for 5, please.
Thanks for joining us today. It's very good information. Ms. Hemmings, you mentioned Ms. Hemmings?
Oh, sorry.
Sorry. You don't want, if you don't want to answer, just say no comment.
It's the earpiece, actually.
You said it's 19 Crown corporations that you can. How many of them compete, or portion compete directly with the public or with the private sector, like Canada Post does with some of their?
Well, Business Development Bank, Economic Development Corporation.
Have anyone?
CPPIB is competing in some respects. CBC is. There are several.
Okay. Have any of them ever received the exemption, like a permanent exemption in your?
Well, no one has ever received a permanent exemption. However, some of the Crown corporations have opted to take a solvency reduction on occasion. So they, just as Canada Post did from 2011 to 2013, there are some other Crowns that have opted to do the same thing.
Okay. Mr. Skinner, I've asked a question before, and if Canada Post was exempted, so to speak, from the solvency, how much of a competitive advantage would it give them over the FedExes and UPSs of the world? Would it be just marginal, insignificant, or would it be actual?
Yeah, it's difficult for me to say. I don't have any detailed information on what those competitors' benefit plans are like and what kind of cost structure they have, so it's difficult to be precise about that. I do know that to the extent that they have DB pension plans, that they would be required to fund them under a solvency basis, and if they may not have DB pension plans, though. So I'm not sure what their compensation structure is like and how that might compare to what Canada Post is offering.
You mentioned about the some of the Canada Post people have gone over to a defined contribution. We've heard a very large cohort of the Canada Post employees are going to be retiring in the next 5 years, something I think was like 35–45%. Sake of argument, and just for argument, if anyone, they retire, new cohort is brought on a defined contribution, would that have any effect on the pension issue? Would it be significant or?
So we've got, I'd say most employee groups who are hired new at Canada Post would enter the defined contribution, the DC component, but a major exception to that is the CUPW, the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, and they make up about 3/4 of the active membership. So for the most part, replacement of people who retire will likely still be going into the defined benefit component. Now, to the extent that we shift from DB to DC, though, it does, it slows the growth of the defined benefit component. We're not adding more cars to the back of the train.
Yeah. You mentioned Ernst & Young mentioned as well that the liability for the pension is very large compared to the revenues. Is anyone else kind of in your knowledge in a similar position where we've got this, huge outstanding pension liability, but because our revenues have been,
pretty flat.
Been flat, but.
Yeah. Close, yeah.
What's happened that ours has grown so much?
Yeah, so figures 3 and 4 kind of show a couple different measures of size versus revenue, and you can see we've tried to compare it to a selection from the TSX Composite, which are private sector, of course. So private and public, there's an issue there, but Canada Post competes in the private sector, so compared to comparable firms, they're quite a bit higher.
Okay. You mentioned expected return assumptions, life expectancy assumptions. Are they in line with other similar pensions?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what's the biggest risk you see? Like you say you've got a lot in equities right now. What would happen if we get a market shock of a 10% or 20%? That seems to happen to my stocks all the time.
Well, with solvency funding still in place, if we were to see another, say, 2008 crash, where I think the plan made something like negative 19%, as did most pension plans were like that.
Or even a 0 or 5% drop.
Then we're looking at very large contribution requirements rolling in over the next few years. Because of the averaging mechanism in the solvency funding, that does moderate the volatility somewhat, but it wouldn't take long before that rolls in. And even on the going concern, a shock of that size would be felt.
Okay. Thank you.
Madame Ratanzi.
Thank you all for being here. Okay. Here we go. I just want to double check. Ms. Hemmings, who is managing the Canada Post pension plan at the moment?
The plan administrator is.
Oh, who is the administrator?
Canada Post.
Canada
has
Post.
A team that manages.
Fair enough.
With the money held in trust.
Do they receive a level of compensation for managing the plan?
Well, that's a question I would put to Canada Post.
Fair enough. Not a problem. See, when we're looking at the history of Canada Post and its insolvency issue, it's solvent at the moment, but we're looking if it were ever to go insolvent. And if CP itself is managing it, does Canada Post have the management capacity like Mercer does or the Ontario Teachers Pension Fund does to manage pension plans? Does it have the core competencies to do it? Anybody can give me that answer.
From
a competition, I need to know.
Well, I just want to say there's a huge market of providers to help all sorts of clients. So if they do not have the expertise internally, they can buy it from outside providers.
So if they can buy it from outside, why is it facing such a problem? i.e., we know that from a solvency perspective, from an insolvency perspective, if we are projecting, because it's part of its charter, that they have to think of insolvency, do you think it is facing a problem? Because we are discussing it here, so it has a problem. The pension liability is a problem.
The problem that Canada Post is facing is frankly no different than what most defined benefit plans, not cost share plan or joint governance plan, are facing. There is a problem with the level of interest rate. Under low interest rate as they are now, frankly, not sure defined benefit plans are sustainable.
So
and if I can make a recommendation, one thing you could do is get that interest rate higher. Well, you're the chair.
We agree that in a market where there is so much volatility, how have you guys managed your constituents' pension plans so that they are not risk averse, but are able to mitigate risk, market risk? Maybe, Ms. Covert, you can tell us?
Well, we've been doing quite a lot in terms of looking at our asset mix as an example and moving over into more liability-driven investments. But really, conditional inflation protection has been our strongest funding lever. So a few valuations ago, we had our conditional inflation protection drop to 60% of inflation protection, and that has a very, very strong impact. So that's really the core of our success story of managing the markets over the last few years.
Mr. Skinner?
Ms. Cover, that the one important lever that can help to address risk is the ability to vary benefits when needed. And inflation seems to be the one that is the most often targeted for that, but it's quite effective.
A quick question. You know, when the Canada Pension Plan was underfunded and it was in its doldrums, the then Finance Minister decided to create, Paul Martin, the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board. Would that be an option for Canada Post or a step to go that way? Maybe Ms. Hemmings, you may have some ideas?
Well, CPPIB was created for very different reasons. I mean, the governance structure is entirely different, where you have provincial stewards. I'm not sure how you would transplant that model onto Canada Post. I think that, if you want to involve all the parties with representation from the unions and the employees and the employer, the proposed target benefit plan, which allows the benefits and contributions to be adjusted up or down as the plan performs, is probably a better model than the CPPIB model.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Mr. Macaulay?
Parfait. Oui, ma question.
Thank you. My question will be addressed to Ms. Hemmings. Can you confirm the conclusions of the task force with regard to the general deficit for Canada Post? Or that's not at all something that is your responsibility? But I'd like to hear what your opinion about that matter.
The actual deficit, which is now at 8.1 billion.
Oui, j'aurais dû être plus précis, pardon, oui.
Pardon me, I should have been much more specific. The overall deficit of Canada Post.
Deficit?
Ah, pardon, moi je parle du rapport.
Sorry, I'm talking about the task force report, the first stage in the study of Canada Post. I just want to know that, generally speaking, the Department of Finance agrees with the statements regarding the deficit.
The deficit, we would not examine whether I think any questions about the deficit and whether we feel it's accurate are better put to Mercer, the external actuary.
There's a couple kinds of deficit in there in the report. One is the solvency deficit for the pension plan specifically, and that comes from our evaluation report. So we certainly agree with the task force on that, and that's a matter of record in the past, and it's been reviewed by the regulator as well. But they also speak of an operating deficit in terms of revenue versus expenses and projected into the future. And if that's the type of revenue or the type of deficit that you're asking about, it's a very different type, and it's outside of my area of expertise.
Okay.
We can't speak to that.
Justement, j'ai une autre question pour vous, messieurs.
I have another question for you, Messrs. Skinner and Saint-Germain. The Post Canada Union have said that the problem of solvability, in their opinion, for their pension plan was not necessarily that it was in a deficit position. And are they playing around with politics or are they looking at other actuarial reports? So is this statement based on certain facts when they say that their pension plan is not in a deficit situation?
Situation on a solvency basis. It is currently in a surplus on a going concern basis. So that may be the statement you're referring to. The argument that they're putting forth, I believe, if I don't want to speak for them, but is that the solvency basis is not appropriate and therefore not important. I think that's a legitimate discussion to have, and we're having it today. But that's the source of that discrepancy.
Okay, thank you very much. Kelly.
Mr. Skinner, you discussed about shared risk pensions, and from what I read, it seems mostly about indexing of the pensions, taking the shared risk on indexing. Is that mostly correct?
That's probably the most common thing that we see, although there's other things that can be done.
Yeah, who else, large pensions out there, would be doing this right now? I know the teachers, you sound like you have a tiny bit of it, but not a pure shared risk.
Yes, so teachers does, the hospital, HOOP, Hospital of Ontario Pension Plan does have
Do you know
a
any
shared
private
risk on
sector unions,
indexation.
or is it more public sector?
I'm sorry?
Do you know if there's any private sector doing that, or mostly public? CN does?
Has some conditional indexing as well.
Is that a stronger way forward than looking at other changes to the pension, do you think?
I think it's a very effective way to address risks so that it gets spread out more over time, and that it will affect the provision of benefits to some degree. That's the point.
It protects the base pension. It's just the indexing.
Right.
Okay. Ms. Cover, do you share the same opinion that this is perhaps a strong alternative?
Extremely strong, and it gets more powerful every single year from the line in the sand that you choose. So in our case, it was 1/1/2010. We're only 6 years later, and we're already seeing a very large impact in terms of the ability to reduce deficits by lowering inflation protection.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try to, it's very worrisome, the testimony that we've been hearing, and certainly what we know. And in fact, if we were not talking about Canada Post as a going concern business, we would be also very concerned about the pension itself. Can we kind of wrap this up a little bit? Can the panel tell us what are the elements of a well-run pension plan? What would be the elements that we would need to have in place to see this as a going concern going forward, to see this as a viable pension plan going forward? And I'll start with Mr. Skinner. Yes.
I would say some of the things that we've talked about would be very helpful. One thing that, if I can put it this way, that's difficult for a traditional plan like the one that's in place today is the lack of flexibility around benefits. All the benefits, they're generous in the marketplace. They're essentially exactly like what's in the public service pension plan, and fully guaranteed. So that level of guarantee and that level of benefit is expensive to provide. If there is a safety valve, if I can put it that way, when times are bad, to scale back on those benefits even temporarily until things recover and then you can restore them, that kind of flexibility has a huge impact on the risk sharing and on the sustainability. That combined with sound investment practices, and I think joint governance does help because it can remove some of the what can be an adversarial approach to pension and get all the parties kind of pulling the same direction.
Okay, and Monsieur Saint-Germain or Madame Colbert?
No, I agree with my colleague.
Very good. Yeah.
Good to know.
Yeah. Ms. Hemmings or Ms. Pesak? Especially in the realm of Crown Corporation.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult for me to speak to what I think would be the key things that would make a pension plan a success without sort of giving away, some of the considerations that we would take into account in developing options. So I think it's not appropriate for me to get into too much detail on that.
Okay, I understand. If what would be the way forward if we were to look at something like because it strikes me as it's the tail wagging the dog here. If we were to decouple separate the pension plan entirely from the plan administrator at this point, the current sponsor, what would that look like? What would that involve? Are we talking insurmountable hurdles, or can we anticipate because these are very turbulent times, to use one of those old cliches, but it is true in the pension world that things are not as they were, and in fact they never really were for that long. If all of us are old enough here to remember very different times as well. Is that possible? Can you see management unions getting together and making this work?
The labor management issue here, but I will say two things on whether or not joint governance can be the solution for Canada Post. First is alignment of interest. The various stakeholders need to have interest that it is possible to align. And the second one, there has to be cost sharing between the stakeholders, and I'm willing to say between all stakeholders, including retirees. Now, these two issues are major challenge. I do not want you to think that they're easy to achieve.
Okay, thank you. Do I have time?
Brief window.
Yeah, just briefly, if someone would like to comment on this that came up fairly recently about Canada Post retirees actually taking the commuted value of their pension and going outside to buy annuities. Mr. Skid, this is just something, it looks like it's a fairly recent decision from the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions that is allowing Canada Post retirees to actually remove their commuted value.
I'd have to see the comment to put it in context, but I believe that it's not possible under the current rules for a retiree to commute his future benefit into a lump sum. It is possible when somebody terminates employment under some in certain age ranges that they could take a lump sum.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. I thought it was very interesting when government members asked about the solvency valuation of the federal public service pension plan, and of course the answer is there isn't one because it just wouldn't make sense to assume that the federal government would have to wind up its pension plan and pay out all the benefits at once. So I guess my question would be, why is Canada Post different than that? I mean, why are we treating Canada Post like it's a private company rather than like it's part of the federal public service?
I wasn't around back when 2000, there was a review, I believe, in the late 1990s, and I may be getting my facts mixed up, but I understand there was a review in the late 1990s. where the government of the day was looking for cost savings, and they looked at various Crown pension plans that were under the PSPP, did a review, made the decision to move it out from under the PSPP into the PBSA. There may have been some rationale as well, some consideration given to the fact that mail services were not part of core government, and so therefore it should be spun off. But
no, during the 1990s, the period you referenced, the federal government was also privatizing a number of Crown corporations, and certainly, you know, if the government was in that mode, it would need to get their pensions on a solvency valuation, which would appropriately be required in the private sector. Given that no one's actually proposing to privatize Canada Post, I wonder whether it might make sense to treat it more like the rest of the federal public service. And I'd welcome views from Mercer on this as well. I asked similar questions to the other witnesses in the last round, but certainly if folks from Mercer have any views, I'd welcome them.
I would say it's an issue of policy about how much of a distinction that you want to make in the rules between public sector and private sector pension plans. Ms. Hemmings made the point earlier about level playing field. So it could be that to the extent, especially if a Crown corporation is competing in the private sector, that there could be an argument that it's an unfair competition.
Yeah, I don't think the private courier companies have defined benefit pensions, so that's a fairly hypothetical argument, but I take the point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Time.
Thanks.
I want to thank all of our witnesses for being here. One quick question to Ms. Cover. I'm curious, with the joint governance structure that you have your pension plan, I know the Ontario Pension Plan has made many investments over the years. The one I'm most familiar with recently, in the last 2 or 3 years, you purchased the Assiniboia Farm Credit Corporation. Would those investment decisions be made in a joint governance structure as well?
So yes, our board actually has oversight. Because of the structure, our board is tasked with the investments, so the plan sponsors do not have direct influence over the investments that we choose to make.
To all of you, thank you once again. Your testimony has been very well received, very helpful to us. Some of our committee members may have additional questions they want you to pose to you, and I hope you would invite them to do that directly. Conversely, if you have any additional information you think would benefit us, please go right through our clerk. We will suspend for just a couple of minutes while we wait for our next witnesses to come to the table. Colleagues and witnesses, I think we'll commence once again. Thank you to our witnesses for being here. Once again, I'll make an assumption that you understand the process. After your opening statements, we'll follow that with a line of questions from all of our committee members. Mr. Irwin, I have you first up for your presentation, but I don't think I know, sir, is it a 5 or 10 minute opening statement?
5 minutes.
5 minutes?
Yes,
Please
sir.
proceed, sir, when you're ready.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair and committee members. My name is Tony Irwin, and I'm president of the Canadian Consumer Finance Association, formerly known as the Canadian Payday Loan Association. We appreciate the opportunity to speak to the House of Commons Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates regarding the discussion paper Canada Post in a Digital Age. Our association represents financial service businesses that provide payday loans to Canadians, as well as a range of other financial products, including installment loans, check cashing, wire transfer services, bill payment services, and currency exchange. The CCFA has 18 member companies that hold lender licenses for approximately 960 stores and online lending platforms. This represents 69% of the payday loan industry across Canada. A payday loan is typically a loan of an amount of $400 to $500 that is repayable on the borrower's next payday. The legal definition of a payday loan is a loan not to exceed $1,500 for a term of not more than 62 days. In 2008, the federal government transferred jurisdiction to the provinces to regulate this product. The provinces of British Columbia, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario, Nova Scotia, and Prince Edward Island have now licensed the product, and the province of New Brunswick is currently finalizing its regulations. To operate in these provinces, a payday lender must apply for and obtain a lending license, which requires paying annual licensing fees and often filing transaction data or financial statements on an annual basis. Each province sets out maximum fees that can be charged for loans, and all aspects of the operation of the business are strictly regulated, including disclosure of information, standard contract terms, right to rescind by borrowers, limits on default fees, advertising, sale of ancillary products, and collection practices, among other things. There are many misconceptions and misinformation about the industry. Some opponents have labeled our industry as predatory, but in fact, the industry grew in response to consumer demand. Many Canadians have a need for a small loan for a short period that they can obtain quickly, and for those who do not have good credit or an established banking relationship, the need was not being served by banks or credit unions. A survey of payday loan borrowers that was just published by the Financial Consumer Agency of Canada on October 25, 2016, found that 45% of respondents typically used payday loans for unexpected necessary expenses, and 41% typically used payday loans for expected necessary expenses. Borrowers will tell you our members provide a needed and valuable service, and provincial governments understood this when they chose to regulate the industry in a manner that protects consumers but allows for a viable industry. There's a perception that payday lending is a rapidly growing industry and lenders are making excessive profits. This is not correct. At a time the regulation came into effect in most provinces, around 2009, there were approximately 1,452 payday loan outlets across the country. Today, there are approximately 1,426 licensed online or store outlets. The return on investment of payday lenders is far lower than that of the banks. If, in fact, the industry were highly profitable, the industry would have grown in the last 5 years rather than contracted. As the Canada Post discussion paper states, despite the high rates, the payday loan industry has low margins. The cost of credit is expensive because it's costly to provide. Costs are high not just because of higher default rates, as the consultation document notes, but also high cost of operation. Unlike banks and credit unions, payday lenders do not hold deposits or offer large secured loans to help cover the cost of operations. In addition, our industry serves a large sector of borrowers with thin credit files, and lenders have to employ complex and expensive technology and systems to manage their product offerings, risk assessment, and regulatory compliance. Many payday lenders offer the service of check cashing, which is referred to in the discussion paper. Check cashing is a competitive business, and a typical fee for cashing a check is 2.9% of the face amount, plus an item fee of $3 on average. So on a $300 check, that would equate to $11.70. While the government indemnifies banks, credit unions, and trust companies for loss due to fraud resulting from cashing checks up to $1,500, no such indemnity is provided to financial service businesses. They must bear the risk. It is important to note that over the past decade, the use of checks has dropped dramatically, and this trend is continuing as more and more businesses are making payments electronically. As a result, check cashing is becoming an ancillary and increasingly more marginal business. The Canada Post discussion paper notes increasingly payday loan type businesses are moving online. This is very true. 5 years ago, getting an online loan was not common. Today, there are any number of apps you can download on your phone to provide you with a loan. A survey of our members, who are primarily bricks and mortar operators, found that the amount lent by their online divisions from 2010 to 2014 increased over 520%. In the past, there was typically a delay of up to 24 hours between the time a customer applies online for a loan from a lender and the time funds are deposited into the borrower's bank account. With recent updates in technology, lenders can now deposit funds into a borrower's bank account instantly. Removal of this time delay will result in greater and more rapid growth of the online business in Canada. A recent study commissioned by the Consumers' Council of Canada noted that in the United Kingdom, more than 80% of transactions are done online. In the U.S. and Australia, online lending comprises 1/3 of all payday loan transactions. We expect this will be the Canadian experience as well. In the future, as most customers are reached electronically, the need for physical premises to transact and advance a loan are less important. Access to credit for all Canadians is important. The Canadian Consumer Finance Association believes that the more options consumers have to meet their credit needs, the better. However, anyone considering entering the marketplace should be aware that this is a highly regulated and competitive market. Margins are small, and even at the maximum fees permitted in each province, only the most efficient operators will succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Hanna, do you have a 5 or 10-minute presentation? 5 minutes. Thank you, sir. You're on.
Thank you for inviting me to be here with you this afternoon to contribute to your review of Canada Post. My name is Darren Hanna, and I'm the Vice President of Finance, Risk, and Prudential Policy at the Canadian Bankers Association. The CBA represents 59 domestic banks, foreign bank subsidiaries, and foreign bank branches operating in Canada. As the committee is likely aware, the CBA was an active participant in the first phase of the review process led by the Canada Post Review Task Force. The banking industry's interest in the review is limited and relates specifically to the proposals that Canada Post engage in the business of banking across the country. Our concern is that such proposals are not guided by a clear public policy need and overlook that Canada benefits from a highly competitive and accessible financial services sector and that banking is one of the most heavily regulated and supervised sectors across the country. Canada has a highly competitive financial services sector. There are currently 80 banks operating in Canada, with more than 40 offering financial products and services to Canadian consumers. Canada has more large banks actively competing against each other for customers than practically any country in Europe, including the UK, that has almost double the population of Canada. There are also non-bank providers of financial services that actively compete with the banking industry, including over 1,000 credit unions in Caisse Populaire. With so many financial services providers available to consumers, Canadians are actively taking advantage of the choices available and shop around for the options that are best suited to their needs. Nearly 60% of Canadians have switched accounts to reduce their service fees, and 32% have switched banks entirely. Additionally, 65% of Canadians deal with more than one financial institution, and of those, 34% deal with 3 or more. With so many bank and non-bank providers of financial products and services actively competing across the country, consumers continue to be well served by Canada's competitive financial marketplace. Some proponents of postal banking have asserted that banking services have become inaccessible in Canada. Contrary to these claims, banking is more accessible than ever. In fact, according to the World Bank, 99% of Canadian adults have an account with a financial institution. And Canadians can now bank virtually anytime from anywhere using a number of different options that reflect the growing expectations of Canadians for greater ease and convenience when banking. Online is emerging as the preferred means of banking for the majority of Canadians in all age groups. Banking has continually evolved, and customers value innovation and convenience as they access their banking outside of traditional business hours. Now, 55% of Canadians use online as their preferred means of banking, up from only 8% in 2000. Additionally, 48% of Canadians use online as their primary method of bill payment. Further, the number of transactions taking place online keeps growing, with nearly 615 million internet banking transactions being completed in 2015. With more and more Canadians carrying mobile devices, banks offer mobile banking services and apps that allow customers to carry out a variety of day-to-day transactions through their mobile devices. Over a few short years, the number of Canadians who use these applications has grown dramatically, with 31% of Canadians using mobile banking last year, up from 5% in 2010. Branches remain an integral part of banking in Canada. While only 13% of Canadians visit branches for their daily banking, banks have maintained their extensive branch network for those clients who choose to access financial services and advice they need in person when making important life decisions like purchasing a home, making investments, or planning for retirement. To argue that postal banking is needed so that Canadians can have access to banking services does not reflect the continuing innovations and growing convenience of banking across the country. A healthy financial sector is a key component to a well-functioning economy. Canada's banking system is widely recognized as being one of the strongest and soundest in the world. This strength was clearly demonstrated through the global financial crisis as the Canadian banking sector continued to perform and did not require government-funded bailouts, which stands in sharp contrast to the challenges faced in other countries. Canada's prudent banks, combined with effective regulation and supervision, form a model of stability in the global financial system. Given the strength of Canada's financial system and its critical importance to the health and stability of the broader national economy, proposals for Canada Post to become involved in retail financial services should not be taken lightly. The cost of regulatory compliance is high, and it's critically important for all financial services providers to have appropriate expertise, processes, systems, and robust risk management practices in place to protect Canada's financial system. Because Canada Post is a Crown corporation, taxpayers ultimately bear the risk of its operations. Canadians benefit from more choice, convenience, and access in banking services than ever before. Canadians are well served by Canada's competitive, prudentially regulated, and effectively managed banking system. We agree with the task force members who concluded that Canada already benefits from a well-established market for financial services. We believe there is no public policy objective or existing gap in the marketplace that would necessitate the Government of Canada entering into the business of retail banking through Canada Post. Thank you again for the opportunity to present our views, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Hannan. Mr. Martin, you have a 5-minute opening statement?
Probably closer to 10.
All right. Proceed, please.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Rob Martin. I'm a Senior Policy Advisor at the Canadian Credit Union Association. Looking around the table, I think that some of you know who we are. Canadian Credit Union Association is the national trade association for credit unions outside of Quebec. So Desjardins is our cooperative partners, but they're within Quebec mostly. CCUA represents 293 credit unions, including the first federal credit union, which is called the Uni Financial Cooperation, which came out of New Brunswick. Credit unions are banking institutions owned by their members and their customers. This means we're 100% Canadian-owned competitors to the big banks. Currently, 5.6 million Canadians trust the local credit union for their day-to-day banking needs. Collectively, we employ more than 27,000 people and manage over $196 billion in assets. And this makes us bigger collectively than National Bank. In terms of market share, credit unions have about 6.3% of the assets held by deposit-taking institutions in Canada, but we have large market shares in two key segments, small business and agriculture, with 11.5% of the market and 10.4% of the market, respectively. As cooperatives, credit unions are different. We are not motivated by profit maximization, but rather focus on the benefit of their members and their community. This translates into preferential rates, patronage dividends for credit union members, as well as keeping branches and service outlets in underserved areas. In fact, credit unions are the only banking service provider in 380 communities across Canada. In other instances, we see credit unions like Vancity providing alternatives to payday loans, such as Vancity's Fast and Fair Loan or First Calgary's Cash Crunch Loan, to help individuals get out of a payday loan debt. Service Credit Union in Northern Alberta is working on a similar offering, as is the Ontario system. While credit unions are users of the mail and parcel services offered by Canada Post, the reason we are presenting today is to address the debate concerning Canada Post's potential entry into the financial services industry. We know that QP is promoting the entry of Canada Post into banking as a means to increase revenues, offset losses, and to maintain jobs. Other advocates emphasize delivering financial services to underbanked, rural, remote regions and Indigenous communities. Of course, given our history and our orientation, concerns about the financially excluded have considerable resonance with credit unions, and we are always open to dialogue with the government on these issues. That being said, CCUA is not supportive of establishing a standalone postal bank in Canada. Our reasoning behind this is this position aligns well with the report of the Task Force for the Canada Post Review. Specifically, we believe that, number one, the business case for such an enterprise is weak, and number two, the entry of Canada Post into the banking field could result in negative unintended consequences in the market. Regarding our first point, given the rapidly evolving financial services sector, we are certain a postal bank would face a challenging time establishing itself in a crowded and well-served market. On the supply side, the market is served by nearly 80 chartered banks, ATB in Alberta, Desjardins, 293 credit unions across Canada, and these institutions offer remote check capture, eliminating the need to access an ATM or branch, and most allow customers or members to conduct all their transactions, everything from applying for a loan or transferring funds from the convenience of their home. Not surprisingly then, credit unions are seeing a steady decline in their traffic in their branches. On top of this, Canadians also have offerings from the Business Development Bank of Canada, Farm Credit Canada, and Export Development Canada. On the demand side, as my colleague here mentioned, the World Bank research suggests that unmet demand for financial services is limited. The World Bank research indicates that 99% of adult Canadians aged 15 or over have some form of bank account. Other research indicates that only 3% of all Canadians, and this is research out of the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, only 3% of all Canadian adults have no bank account at all. Admittedly, this number rises to 8% for low-income Canadians. This is a fact that merits attention from policymakers. CCUA is open to a dialogue with government on how these issues might be addressed. We do not, however, believe that this situation justifies the establishment of a standalone postal bank in Canada. Now to our second point. A concerted push to establish a postal bank in Canada could produce unintended consequences and crowding out effects in the financial services market. Banks and credit unions could find themselves in competition with a postal bank that benefits from difficult-to-match state-granted privileges and advantages. Some of these advantages include, one, a lower cost of funds. C.D. Howe Institute research has noted that Crown financial institutions enjoy a comparatively low cost of capital because they can issue debt that is backed by the federal government or borrow directly from the government itself at preferential rates. The Institute estimated that Crown borrowing costs are 30 to 50 basis points lower than those available to private sector competitors like credit unions. This can rise to 300 basis points in times of stress. This funding advantage can tilt the playing field in favor of the Crown by granting it pricing advantages. If a postal bank were to lean on these advantages, it may produce perverse outcomes, with banks and credit unions possibly pulling back from markets where margins are thin. Number two, a postal bank would enjoy a pre-established outlet network. A postal bank could also enjoy advantage over competitors as a result of its outlet network, which I think is approximately 6,400 locations across Canada. This outlet network was developed with Government of Canada investment over many, many decades in the service of its mail mandate. From the get-go, a postal bank would face fewer costs associated with establishing and administrating a financial network, as do other financial institutions. The scope of that network would be difficult to match and could undermine the economic rationale for some bank and credit union branches in regions with limited economic base or thin operating margins. I can elaborate on that further in questions. Finally, a lighter regulatory touch. If history is any guide, it's possible that a postal bank would face fewer regulatory pressures in comparison to those faced by banks and credit unions. For example, Farm Credit Canada, the BDC, and EDC are not answerable to a prudential regulator. Furthermore, they often face fewer statutory restrictions on their business powers and activities than Crowns do. This is in contrast to credit unions and banks that face significant restrictions on their business practices and are therefore subject to ongoing prudential on-site guidance. Finally, before I conclude, I would like to flag the fact that at the moment there are two concurrent federal ongoing efforts to research competition and financial inclusion in the Canadian banking sector. The first, announced in the 2016 budget, consists of a decision to push off the 5-year 2017 financial services review by 2 years to 2019 and to provide $4.2 million in funding for that effort, and it's to look at competition and service in the market. The second is recently announced by Competition Bureau, is looking at how technology-led innovation in the Canadian financial services sector is affecting the way consumers use financial services and products. From a policy perspective, it would be ill-advised for the Government of Canada to move towards establishing a postal bank in advance of these studies being completed and their recommendations known by the Canadian public. Finally, to conclude, the Canadian Credit Union Association thanks the committee for this opportunity to contribute. While the CCUA is not supportive of the establishment of a postal bank in Canada, we appreciate the need to expand the availability of banking services in some targeted areas. CCUA is open to engaging with the government on how that might best be achieved through collaborative approaches involving both public and private sectors. We'd be happy to respond to any questions you have.
Thank you very much, and we'll go directly to questions with Monsieur Whalen. 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you all for coming. We've heard a lot of testimony across the country, not just from CUPW members, but also for other members of the community, about the desire for postal banking services and the additional revenues those could be used to help fund the operations of Canada Post. We've also heard some commentary that, the banks and various lobbying groups are speaking out of both sides of their mouths when they say, first of all, that there's plenty of competition, and then that we couldn't handle competition from Canada Post were to enter the market. And with respect to online banking services, Mr. Hanna, I guess as someone representing the banks, do you see that Canadian banks have the lion's share of online banking services in Canada, or are foreign competitors like PayPal or other foreign offers of these services, do they really hold the majority of the online transactional market in Canada? Well, let me separate online banking from payment services providers. Online banking is in effect a suite of products that provide you with online access to be able to conduct your financial affairs on your account. You can make a deposit through remote deposit capture, you can make a payment, you can make a bill payment, you can transfer funds, you can execute a remittance, you can do almost anything you can do in the branch, you can do online. A service like PayPal does one thing and one thing only. It moves money from you to somebody else. So they are two slightly, well, more than slightly different things. But to your point there, one thing we have been very supportive of, strongly supportive of, is providing a robust regulatory framework to capture all of those financial services providers and payment services providers like PayPal to ensure that Canadians who use any product or service can do so with certainty that there's a robust regulatory framework that sets minimum standards for safety and security. Approximately, from your experience, how many different offerors or suppliers of the back-end IT infrastructure needed to start your own online bank or to service one of the Canadian online banks are there in the market? Is this something that's readily available for a large number of international suppliers, or is this something that every individual bank needs to create in-house? It is no small undertaking to build the technological capacity to operate a full-service bank in today's environment. To give you a sense of scale, last year alone, Canadian banks spent $10 billion on technology investments. It gives you a sense of what's involved in trying to build out the capacity that Canadians have demanded in order to be able to give them the service that they want to be competitive in this business. Well, I'm sure we could find maybe some other better things to do with $10 billion than to develop our own in-house bank. In terms of leveraging the existing banking network, the task force and some of the external analysis that was done suggests that maybe something on the order of $10 million could be generated per year if the big banks cooperated with Canada Post to provide some type of rural offering, but at a great cost.
From your perspective, do you think there would be an appetite among the competitors that are part of your organization to participate in such a nation-building exercise, to partner with Canada Post and reach out to rural Canada, make sure that they have the services they need to bank in the 21st century?
Well, I mean, I'll start by saying that partnerships are the sorts of things that would be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. The challenge in this particular question, though, is what partnership means in that context. Partnership can mean any number of things with any number of degrees of complexity and interaction. So it's hard for me to generalize.
Okay, Mr. Martin, over to you then. Would the credit unions be open? Because one of the assumptions in even the minor or the minimally profitable models that were explored by the task force would require some type of partnership with an existing financial institution. Mm-hmm. Would credit unions be opening to partner with Canada Post to service communities where Canada Post has sufficient physical resources and there are sufficient population density, despite the fact that it's rural? Would you be open?
The short answer is yes, and we have heard that from some of our credit unions already, that there is some interest in partner. Though we have some concerns because, historically, many crowns seek out partners through a tender process and often goes to the largest and the highest bidder. So that would be our concern, that if there was any process around, moving to a partnership model, that it be open to smaller institutions to participate and it not be done on an exclusive basis with one institution or two.
Mr. Martin, does your organization offer a full suite of online banking tools for customers of the various credit unions across the country?
Yes, we do. Yes, we
And are you spending tens of billions of dollars a year to develop that?
We're spending a lot. I don't have an exact figure, but it's quite expensive. And one of the issues that we face is our members, want us to be available in branch. They want us to be available by telephone, by internet, all kinds of different, and they seem to to proliferate the number of channels. So we're trying to keep on top of that, though we are seeing some decline in branch activities.
Okay,
but we do spend a lot.
So overall, would you consider that your market share is growing as credit unions, or is it staying about the same?
It depends in the area. I would say just overall in terms of assets, we're steady. We are growing, I would say, in the small business, small and medium-sized enterprise market. We're almost as big as, I think, our BMO right now in terms of what we do as a collective, as individual credit unions. And in ag, we've grown probably until about 2 years ago. We were steadily growing, and then there's been some slowdown.
One of the things identified by the task force is the strong brand value associated with Canada Post.
Yeah.
Do you think that the Canada Post brand associated with banking would allow your organization to attract and retain customers you wouldn't ordinarily be able to attract and retain? And would your organization pay a premium to be part of such a?
Well, I think we might look at it the other way, that in some regions, in terms of the attractiveness of banking institutions, the credit unions would have some attractiveness. Say if you're living in Northern Alberta and Service Credit Union. If there was a joint branding exercise possibly with Canada Post, then I could see there could be some synergies there. But once again, it all depends on the terms of a contract with Canada Post and how that's modeled. Once again, we want it to be open process.
Mr. McCauley, 7 minutes, please.
Mr. Irwin, thanks for being here today. I appreciate your comments. We have heard a lot across the country about, again, the predatory, I don't want to say spin, but the predatory narrative that's been spread around. My understanding is most of the payday loan outlets are within a block or two of an existing bank. Is that generally correct?
I don't have specific information on that, but it would not surprise me if that were the case.
Yeah. And most of your customers, I understand, actually do have bank accounts. They just do not have the ability to put in their paycheck and access the money immediately.
Right. Banking is not the issue. They do have accounts. The issue is obtaining credit. Right. And they've had trouble doing that in other places.
Yeah. Someone like Money Mart, I guess, is the largest player in town.
Yeah.
How big would their collections office be? We heard from someone in Edmonton that they had about a 20% default rate on their checks, but they had about 500 people in their collection department. The reason I ask this is it came up, well, would Canada Post then do their own collections?
Yeah, I read some of those transcripts in advance preparation for today. So Money Mart, for instance, I don't know how many people they employ for collections, but they do have a significant operation for that action in Victoria, where they employ, they have a full team there. I think a few important points to note about that, in terms of some of the testimony that I read. From the collection standpoint, they don't generally seek redress through the court system. Not these are small loans.
And what I'm getting at, it's not a simple procedure, is it?
Right. No, but it is not, sir. But in terms of trying to work with their customers, try to work out some sort of payment plans. A lot of times they do that before the loan is even due, if the customer has indicated they can't repay it on time. So our members do try a number of ways to work with their customers to obtain repayment of the loans.
Right. Mr. Hanna, I asked another witness earlier today about if we had set up because the postal bank has been presented by some parties as a panacea to solve cure all that ails you financially with Canada Post. What would it cost to capitalize Canada Post as a full bank, across the country?
Well, that's a good question. Actually, the regulator would be in a better position to answer that than I would. There's a minimum capital requirement, but then there is beyond the statutory minimum, whatever it would take to satisfy the regulator that the enterprise has sufficient capital strength to carry itself forward, has put in place sufficient operational and managerial capacity so that they are fit and proper, as the word, and know what they're doing.
Well into the billions?
It would be enormous.
Yeah. So what we came across in Alberta, the ATB had switched over to new accounting system with SAP, and I think they spent $500 million just on training for the new system, and boggles the mind what it would take to do across the country with individual outlets. One of the other issues we're hearing about is the amount of bank closures and credit union closures in small towns, but I've seen a report where it's actually less than 100 planned over like a 5-year period. Is that generally correct? I mean, the quote for Bank of Montreal, several across the entire country.
Yeah.
And again, I asked it just to counter a narrative that this dystopian future where banks are shutting everywhere, leaving without services.
As I said in my opening remarks, branches still matter, and they still are a feature of the banking system. There are over 6,300 bank branches in Canada right now. Number's actually gone up a little bit in the last few years. It's also worthwhile noting that number is roughly twice the number of Canada Post corporate outlets.
Right.
If you add in the credit unions, I think it would be up to 3 to 1. Right. So the footprint is large and substantial.
And you're right, it's actually growing. Mr. Martin, we heard from some of your colleagues, Desjardins, doing training sessions for seniors for online banking, mobile banking in Saskatchewan. Do you see that and similar initiatives growing with the credit unions to reach out to the rural areas that might be looking for
Well,
banks?
in general, we're individual credit unions would have their own individual financial literacy programs in the past. Now what's happened is Van City elaborated a very sophisticated financial literacy program called Reach One, Teach One.
Okay.
And that they've just given to the system gratis so that they were rolling it out across the country. And individual credit unions are now incorporating Van City's model of financial literacy. And that's going to be an ongoing project for us for many years. And it eliminates the duplication that we used to have in our financial literacy models. So yes, we're doing that in a big way.
Great. One of the areas we came up, Mr. Hanna, maybe you can answer, actually, Mr. Martin, we were in New Brunswick where we had a local mayor who was doing a phenomenal job in this town, but they had lost their bank, and they even gone to as far as offering basically free rent to attract a bank with no takers. Mm-hmm. One of the recommendations that came out, one of the reports when they talked about banks teaming up together with the Canada Post, I think it was mostly just renting space within an existing Canada Post. Is that viable? I mean, if we have a town that's doing well, but they can't even get a bank with free rent, is it viable to think that banks will team up to rent in areas where it may not be financially viable?
Well, you've put your finger on it, as you said in the last statement, to the financial viability. The rent of the location is but one factor that goes into financial viability. You have to look at the size of the market, you have to look at foot traffic, you have to look at economic circumstance. Ultimately, the business decision to close a branch is not one that anybody takes lightly. Ultimately, these are customers that you want, and these are your clients, and you are part of the community. But and so there's a robust process that banks go through to ensure that there's community involvement and go through and have a consultation and talk about alternatives. But at the end of the day, you're correct. It has to be driven by viability, and viability, a number of factors go into assessing that.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Mr. Weir, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Irwin, you suggested that many people might perceive the payday loan industry as not meeting a real need, and I would suggest that in fact we see it as a big market and think maybe there's an opportunity for Canada Post to participate in it. You made the point that one of the reasons payday lending is sometimes not very profitable is that there are a lot of defaults. I wonder if in your business it was possible to just get the Canada Revenue Agency to collect money from those who defaulted, if that would help make it more profitable.
I've never thought about that, to be honest with you, and certainly our position is that the industry does meet a very real need. That's why it exists. Yes, we have defaults. Loans do go into default, but that's an idea that maybe I should take back to our members. I haven't thought about that before now.
Yeah, I mean, if only there were a federal government agency involved in payday loans, perhaps it could happen. Now, I suppose a question to Mr. Hanna. I want to thank you for a very succinct presentation, but to make it even shorter, it seems to me you were arguing that Canada has a well-developed banking sector and therefore does not need postal banking. Another country that's had a well-developed banking sector for a long time is Switzerland, yet the Swiss Post Office has gotten into banking in a very successful way. I wonder if you have any reaction to that.
Sure. There are some countries around the world that have a banking element to their post office, but typically where they do, that has been a part of the postal system since its inception, and the banking system effectively grew up around it. So it already occupied a part of the market. I'm not aware of any instances where in a developed banking market with effectively universal access to banking and universal ownership of accounts of a post office being able to interject itself successfully in that market and do so with on a sustaining manner.
So you don't see Switzerland as such a case? Your argument there would be that postal banking existed before the rest of the banking system?
My argument would be that in that instance you got, as with most others, the postal banking system sort of grew up with the banking system, so everything grew around it. I'm not aware of many instances where you have had successful entry into a developed banking market by a post office.
Okay. Now, to Mr. Martin, you're dealing with a committee that has a chair and a vice chair from Saskatchewan, so we certainly appreciate the importance of credit unions. But would you also acknowledge that there are many parts of Canada where credit unions do not have a great presence?
Yes, I would. We've been predominant west of the Ontario border historically, especially in BC and Saskatchewan, Manitoba. We've been growing in Alberta, but we do face, Alberta ATB there. Yep. In Ontario, if you live in Toronto or if you live in Ottawa, you might be misled even in terms of the scope of the credit union system because you might not see that much. I knew my dad was a member of the Teachers Credit Union, and we used to have to sort of drive up to this little box of a building, and I always wondered what he did there, right? And then I realized it was a credit union. So that was not in my experience growing up. But if you're now going into London, Ontario, into Guelph, into Kawartha, you're seeing credit unions grow all over. And I think that's partly part of the dynamic with our competitors at the banks, changing their positioning in the market, and we're being able to take up some of that. And once again, Atlantic has been, we have lower penetration in that market, but the banks have been there historically right from the beginning of Confederation, so it's been a struggle.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point is that I don't think anyone who's advocating postal banking wants to put credit unions out of business. And I wonder, if there might be some kind of a compromise whereby Canada Post could perhaps provide banking services in areas where credit unions don't have much of a presence, and perhaps credit unions could offer some services out of post offices in regions where they do have strong networks.
Of course, in theory, that would make sense, and we could see there are opportunities. There are credit unions that are interested in those kind of models. But I have to put a little history around what I'm saying, because you're saying, in a way, that there's nobody that's going to think that Canada Post should come in and put the credit unions out of business. Our historical experience with some crowns has been that we face extremely competitive lending, both in terms and in price, from crowns in the past. And I don't want to dig up old history, but Farm Credit Canada was one that in particular was a very big challenge for our system. They moved from almost 15% of the market, 14% of the market in 1993, where they got it, and then they got a mandate to compete directly, and they moved up to 32% of the market. And we struggled to maintain our market share at around 10 to 11%. And it was, part of my job was to take the phone calls from credit unions saying, here's a term sheet from FCC that we can't match. There's no way.
Sure, and I don't know how much time we're going to have to get into that debate about FCC, but I appreciate the analogy.
Before I have to close on that, because I do want to recognize that our relationship with the FCC is much better than it used to be. But it took a good long 6 years or 7 years of dialogue with them to get into a better space, and the backing of the Minister Ritz.
Well, maybe it could work out well with Canada Post.
It's possible, but we want to be certain that if we go into this, it's done in a way that's open to other parties, all parties to participate, and it's not done on an exclusive basis with, say, one or two large banks that they white label.
Well, on that note, I did have another question for Mr. Hanna. Some of your members are certainly contemplating closing some branches in less profitable or slower growing locations. Instead of closing those branches altogether, what if your members were able to offer some banking services out of postal outlets that are continuing? So I'm saying, Canada Post wouldn't necessarily get into banking itself, but it would collaborate with your members to provide a venue for their services.
Well, the short answer to that, I think, is tied in with the earlier question, which is it's ultimately the physical location is only one aspect of viability. It ultimately has to be economically viable for the bank and also for Canada Post, frankly.
7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you, gentlemen, from those of you from the banks and the credit unions, for being with us today. We're at the end of a consultation process, and we've heard a lot of talk about postal banking as a viable solution in some cases, at least the impression that it was a viable solution, particularly by the union who put this forward. And then after listening to you today, I was astounded to hear the opposite of that. I've never heard from industry say that they were in agreement with the arrival of a new player to be there on a competitive basis. However, I have heard some interesting comments from you, Mr. Martin, with the whole cooperative movement, the credit union movement, and the members particularly. And we're talking about a concern that we've heard raised previously throughout Canada with regard to isolated areas where there are fewer services available, and in some cases, credit unions are withdrawing from those areas, unfortunately, too. And in some cases, the last of financial services present is then withdrawing. Worse than that, the people who are in isolated areas don't have access to high-quality internet services, and so they're caught, between a rock and a hard place because they're out of major urban centers. And in addition, Mr. Martin, you confirm this, that the 1% of people who don't have banking accounts within that group, but they're mainly people who have low incomes and those whose credit is maybe not that well established. we've heard that banks' interest is to make money. And a moment ago, Mr. Hanna, you said that there's a very robust process in determining when to close down a branch. But if you're making money, then you never close a branch. And if you're not making money, then you're going to close it down fairly quickly. And it's a simple equation, in my opinion. How are you able to think outside the box and take advantage of the opportunities that we have? And it's an opportunity that we have to talk about Canada Post, to get involved in postal banking, but it brings forward a shortcoming, either in the banking system or the credit union system, that there are some improvements to be made. And there's maybe an opportunity with Canada Post, well, maybe not, but I would like to hear what you have to say about how we might be able to cooperate in the way that we could provide new services that maybe are not available right now, offered to Canadians, and to become a worldwide leader in banking services and in credit union services, and using Canada Post. I know I took 3 minutes of my time to make that preamble. And Mr. Martin, I would like you to start with your answer, please.
Just to say, it's a fact that a number of our credit unions have expressed interest in cooperating with Canada Post if it's done on terms that are fair in terms of the bidding process or the participation process. So, you know, as I mentioned, our concern is that if it turns into a bidding process which is exclusive, then you may end up not being able to participate as a small institution. You have to keep in mind that many of our institutions are below, say, $1 billion in assets. So it's fairly small, and to participate might be difficult. So there'd have to be an open process. And as I said, there are credit unions that are interested. We do agree that in the north, for example, in rural and remote regions, there are definite challenges. And picking up on my point by Darren here, you know, when you look at, if you're running a credit union and you're looking at a need in, say, the north, you have to make sure that the branch has some kind of financial viability, or what ends up happening is your members are actually subsidizing that branch. So, and you know, we're part of our job, we have a responsibility to our members to manage their funds effectively and make investments that work. That said, you know, we are looking at other models that do not necessarily involve branches. You know, credit unions are sort of micro branches we're moving to, ones that you know, are sort of more elaborate ATMs. So we're open to the discussion. I made that point a couple of times in my presentation, but it all depends on what the form of the dialogue would take. I just want to pick up on another point, because I've heard it said twice that credit unions are closing branches. While it may be true that some are closing, the number of branches in our system has been steady, if not even, you know, uptick, downtick by 1 or 2 historically for many, many years. So it's not like we're wholesale shutting down branches. In fact, probably Mr. Hanna might think we're over-branched given our asset size relative to the banks.
Peut-être l'aspect, je vais revenir peut-être.
Let me come back perhaps to the whole issue of cooperating together and finding that how Canada Post might, the whole issue of training. So what is the future, in your opinion, for Canada Post to become financial advisors, if I may express it this way? What kind of training would these people have to have, or how could we change them from doing work that was not in the financial field to perhaps move into providing financial services? You know, when you're recruiting your employees, what kind of backgrounds do they have, and what linkage might there be with those people who have worked previously or are working now in Canada Post? Mr. Hanna?
There's a couple of questions embedded in there. I'll separate them out. Taking the last one first, what sort of background do people have who work in the banking sector? Typically, they come from a financial services environment. They may have a degree in business. They will certainly have, depending on the financial product that they're selling, they will have different licensing requirements. If you're involved in securities, you'll have securities licensing that you have to deal with, mutual funds. So it really depends on what exactly you're doing. But Another key point to consider, and I just want to raise it here in this context, because I think it's an important one, is to recognize that I think embedded in all of this is an assumption that a transaction in a bank branch looks in some way like a transaction at a Canada Post outlet. Maybe 40 years ago that might have been closer to correct. The challenge now is, though, that most of the transactional part of a banking relationship has moved outside of the branch. It is mostly, so if I'm doing a regular banking transaction, chances are I'm doing it online, I'm doing it at an ABM, I'm doing it in some other mechanism. So what's happening in the branch is typically a more involved transaction. It is likely financial advice, maybe the negotiation or sale of a complex financial product. All of that to say, that interaction takes longer now than it would have some time ago. So the question you have to think about is, if you're going to, you have to think about what the implications are of moving that into a Canada Post operation that's then trying to, at the same time, efficiently deliver the mail.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. We will go to Mr. Clark. 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you and welcome. Thank you for being here this afternoon. Let me continue a little bit along with you, Mr. Hammack, particularly with what you've just said. In Canada, what is the present level of demand from young students according to the who are looking for jobs, according to the number of positions that are available in the banking sector right now? Do you have any data to provide to us? Maybe I'll ask that question another way. What's the level of demand from people who are applying to banking positions compared to the number of positions available to fill?
I don't know how many applications a bank would typically get, and I don't know how many openings they would have at any given time.
OK. Bon. Monsieur Irwin, si j'ai bien compris.
Mr. Irwin, if I've understood, your association is in favor of postal banking?
My role in coming here today was to explain a little bit about our industry, about the products we offer. We welcome competition, and certainly think if that's the direction that anyone wants to go, then that's better for consumers to have more choice.
OK. Vous parliez de l'un des objectifs.
You talked about one of the objectives that is being put forward by those who support postal banking, that is widening access to credit. Do you think that if Canada Post were to offer banking services, that Canadians would have more access to credit in all the forms that it may take?
For how postal banking would be run, what would their risk appetite be? What I don't know what type of lending they would do, so it would be difficult for me to answer that.
OK. Je reviens.
Let me come back to you, Mr. Hanna. I see in your remarks that you seem to maintain the argument that thanks to the internet and thanks to the figures you're putting forth, that Canadians have more access than ever to banking services. However, when the committee, in its travels through Canada, with the 22 public consultations we held, that be they Canadians who have difficulty getting access to the internet, be it Canadians who are living in very rural areas or remote areas up north, there are branches of banks that are closing down. And you, as a representative of the Canadian Banking Association, it's important for you to say what you're telling Canadians, because I myself, I hate cell phones. I have no choice but to use it sometimes, but I prefer to go to my banking branch in Beauport, where I live. I want to go up to the counter. I'm a conservative, and so I'm a little archaic, if you will. What are you telling Canadians who have told us, be they seniors, people in rural areas, who seem to be noticing that they have less access to banking services than previously? What do you say to these people?
Few facts that I'm going to mention again. I've said them before, but I think they're important to mention. There are over 6,300 bank branches in this country, so there's a very substantial network of bank branches. 99% of Canadians have a bank account and everyone can get a bank account if they want one. So access is out there. More than half of Canadians prefer to do their banking online. And I'm certain if you aren't comfortable with it, if you go into your bank, they will be happy to walk you through the process, and you will feel great by the time you're done.
Parfait, merci. Mon collègue.
Great, thank you. My colleague raised the issue of the kind of money it would take to allow Canada Post to be available, to provide service immediately. So I wanted to ask on day one, how much money Canada Post should have. You said a huge amount. My colleague said $1 billion. But right now, for Canada Post, what kind of how much money do they have in a branch right now? In my account, a normal bank branch, what do they have on hand in the bank?
Isn't the cash on hand in the branch is not what determines from the regulator's perspective whether you're sufficiently well capitalized.
Okay.
It's the amount of investment that goes into the institution to backstop it so that the regulator can have confidence that the institution is able to manage itself properly and safely.
Thank you.
Ok, je comprends, merci.
Thank you, understand.
A hoodie or something like that. We will now go to Ms. Shanahan for 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you. Full disclosure, former banker here. That being said, at a time when I certainly saw many changes from the very intense branch activity back in the 80s and then in the 90s when there was considerable downsizing and branch closures, in fact. And then the advent, of course, of technology that we're grappling with today as to what that would mean going forward. Commercial banking, though, we've talked a lot about retail customers and what they need, but we've heard a lot of testimony here about growing opportunities for small sellers, micro business. We heard from one fellow when we were on the road that's selling $15 million in mucklucks, and he's selling them all over Canada and internationally. Very interesting opportunities, and of course that is very much of concern to us. Now, I get it. Banks are there to maximize shareholder value, and to take advantage of whatever opportunities are there. But have you, Mr. Hannon, in your the banking community today looked at those opportunities in rural and remote areas, and are you looking at that? How do you serve those clients?
Great question. Glad you raised it. With respect to commercial lending, what you see a lot, especially you'll see it in agriculture, you'll see it in small business, increasingly you will see the lender going out to the client. They'll be mobilized. They'll be operating outside of the branch structure to make it easier for you, the borrower, the entrepreneur, to be able to engage directly with the banker on your own terms.
Okay, but in a situation where the banker cannot physically go out to because we're talking about micro credit opportunities here, but still very interesting on an aggregate basis.
Well, in that case, then you start getting back again to technology. How can I interact with you on an effective basis to give you the kind of robust relationship you're looking for, that experience while trying to overcome the geography that you're talking about. Because the geography is always there, and it's always been there. What the technology allows you to do now is find ways to overcome that meaningfully.
And that's, of course, another challenge that we have, is that we are not completely connected from coast to coast to coast, and that's certainly something that we're grappling with as a government, as a country, to ensure that all citizens have equal access. But I'm just trying to get my head around, where could there be a synergy? Where could there be opportunities for the banking community? And then I'll turn it over to Mr. Martin very soon, to be working with what we are seeing as emerging opportunities and very exciting ones. Mr. Martin?
Well, I'd just like to say that we're heavily involved in maybe what you would call microcredit in the first place. Canadian Federation of Independent Business just came out with a research study. Every few years they rate the bankers in terms of the quality of service, and credit unions came on top for lending to microcredit, which is basically defined as institutions of 5 individuals or less. So, we're doing pretty well in that space. If you're talking about remote areas, maybe say in the Northwest Territories, Nunavut, Yukon, well, I'll tell you frankly, we're not there because we don't have credit unions incorporated in the north, right? So but coming to Darren's point, is there may be an opportunity based on technology to deliver in some of those areas. We have had discussions with Arctic Co-op Limited in the past, and I think they were having discussions with Desjardins also, and some of the banks, and we were invited in to participate. But so we have been interested historically in doing that, but we haven't been successful moving up there.
Okay, but if we're now sort of thinking out of the box, what would that look like? Because you mentioned that some of your members are interested in partnering with Canada Post, and of course it's the parcel business that is doing well now, will have some challenges going forward, but certainly there seems to be some synergy with these small sellers who don't have easy access to private couriers with Canada Post. What does that look like to you?
Very, very brief.
Yeah, it's going to be very brief because I'm not sure. I don't design the business models, so I feel like I'm getting into an area where I don't feel comfortable speaking to it.
Okay, thank you
very much. Mr. Clark and Mr. Macaulay, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Once again, Mr. Hanna, I have a question for you. You're certainly aware that Canada Post already had a banking service before 1968, and that you are probably aware of how it worked. Could you speak to us, was it the same type of banking services offered in a regular bank?
Speak to what Canada Post looked like in 1968. That would have been before I was born. But I can also say with a lot of certainty that the way a banking interaction would have worked in 1968 and what you would have experienced when you went into a bank branch would look very little like what you have today. It would have been the way Canadians bank has changed so profoundly that and this I think ties in with my earlier point, that what a transaction would look like in a branch today and the type of transaction you would do there on an in-person basis would look very different from what it would have looked like at that time.
OK. Mais quand même, les livres d'histoire.
Nonetheless, there are history books. That's why I asked the question. But what did the banking sector look like? Because of the fact that they had an additional competitor in Canada Post. That's where I was going with my question. What was the competition? Did Canada Post stop providing banking services because they weren't necessarily profitable? That's what I was trying to get at.
Answer your question, I want to address a point in there that I think it's implicit but needs to be understood. Because the way you framed it out, it's like banks as a group compete with credit unions as a group, which compete with Caisse Populaire as a group, which compete with Crown Financials as a group. It doesn't work that way.
Okay.
Each individual institution competes with each other institution. So what did the world look like in 1968? Well, there would have been banks. They wouldn't have necessarily been exactly the same ones you see now, competing with credit unions that wouldn't have necessarily been exactly the same ones you see now, competing with government agencies that wouldn't have been exactly the same ones you see now. So how Canada Post's operation would have fit into that, hard to say, because the environment has evolved broadly.
Okay, I get it. Yeah, thank you very much, Kelly.
Great. We haven't got much time. Gentlemen, witnesses who appear before us who are proponents of postal banking. When asked about the difficulties of, okay, how are you going to repossess Granny's house if, the loans aren't paid? I guess Revenue Canada will go after them. But when confronted with the difficulties of, everything with banking, their fallback is, well, we'll make a lot of money off of doing check cashing. Now, Mr. Irwin, we've heard, even companies with the infrastructure and expertise as Money Mart have very, very slim margins. Could, do you think a Canada Post banking area in, I guess, offering this service in the relatively small rural areas that aren't served by banks, could they make money off of this?
So I think the short answer is I don't know whether they could or they couldn't. I think it's important, though, to note
Would you invest in that? Your own money?
I will beg your forgiveness not to answer that. I guess so. I mean, I think it's important to note that we're talking
I guess I'm asking, is it practical?
Right, and it may well be in some perhaps remote areas that don't have services today. Maybe it would be, but from our perspective, in terms of what our industry does, it is complicated, and there are a lot of moving parts to it. Technology, collections, as you've spoken about, not to mention risk and other things. So it would have to be, I think, really considered from all areas.
So that's my time. Thanks.
Ms. Mendes, welcome to our committee. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Merci beaucoup à vous tous. Je suis...
Thanks to all of you. I'm very pleased to be here with you today. We've had consultations in our riding with regard to Canada Post Services, and I must say that I come from a suburban, Brassard is really beside Montreal, but 40 minutes away from my riding, where there's a very well-known ski hill, Bromont, just beyond that, there is no internet access, and we're 40 minutes outside of Montreal, so there's no internet access in that area. We don't have cell access. There are all kinds of restrictions which prevent people from having access to internet. And fundamentally, this is where there is a need to see and to look at a possibility for Canada Post to provide banking services. There are many areas in this country, and not so far away as that, who do not have a network, who don't have the wideband internet access, and so they can't do any internet banking, as is the case for many other Canadians. I am a huge consumer of internet products. I loved making all my transactions online, but the Caisse Populaire in Quebec are closing down. Many in remote areas are closing, and these individuals are no longer able to cash their checks. And how do you do that if you can't do it? How do you take a picture of a check and send it through internet? If I can't go to a bank, to a branch to deposit my check, then what do I do? And these are the constraints because of the geography of our country and the challenges of our country's geography. I haven't heard banks talking about getting together and implement widespread banking services throughout the country. And it could be a nation-building initiative that might eventually incentivize the access for everyone. These are the types of things that I think we should be looking at to resolve the accessibility problem for those who are outside major urban centers. And I just would like to hear your comments about that for the whole matter of accessibility.
Again, I'll start by saying that 99% of Canadians have an account, so
But that's not the question.
I understand
it's not having the account.
I understand that, I'm getting to the answer. Okay, there's a couple of points in here that I think need to be brought out because I think they're important. First off, I'll start one disclaimer. We don't represent the Caisse Populaire. That's a different group. Setting that aside, okay, a number of issues were raised in there, and I want to pull them apart. In terms of things like cashing checks, the biggest and best solution from our perspective to that is making sure that people, to the extent they can, sign up for direct deposit of anything. Because if they do, then they get funds put directly into their account. They don't pay a fee. They don't get a hold.
But that isn't always possible. A farmer who is getting paid for, I don't know, selling his feed or his stock, whatever, he can't necessarily get that direct deposited in his account. How does he solve that?
I understand.
Or she?
Okay. Then, having looked at that, I come back to the fact that at the end of the day, while banks have a large footprint across the country, every branch has to still be financially viable. Are there instances where a community cannot be served by a full-service branch? Absolutely. These happen. Where that happens, do banks try to find alternatives? To the extent they can, yes, but alternatives don't always present themselves. We certainly, when a branch closes, there is a well-laid-out process that a bank has to go through in order to be able, as it goes through, there's a notice requirement with a certain amount of time involved, depending on proximity to another branch. There's a consultation requirement where the institution has a consultation with the community. There's a discussion involved about what the bank might be able to do in the alternative. But can every community be served by an in-person presence? There will be instances where it can't happen.
But the second part of the question of maybe banks thinking of eventually partnering with government for the broadband investments that are needed in this country, would that be something you'd consider?
Well, I can't speak about partnering with government, but I will say generally I think the point is well taken that I'll quote Wayne Gretzky, since it's always a good thing for a Canadian to quote Wayne Gretzky, skate where the puck is going, not where it is. Mm-hmm. So if people are moving to and have expressed a desire to interact and transact online, if the limiting factor is in some cases that the online isn't available, then from a public policy perspective, it's certainly something I'd encourage the government to look at.
Well, we're looking at it, but...
Yep.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Hanna, you described the Canadian banking sector as being very competitive, and I think conventional economic theory would tell us that competition tends to pull down profits. Yet the Canadian banking sector is exceptionally profitable year after year. I just wonder how you'd explain that.
Well, I would explain it because we have strong banks and we have good management. But what we also have is very competitive pricing. For example, I'll give you an example on accounts.
Okay, but it's that these 5 or 6 institutions are just, each one is exceptionally well managed year after year, decade after decade. That's your explanation of Canadian bank profits?
Well, I can tell you that Canadian banks made it through the financial crisis without the need of a government bailout and in fact, increased business over the time. Almost no other developed country can say that. So are Canadian banks better managed than those in other countries? I think the proof is yes.
Well, I think part of the reason that Canadian banks survived the financial crisis is that they're an oligopoly, and that might be a source of strength in resisting the financial crisis, but it's not the same thing as saying that they're competitive in serving consumers.
Well, the structure of the Canadian banking sector actually, as I noted in my opening remarks, has more large banks in its geography than what you'll see in most of Europe. Likewise, when you look at who Canadian banks compete with, in addition to competing vigorously with each other, and there are, as I said, 40 in the marketplace that provide individual products and services, they compete very vigorously and get very vigorous competition from other deposit-taking institutions, credit unions, Caisse Populaire, trust companies, all across the country. So it's a highly competitive market with a lot of players.
Okay, so there are obviously federal restrictions on foreign ownership of banks. I think there's arguably some very good public policy reasons for that, but would you see banking as being a protected sector in the Canadian economy?
We have a number of foreign banks in this country and a number of very large and successful ones. HSBC has a very large presence.
Okay, but American banks can't just come and open branches wherever they want and fully compete with Canadian banks.
As long as they've got a retail license, they can come and open branches if they want, and some of them have opened branches here.
Oh, okay, but so you don't think the foreign ownership restrictions on Canadian banks are of any real effect in terms of competition? You don't think they limit competition in any way?
I think we have a highly competitive sector, and I think we've had a lot of foreign banks enter Canada very successfully and do very well.
Okay, so you don't see the limits on foreign competition as putting banking in a different category than other industries in terms of competition?
Because I want to take issue with the premise of your question. Foreign banks can and do enter the Canadian marketplace.
Thank you. Now, colleagues, before we go into our next round, I just want to get a sense, do we have a full complement of questioners?
Yes.
Okay, at some point in time, if we have any spare moment, I would like to go over just for about 5 minutes in camera with the committee, the schedule for the rest of the week. But having said that, Madame Ratanzi, you're up for another 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you all for coming. It's a pity we do not have the Kiwi Bank guys or the other postal banking. You know, we have been traveling across Canada, and you talked about 99% of the people having a bank account. when we look at the reality in the remote and rural areas, and I've just had some statistics from this Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives, 84%, for example, of the communities in Newfoundland do not have either a bank or a credit union. And when we went to Bathurst, New Brunswick, we had a business. It's Chipman. That's the community. And the mayor was saying his bank was closing. And if the bank closes, then the businesses actually do not want to take the problem of going 40 kilometers away. So we're trying to resolve an issue. We're saying, how do we help? How do we work synergistically in ensuring that we have a robust rural population and a robust urban population? So if postal banking were to come in, and it were to be in the form of fringe financial services, because those people are saying that's what they want. The Mucklucks people, they do not have access to banks. So if they want to do a deposit, take money out, what would be advantageous to the banks to participate with them? They have the infrastructure, they have the logistical network, they have the last mile ability. All they need is probably a thinking banker. Would that work?
It's hard to generalize because relationships can look different and depends on what it is one is talking about. Relationships can be scoped out large, scoped out small. Partnerships, are they available? Do they happen? Periodically they will, but they're evaluated on a case-by-case basis, and they're usually done on a commercial basis. So it's hard for me to say with certainty whether something would work or not. It would really depend on the circumstances at the time and in the location.
So, but with Canadians, 45% overall, so I'm taking different communities and then averaging it out, 45% of Canadians don't have access to any banking. And the fringe services that the report says, the fringe financial services is payday loan and MoneyGram, etc., those are sometimes not available either. How do we, I'm looking to banks to be corporately, socially responsible. And you know what is the best example one can look at is Tata Industry. It has a huge corporate social responsibility. And so if we can look at corporate social responsibility, and if you don't have an answer just now, it doesn't matter. If you could just throw back some suggestions to us as to what would work in your assessment, how can we take the whole logistical network, all the assets of Canada Post that it has at the moment, instead of dismantling it and throwing it away, how can we capitalize on it? How can we leverage it? You guys are good at leveraging.
I'll take what you said. I don't have an answer right now. It is not simple. I don't know that there is I don't know what the answer would be. I do wonder if the answer lies somewhere outside of financial services. It's something I'd ask the committee to look at, to consider whether or not there are alternatives in other areas where the physical presence is key and physical delivery is key. But I don't really have a strong answer for you right now in the context to your specific question.
Okay, not a problem. Mr. Irwin, do you know if pawnbrokers and gold for cash people are regulated?
Pawnbrokers, I believe, do have to have a business license, but I don't believe there are robust regulations like exist for our industry.
So they could charge any interest that they want?
I can't speak to it directly because I don't
I'm
represent
just
that industry.
asking the question.
No,
I'm just trying to get my sense about here. So in the 600 Indigenous communities, Mr. Martin, there are only 56 credit unions or people that serve that. Do you have any idea whether the post office structure might help the credit unions expand their service?
Well, as I indicated in some earlier comments, there would be an openness for the system to have a dialogue with Canada Post.
Okay.
To fill some of those gaps. We are aware of them. We know that they're up in the north. We know in some Indigenous communities they face challenges. And we are trying to serve some of those communities, but it is challenging, especially as, you know, they have to be financially viable in some way. But once again, all I can say is be open for that dialogue, You know, I think one thing is that we may not just want to focus solely on Canada Post as the modality or the mechanism to deliver this. And I think there might be two different things being sort of mixed in this discussion. On the one hand, you have Canada Post, which is facing huge challenges on its core businesses. And they're looking for either ways to streamline their activities or to expand their product offering. So the
Can I cut you off for 1 second, please? I just want all of you to think, have you ever looked at the Australian model? It's for the post office supplying banking. Have you looked at it? If you have looked at it, if you haven't, please send us your thoughts on it, because it has $6 billion in assets, $36 million in profit, and that's the size. They have the same land mass, the land population as us. So if you could give us your thoughts on it, that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
But I would just like to
I'm
finish
done
up
with
my comment, if I could.
Okay, sorry, yes, finish.
So in this discussion around the future of Canada Post is the issue of servicing rural and remote areas that keeps emerging as part of the dialogue. And I'll admit that we are interested in that issue as credit unions, as cooperatives. At the same time, I don't see a Canada Post model serving those communities as a means to deal with its structural issues. The problem, you know, the markets that they would be serving, they need services, but they're certainly not going to address the core problems at Canada Post. And I think we can't mix those things up. And that's why we're making the point that if you want to have a dialogue about these issues in rural, remote regions, we're open to that discussion. But we don't necessarily have to have the Canada Post Bank on the table. There could be other ways of doing it.
Sure. Thank you.
Sure. You're back up. 7 minutes.
Already, that's
Well, you're
amazing.
having so much fun the first time. We figured you.
Yeah, I was. I was thinking the Conservatives, got to have some more questions in there or something. But
they've ceded their time to you. So.
Oh well, that's so much appreciated. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would ask, Mr. Martin, whether there is, any possibility of collaboration between credit unions and Canada Post in offering financial services. I know you've said that it's not all about branch banking, but credit unions are keen to keep physical branches open, and I wonder if, there's any postal outlets that might be attractive to you in that regard.
Yes, and I've said that a few times. What we are really concerned about, we don't believe that we should establish a standalone full-service bank at Canada Post. If you want to have a dialogue about serving rural and remote regions, we're totally open to that. You also do not have to do it through a Canada Post modality. There may be other ways of doing it. I know maybe about 5, 6, maybe a little longer ago, I'm showing my age, I guess, but we had a discussion about moving into Nunavut. We had a long dialogue with Arctic Co-ops Limited and the government up there. It didn't result in anything. I think other options were tried up there, but we'll have those discussions. We're not, we're open to that.
Okay, so it's not so much that you're opposed to any version of postal banking. It's more that you're skeptical of Canada Post itself trying to become a full-service bank.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. And I guess similar question to you, Mr. Han. I know we've talked a little bit about this, and you, I think, have really emphasized the point that you want to move where the puck's going to be, which is perhaps more digital options. But is there a willingness among your members to try to collaborate with Canada Post in delivering financial services?
Well, as I said, absent actual proposal on the table, it's hard to say. But even in the case of a proposal, those kind of relationships are always evaluated on a case-by-case basis and on a commercial basis. So it would really depend on the circumstances at the time and the proposal that's actually on the table.
Okay. And I suppose I'd put the same question to you, Mr. Irwin. I mean, Canada Post obviously has some good facilities. Through the federal government, it might have some advantages in terms of collections. Is there any willingness on the part of your members to go into some kind of a partnership with Canada Post to provide short-term loans?
I can't say it's anything our membership's ever discussed, but certainly we're I think, like my colleague, Mr. Martin, we're always open to conversations and discussions with any and all governments.
Okay, fair enough. Now, Mr. Hanna, we were having a discussion earlier about the competitiveness of the Canadian banking sector, and of course you've suggested it's quite competitive. I've been a little bit more skeptical of that. But just to make sure I understand your argument correctly, is it that it's so competitive that Canada Post would not be able to get into it and compete effectively, or is it more the notion that in response to Canada Post entering the market, your members would lower their fees and respond in an effective way to Canada Post's entry?
My view is that the market is already highly competitive, that the Canadians are already well served, and in an environment like that, and the Canadians have a very high regard for their financial institution and their relationship, and in an environment like that, given how much it would then cost Canada Post to try to get into this market in a meaningful way, given what you need to do in order to satisfy customers' demands for omni-channel access, I have a great deal of difficulty believing that they would be able to penetrate that market successfully and profitably.
Okay, so your sense is that bank fees in Canada are essentially as low as they reasonably could be.
A third of Canadians pay nothing at all for their account.
So nothing at all in terms of
they pay no monthly fees. A third pay no monthly fees.
Okay.
The remainder pay between $1 and $15, and anybody through the low-cost account agreement can get an account for $4 a month.
Okay,
and for seniors,
but there's other costs in addition to monthly account fees, though, aren't there?
For your typical client, it really depends on how you conduct your banking and what kind of relationship you have.
Okay. Fair enough. Now, I suppose one of the questions with Canada Post is what other lines of business they could get into to make better use of their infrastructure. So we've heard strongly from this panel that you don't think postal banking is the main option. Are there other lines of business that you think Canada Post should be exploring instead?
Well, I can only speak of banking, unfortunately. So I don't know the answer to that. I'd certainly encourage the committee to look at that issue because I think that's an important point, and I think that's one that in some respects we've made here, that this is probably not the best alternative for Canada Post. But I'd certainly encourage the committee to look at what other things what other ways you may be able to leverage that asset.
Okay. I suppose to Mr. Irwin or Mr. Martin, do you have preferred alternatives to Canada Post? I mean, it does face this challenge of declining letter mail. On the other hand, it has this great network of assets out there. Yeah. So as a committee, we're interested in other innovative and productive things that could do with those assets. We're very seriously interested in postal banking, but if not that, then what?
Well, it's difficult for me to pronounce on how Canada Post should reform itself or evolve, not being as close to that issue, not being close to Canada Post in any institutional way. That said, I think that if you're facing issues, everything from the pensions issues to declining core services to labor relations issues, all the things that we see rear their head around the Canada Post, I have a very difficult time thinking that jumping to a whole new line of business is the way that you address those core issues. It just seems like a high-risk strategy. One, as I've indicated in my remarks, that it would have unintended consequences in the market, and it might, even the panel report was indicating that it probably won't succeed. I think that they can't just ignore dealing with those core issues and rationalizing their service offering to Canadians. And that's really difficult to do because you have to challenge your employees, you have to challenge your management structure. But I don't see an easy way around that by finding another magical stream of revenue.
Thank you very much. Monsieur Therrien.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being here. And I guess we've touched on a few points, and the access landscape, it's true, it has changed over the past, I'd say, 30 years. I mean, it's changed for banks, it's changed for gas stations, it's changed for grocery stores. I mean, banks and credit unions are still present in rural communities, but not so much in T communities, you know, the one street where it crosses and the other. And that's, I think, that's where we're getting some heat or some comments from certain constituents. But then again, you know, you ask them, where do you get your gas? Well, I get it in town. So it's just a matter of everybody getting used to changes. But the other point is access to internet, and that's a problem. And I'm guessing, I know, I wasn't expecting you to come out in support of postal banking. I think we've heard your positions in the previous testimonies. But if there was a role to play, and I think what the task force came up with says maybe there could be a potential partnership for, you know, I always think of my grandmother who needs a place to deposit money and take out money. And that's all she needs. If she wants a loan, she'll drive to town somewhere. And, you know, looking at she's still about 15, 20 years to go. Hopefully she'll be over 100 by then. But do you see a role for a potential partnership like that where all major banks and all major credit unions could be part of that banking system?
I'll start. I can't speak for the credit unions. We have 290 of them, and they all have their own business models. I suspect that you would find a core group of credit unions that would be interested in this, and it would probably be coming out of some of our larger credit unions that would be interested in a dialogue with government. And as I indicated before, not necessarily Canada Post, though possibly Canada Post, to find modalities to deliver. I know that Van City is one of our credit unions that already has some engagement with Canada Post, so you could build out from there, but I can't speak for the whole system beyond that.
Mr. Hannon, do you have comments?
Well, I have a comment, but I think it's a couple of comments. I don't want to leave people with the impression, and I don't think the impression should be left, that somehow access is diminishing. And I'll give you a personal anecdote here. I grew up just north of Highway 7. If anybody knows where Madoc is, about 15, 20 minutes north. In a small town of, I think it's 50 to 75 people. Of course, there was never a bank branch there, nor could there be. In fact, at only varying times, there was even a store there. So there was always, if you grew up there, an expectation that if you were going to do any kind of banking, you went into the Madoc and went to the TD Bank branch, which is still there. And when I was a kid, that meant that you went there and it was open 9 till 3 and part of the day on Saturday, and you had to transact in person, and there was no ABM. So you had a certain number of hours to do a certain number of transactions, and that was that. Now I go there. My parents still live there. They can bank online. They can go in. The branch has extended hours. There's an ABM if they're not there. So has access improved for them or diminished? I dare say for them it's improved. And I don't want to leave the impression that somehow all Canadians in rural Canada have experienced diminishing access from changes in the environment, because I know personally that's not true. There are circumstances, as you're saying, where change has happened, and do we all try to find ways around that? Yes, we try to find ways of addressing it, but I don't want to leave anyone with the impression that there aren't circumstances on the other side of this as well.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's just maybe transportation where it used to maybe take you 5 minutes to access a bank or a credit union, now it takes you 10, 20 minutes. And that's, I agree that banking has changed over the last 20 years so much. I mean, I remember a bank being closed from, it was 9 to 5 operations. Today they sort of meet consumer demand. I completely agree with you with that, but just the traveling time for some rural communities has changed, and that's where we're getting some heat.
So I get that, and I understand that. I felt the need to make that point.
Okay, and you've touched on an important point previously, and it's with regards to when people do step into a bank, it's for more complicated transactions, so loan or if you want to buy mutual funds and whatnot. And it's one thing that I did ask the union a few months ago, I guess already, with regards to training. How much training goes into to each person to require that? And I just know from personal experience, because I almost went into banking myself, and then I found out I was all trained. I was almost ready to pass my licenses, and then I found out I had to spend about 2,000 hours or 3,000 hours of just regular being a bank teller, for instance, and I'd already gone in towards my political career, so I didn't want to do that. But that would require all our Canada Post employees, if we were to go into more complicated transactions, to do that rigorous training. And does it vary from province to province?
It depends on the product you're selling. In some cases it's national, in some cases it's provincial. It's substantial in all cases. I can tell you that firsthand. My wife works in the financial planning business, and to see what she goes through from a training perspective between the Canadian Securities course and the Wealth Management Essentials course and the Practice Standards course, and the number of hours that one goes through both to obtain licensing and then to be able to maintain that, because there's a continuing education requirement, is enormous. So it's no small undertaking on the individuals or their spouses to maintain that.
Okay. And when banks, and I'm not sure if you're able to answer this question, or credit unions look at opening a branch and some of the economics that they look at, or return on investment, how quickly do they, how fast do they want that return on investment to say, okay, we're going to be profitable in 5, 10 years? Is that something that that's confidential first off, or is that something you can share in terms of how long does a branch generally has to be economically viable to?
Well, the short answer is I don't know the answer to that question. It probably depends on an institution by institution basis. There are going to be a number of metrics that go into that decision. So I don't know that there is one answer.
Yeah, I don't have necessarily an answer as Darren is, I got the same issue that he has, but I know that, credit unions tend to be able to survive in lower profitable areas. Just because we're owned by our members, there may not be the pressures, though, of course, we have to earn a profit, and every branch has to pay its way, but maybe not as much as a bank branch.
Okay. How much
left? But Mr. McCauley, you're back up for 5 minutes, I see.
Thanks, everyone. Mr. Hanna, I want to thank you for bringing that up. I mean, I recall a time where banks are open 9:30 to 3:30, and I think Thursday, if you're lucky, they were open to 4:30. And now I've got probably where I live 5 or 6 banks on Sunday open within a 5-minute walking distance, and ATMs everywhere. I just want to actually bring up, there was the city of Chipman. That was the one that I was referring to, where the mayor had actually offered free space to a bank to keep open even one day a week, and the bank said just wasn't financially viable. But what the bank ended up offering was a full-service ATM, one where they take deposits as well as cough up. And then it came up about, well, what about change? Well, okay, there's a private vendor who would do a change machine as well, and not Brinks, but someone else would do armored car for pickup. Do you see banks being, I guess, open to that kind of thing for the smaller communities, or do you push it off on one of the ATM specialists, or is...
Banks want to serve their clients. Ultimately, these are customers, and they want to find a way to service them. So can they put ATMs in those locations? They probably can. It really depends on the individual circumstance. Certainly, to collect deposits, it has to be an ATM of the bank.
Right.
A white label one only provides cash. It doesn't accept deposits. One thing that does help a lot along that way, though, is remote deposit capture, where now I can actually make a deposit remotely of a check. That helps a lot.
Right.
But yes, look, from the bank's point of view, these are ultimately customers. And they're customers they want to retain, and they want to find a way of making this relationship work commercially and feasibly for both the client and for the bank.
Well, I'm sure you can sell them RRSPs and everything else, email-wise. And just for any of the three of you, we hear again, I don't want to go back to, I'll go back to postal banking, where the idea is the post office agent by themselves, when they're not selling stamps or whatever, will act as the banker. We send a report that says, no, you need a full-time manager at every single outlet. Is even having 2 feasible for the work required, either from a payday lending or for a credit union?
Individuals? Or?
Well, I guess
I'm not sure.
Well, what came up from the study was, the idea is to have Canada Post do postal banking. The person who's already there doing the post office work will also act as the banker as well. The report says, well, that's not feasible having one, you'll need a banker, you'll need a manager at every single outlet doing that. But is even 2 feasible?
I'm sort of out of my depth here in terms of answering that. I know
You have any branches
of a
with
single
just 2 people?
Yes, I do know of one. Yes.
One,
Yeah.
okay. Mr. Whalen or Mr. Hanna? Sorry.
You know, it's an interesting question. The question I would have is, what is the traffic flow going to look like in that case? Is this person literally going to switch hats back and forth on a customer by customer basis, selling financial products to one and then providing postal services to the next one who comes in the door? And then what is the client experience going to look like?
I think that was the idea.
I have to wonder what that customer experience would look like.
Mr. Irwin, do you have any? Do you know if you have any shops with just 2 people?
Sure, there probably are some, but I mean, I think again, it would depend on where they are and what the traffic is like. Sometimes a day and some days of the week that simply would not work. So I think I echo similar comments to my colleagues.
There would be security issues too.
Right.
You need to have certain.
Okay. The number where you've come up with 98% of Canadians have bank accounts, I mean, I was looking, StatsCan shows 81% of Canadians live in a city, so I mean, there's 81% have easy access. Where does the 98% come from?
99% is from the World Bank.
Okay. Right. You don't have anything else?
Ms. Shanahan for 5.
Thank you, Chair. When we were on the road, we were often posing the question to the witnesses, regardless of their background. Do you see Canada Post as being a business or a service? And very often the answer that we got back was sort of a combination of the two, which makes a lot of sense, of course, an essential service, but that it needs to be sustainable as a business. And then it's up for grabs whether the dividend should be paid out or the money reinvested. And so stemming out of that, that it be an essential service is the idea of a community hub. And that would be especially useful in these rural and remote areas, but also in inner city. There's a market there as well, where other services could be provided, be it passport services or something that's dear to my heart, which is income tax preparation, especially as we go forward, and that becomes, I hope, a lot easier. Because I think that I was very interested to hear about what Vancity was doing as far as financial literacy is, because very often people are just not aware of what, the GST rebate, that kind of thing. They don't fill out their income tax. They head over to the payday lender because that's the easiest and closest service that they have, and they're in that debt spiral. So I just would like to hear your comments then, members of the panel, on that idea of a community hub, and in other words, really Canada Post leveraging what is probably its biggest asset, which is this coast-to-coast-to-coast distribution network that it has. So maybe start with, Mr. Irwin, and we're back.
Sure. I think that it's something that our organization hasn't necessarily spent a lot of time thinking about. I'd certainly undertake to, get back to you with any, thoughts we have. I mean, just briefly now, I guess I would say, if there's a way to leverage existing resources to be able to provide services that people need, I think that's probably something that's always important and should be looked at. Our members, we certainly are always looking at ways we can continue to serve our customers. Income tax preparation is something that some of our members do as well. So we're always looking at ways to, it's far beyond, it started as an industry that cash checks, then it evolved into lending, now it's evolved into so many more things beyond that, as, whatever the case may be of the customer, whether they can't find those services where they live, whatever the case is, our members are always trying to sort of step in and figure out ways to fill that gap. So if there's one message I would probably like to really convey today, it's that the industry I represent is a lot more than just kind of what you think it is or what a lot of people think it is, which is sort of that loan for a few $100 that's repaid their next payday. We do a lot more than that, and we try to do it in the best way we can.
But you do need to make a profit while you're doing it.
Absolutely.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Mr. Hanna?
I think the question is an interesting one. It's in many respects, it's more a real estate question than a banking question, which is how do I take if I'm Canada Post, my existing real estate assets, repurpose them, or at least reorganize them in some way so that I can leverage them off on, depending upon the location, different relationships. Conceptually, is that a good idea? It's certainly something I would explore if I were Canada Post, because they have a substantial real estate asset. But there's not a lot more I can really say about it than that, other than I can see the attractiveness of looking at that from Canada Post's perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Martin?
I can't add any more than what Darren said. It's pretty much my thoughts.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Monsieur Clark, 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll continue then. Mr. Hanna, as you say, there are already exterior banking actors from outside Canada then that are doing a good business to enter the Canadian business banking market. How much time would it take Canada Post, in your opinion, to comply with all the rules and regulations relating to the banking system?
To go through the process, I mean, first off, I'd say that the question is best addressed to OSFI. Even if you haven't spoken with them already, it's probably a good idea. They can explain the licensing process involved in getting a banking license. But it's a multi-year process, because you have to go through and satisfy the regulator that you are sufficiently well capitalized, that you have put in place a management team and an operation to be able, that is able to be sustainable, that you have a business plan that looks like it will work, that you've put in place the appropriate risk management controls and the appropriate information security controls to maintain, to address risks, both to address your financial risk and also your operational risk. And I want to point out the latter one and draw attention to that, because it's important. These days, given cybersecurity, given risks associated with given cybersecurity issues, technology risk is a big issue, and technology and information security is a big issue. If Canada Post were to want to go into this space in a meaningful way, they would have to look very hard at what they need to do to secure customer information.
Justement, monsieur, vous m'amenez à ma deuxième.
This brings me to my second question. What would be the physical modifications or changes that Canada Post would have to do in its offices in order to be able to offer banking services to the physical premises? It would probably require massive investments, because the post offices would have to be changed. They would require coffers and so forth. It would require a place, for example, to store money and all the rest.
It would have to be reconfigured. You would have to reconfigure it both from a security point of view, as you've discussed, but also from a customer point of view as well, to recognize what an interaction would look like. And then to try to do that over top of or in conjunction with maintaining the postal business, it would be no small undertaking.
Puis vous disiez aussi que
You also noted that we have to realize that banks do like providing service to their clientele in their regional areas, like having a good rapport with them. Have you already given, in the banking sector, given consideration to sending representatives of a bank to a customer, for example? I know that those responsible for mortgage services came to visit me. Do you have that type of service for regular clients?
Depending upon the product and the service, mobile banking representatives. You talked about it in mortgages, absolutely. We see it a lot in small business and agriculture all the time. It really depends on the client relationship, and it depends upon the product. But yeah, in selective areas and in selective products, that does happen.
OK. Et Monsieur Martin.
Mr. Martin, you noted that we talk about postal banking as a way of dealing with one of the financial difficulties of Canada Post, that is dealing with the deficit. And in your view, this is not necessarily a solution. It may be a bit awkward to talk about postal banking, but I'd like to hear what you have to say on other suggestions that were made for a number of months now about additional services that could be provided by Canada Post, for example, passports and driver's license, even though that is provincial, providing assistance to the elderly, all sorts of services that may be provided in countries like Switzerland and France. What do you think of that?
thing is, does it align, do these services align well with the skill set, with the labor complement they have, and with the technologies that they have in place? And, you know, I think we've said that making the jump into financial services is going to require large investments. There's going to be training, there's going to be security issues, there's going to have to be some change in labor management relations. But I could see moving into other areas, maybe like the passport office and these sorts of things, as being more in alignment with kind of a service delivery model that Canada Post has. But I couldn't go farther than that. It seemed to make more sense.
Thank you very much. And just Mr. Hanna, for your benefit, you referred to the fact we should perhaps best talk to OSCE about a particular issue. They were invited to appear before this committee, and they declined.
Oh, okay.
So, Mr. Whalen, for 5 minutes, please.
Is this the last round, or is
This will be the last round. These, Mr. Weir will be after you, and that'll be it.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, thank you all again for coming. As I mentioned before, we had a number of representations across the country regarding the possibilities of postal banking, and we were looking forward to an opportunity to test some of those assumptions and some of what we heard against people in the banking industry. The banking industry has also faced the same style of pressures that Canada Post has faced in terms of digitization and the pressures that that places on corporations with a large, or industries with a large physical footprint. Mr. Hanna and Mr. Martin, could you talk a little bit about how your organizations have restructured their efforts and have dealt with the issue about having such large real estate assets, whether or not to leverage them, whether or not to dispose of them, and how that has evolved over the course of the past decade?
Sure. I'll start, Rob, and then you can go in. As I mentioned, what happens in a bank branch now looks a lot different than it would have 20, 30 years ago. So what have banks done? They've, in many cases, reconfigured the branch to recognize that you're getting less traffic necessarily going to the front desk, adding more kiosks in so that they can provide one-on-one financial advice. In some cases, branches are re-footprinted, made more compact to reflect traffic. So the branch is still there; it's just smaller than it was. Integrated in more of the sort of the frontline electronics, so that you have the option just to go in there, use the ATM right in front of you, in order to deal with those one-off, relatively straightforward transactions. So what they've done is they've tried to align the footprint with where it provides value for customers, and recognize that a lot of the plain vanilla transactional relationships are being done through electronic mechanisms.
I can't add much more than that, but the other thing that we've done is we've tried to extend our ATM network. We are part of what's called the Exchange Network, which is credit unions and some banks actually that have committed to a surcharge-free exchange network, and actually where you can go and do deposits and do some beyond basic transactions at ATMs. And that's 4,200 ATMs in the country, so that you won't. I'm a credit union member, of course, but I can go deposit at National Bank, and I can take out money at National Bank too.
One of the things we've seen in the face of the rural moratorium on closing rural post offices across the country is that the time during which certain rural post offices are open has really severely contracted from 40 hours a week down to 25 hours a week, down to 13 or 15 hours a week in some places. Is that something the banks have explored, or does that, does it reach a point at which minimal hours of operations is just as well to close the operation, close the location? And what other types of factors do you consider when maybe the possibility of a temporary or a roving site, as some of the credit unions have talked about?
Well, I'll start and say, in general, if you actually look at the trend towards branch hours, it's been to lengthen them rather than contract them, to try to reflect when people are actually able to and want to do banking. Are adjustments made on a case-by-case basis? Sure, it can happen. But in general, it's ultimately all driven by viability. Is this branch viable? Is there a way I can repurpose it or reframe it to make it viable? And if there isn't, what's my alternative? And what can I do to try to maintain some degree of service to people in the community, but recognize that the branch as it exists simply isn't economically sustainable anymore?
Yes, and some of our credit unions have moved to, usually in very remote areas, have moved to some shorter hour models to make them viable. And of course, these decisions have to be made at the credit union level. You know, it has to do with their business model, what's going on in their other branches. And also, you know, whenever we move to, say, look at a branch and its viability, there's eventually going to be a membership meeting to talk about it. So, you know, we always have to keep that in mind, too, that it's what our members want in the end.
So we are 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks a lot. Well, it's been great having this panel with you, although I feel like we must be nearing the end because members from all parties are sort of starting to spitball about different options and asking you to respond to those. So in that same spirit, I guess one of the reasons that letter mail volumes might be declining even a bit faster is that some companies are charging customers extra to receive bills or statements by mail. And I just wonder if your members are doing that and if you have any thoughts on that topic.
Not that I know of.
In the case of banking, it depends on the package you buy. As part of the low-cost account that banks have agreed to for $4 a month, you can get a low-cost account that has a number of transactions and includes also free mailed statements. So are there other options where you pay for a statement by mail but get it electronically? Yes, those options are available as well. Typically, they'll come with another package of services. So really, you can purchase the package that suits your needs. And if paper statements are part of what you want, you can get that.
Our members don't mail statements.
Yeah, fair enough. Now, I guess another thing that's come up in the discussion is the fact that there are other federal entities in the financial sector. We had a bit of a discussion about Farm Credit Canada. CMHC obviously plays a big role in the mortgage business. And I wonder what you would think about the possibility of Canada Post serving as a network of retail outlets to provide some of those financial services that already exist. So, for example, if people could connect with Farm Credit Canada through the post office, might that make sense? If post offices were a place where people could buy government bonds on a retail basis. I don't expect you're going to be super enthusiastic about this idea, but I did think I'd bounce it off you.
Well, I can't say I'm terribly excited about helping Farm Credit Canada, but it's really more a question you'd have to ask them.
Well, they're not in the deposit-taking business, so they have a limited, suite of products. But there are other equally viable other models, which would be to partner with credit unions or other institutions too, right? Not necessarily postal banks, because we already provide a lot of, say, agricultural products and services. For example, agro-invest accounts for our members. We might be able to partner with some way with FCC around that.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, taking the time out of your day to be with us. Should our committee members have any additional questions for you, and God, I can't think that they would after 2 hours, I hope you would invite them to contact you directly. And conversely, if you have any additional information, clearly you have a point of view on the issue of postal banking. If there are additional pieces of information you wish to provide to us, which you think would help us in our deliberations, we invite you to do that through our clerk. We will now suspend for hopefully no more than just a few moments. We have to make arrangements for a video conference for our next set of witnesses. The witnesses are excused. Thank you. We had lunch, now we're having dinner, for God's sake.
Did you want one of these?
Oh, thank you very much. Running a little over time, but I think we can make up time. First, I want to check with Ms. Falcone. Can you hear us? Ms. Falcone?
I can, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Ms. Falcone, Mr. Drucker, thank you both for being here. You may or may not, Mr. Drucker, have been observing the proceedings. Ms. Falcone, you probably haven't had a chance to see how we work around here. We will be asking both of you to give a brief opening statement. Following those statements, we will then engage in a question and answer period with members of the committee. Mr. Drucker, how long is your statement? 5 minutes or so. Ms. Falcone? How long is your
5 minutes.
5 minutes, thank you very much. And we'll commence. Mr. Drucker, you're first up for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. I greatly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. To identify myself, my name is David Drucker. I'm the president of MBEC Communications, which is the license holder for the franchise operations of the UPS store in Canada. So we are a network of approximately, at last count, I think we opened another store today, 365 full-service retail locations offering multi-carrier services. We exist basically to assist consumers, small businesses, Canadians in finding the right solution to serve their both carrier shipment needs, as well as we also do printing and some other business support services. So we're really an easy one-stop location. The franchisees are all generally individual Canadian families supporting their own businesses. It's really a small business organization supporting small business in Canada. Most recently, going back about 4 years in the United States, they have successfully done pairings where the U.S. Postal Service parcel shipment options are available at the UPS stores in the United States, and it has been beneficial for both parties. It's created a easy solution for consumers and small businesses to find the appropriate selective service that they require for their individual needs. So we are multi-carrier in nature. We are basically agnostic as to which carrier it goes through. So currently we offer DHL, we offer Canpar, we offer UPS obviously, we offer Loomis, we offer different courier packages. Historically we were previously mailboxes, etc., and there was a rebrand done with a brand affiliation with UPS. UPS is our preferred carrier based on the brand association, but we are an independent organization of independent franchisees, Canadians, selling solutions to Canadians. We have tried for several years, I would say a good 8+, trying to have the ability to have a dialogue with Canada Post as to the mutual benefit of offering these services, and have not to date been able to get very far with it. So along with the recent suggestions that Canada Post is looking at new ways of expanding their business, expanding the product offerings to Canadians and expanding what they do, we believe that our locations offer the ability to put parcels into the Canada Post carrier network. We currently do at retail approximately $35 to $45 million of parcel service, and we believe that Canada Post could benefit from some of that volume.
Thank you very much. Ms. Falcone, your opening statement, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. UPS was pleased to participate in the Canada Post Task Force review. We appreciate the opportunity to speak before the committee. UPS believes this review process presents an opportunity for the government to reshape Canada's parcel delivery infrastructure into a more streamlined, harmonized, and innovative system that will better serve Canadians. UPS was respectfully billed in the task force review and advanced 3 recommendations today that we believe will help create efficiencies in parcel service while additionally supporting Canada Post revenues. First, UPS supports the task force option to explore synergies with the private sector through final mile collaboration and through an open community mailbox infrastructure. The discussion paper suggests that Canada Post pursue additional last mile delivery for third parties. UPS believes this represents significant opportunity for Canada Post. In fact, final mile delivery service is the fastest growing product in the USPS product portfolio. We see opportunities for Canada Post to collaborate with transportation partners on the challenge that the entire transportation industry faces when it comes to final mile delivery by opening up access to its vast final mile delivery infrastructure, including its community mailbox structures. By opening up its infrastructure, Canada Post would benefit from cost sharing with industry colleagues and would gain greater access to new courier technologies. This is the best practice that's already underway in other parts of the world. In France and Belgium, UPS and national post operators are working together in local pilots to experiment with modified parcel boxes and advanced parcel technologies. In Singapore, the government is currently in consultation with the Postal Service and private couriers to devise a pilot program of government-run federated mailboxes. Singapore intends to use this model to create revenue for the government and solve problems such as urban access, congestion, and to improve the movement of e-commerce. In the U.S., the Government Accountability Office is currently assessing whether shared access mailboxes would better service the American consumer in today's digital marketplace. Secondly, UPS recommends a more consistent duty and tax collection policy for imports parcels. The task force identified that there is a need for new revenue streams for Canada Post and also stated that there should be greater consistency in the industry. Currently, there's a gap in the revenue collection process on postal import parcels when compared to parcels carried by couriers. In fact, preliminary results from a study currently underway by Copenhagen Economics indicate a disparity in the application of duties and HST assessments completed by Canada Post versus private couriers for import shipments to Canada. The final results of the report will be complete within 2 weeks, and UPS can share additional information then. Moreover, Canada Post has an opportunity to increase its revenues by increasing the terminal dues that it charges to international postal entities when receiving parcels into Canada. Canadian terminal dues are relatively low when compared to the cost to serve. An increase in terminal dues would help Canada Post manage its cost while ensuring that international companies are not gaining competitive ground against Canadian businesses selling domestically. Finally, UPS supports the option presented by the Canada Post Task Force Review Committee to change Canada Post's governance structure to introduce an independent Canadian postal regulator. A postal regulator would ensure fair, competitive structures are in place within the relatively unregulated courier and parcel sector. Like the task force discussion paper states, there is a need for enhanced regulation to provide structure balance between the public interest and in response to competitive market forces. Similarly, we see the implementation of a regulator as mutually beneficial for both Canada Post and the private courier industry. Canada Post could update the rule moratorium, streamline its operations, and explore greater partnership with the private sector. The private sector could be assured fair competition via a more transparent cost allocation process that shows Canada Post is not cross-subsidizing its competitive business lines from its exclusive privilege. Most importantly, Canadians can be assured that their postage fees are being optimized to ensure that Canada Post is fulfilling its letter mail service mandate. UPS urges this government to look towards best practices in Europe, Australia, the US, and the UK, and implement an independent postal regulator for Canada. In conclusion, we believe the recommendations brought forward today would ensure increased parcel access for Canadians, grow revenue for the federal government and Canada Post, spur innovation, and provide Canadians with the assurance that Canada Post is being managed effectively for today and into the future. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you both for your presentations. We will start a 7-minute round with Madame Ratanzi, please.
Thank you both for your presentation. When you talk about UPS and the store, there's a confusion. So the store is a little different from the UPS itself, correct?
Correct. The UPS store is an independent franchise network that basically has a branding agreement. So we are multi-carrier. We are not uniquely UPS. We are not UPS employees. We are not UPS shareholders.
Now, what sort of, you talk about that you're providing, or you would like to synergize with Canada Post, and you haven't had any conversations with them. What sort of service do you think you can leverage with each other that would be beneficial to Canada Post? I mean, it's a win-win situation for you and them. And how much revenue do you think it will generate for Canada Post?
We believe that by offering the ability for Canadians to do Canada Post parcel service out of our locations, there would be a benefit to Canada Post. Our initial estimates are that based on market share, there's easily $1 million of volume available. what the benefit is to Canada Post is increased volume. What the benefit is to Canadians is increased accessibility and increased selection. As I said previously, we exist basically as a multi-carrier option. We try to listen to the consumer or the small business and assess what their needs are. Some people have an absolute need to have a package or a letter arrive by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, and other people only have a need to have a 3-day or maybe a 5-day or a ground service. By increasing the selection that we have available to Canadians, we're helping to support small business, we're helping to support consumers, and helping to support Canada Post as well as our franchisees.
So with all the multi-courier offers that you give to your constituents or to your clients, Canada Post has never been part of the equation at the moment or conversation?
No, we've had initial conversations that have basically gone to the tune of thank you, but not at this time.
Okay.
And they've been very brief.
So there are opportunities for enhancing their revenue, but they have declined. Okay.
We would assume there's opportunities for the enhancement of the revenue, and based on the experience with the USPS and the stores in the United States, we believe that proof of concept is certainly a worthy exercise.
Okay. In terms of UPS, Madame, I just wanted to know, Ms. Falcone, how much work or how much business do you give to Canada Post in terms of its ability to do its last mile? The last mile is the strategic advantage that Canada Post provides to all its constituents, really. How much business do you supply?
Most of that right now is done through other regional couriers that are then handing off to Canada Post, including Purolator Courier. Okay. So we would hand off to Purolator, and then they would handle that last mile handoff to Canada Post at the moment.
But do you know how much of the volume or the dollar amount that you are handing off to Canada Post because you can't or you don't have the infrastructure to do the last mile delivery?
It's a lower percentage in terms of our total volume in Canada. I can get back to you with that.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So when you talked about the opening up its transportation service, what did you mean by it? Maybe I missed.
Currently,
Go ahead. Sorry.
There are a couple of opportunities. Is someone else speaking?
No, it's only you.
Okay. There are a couple of opportunities. So first of all, right now we are working with some regional carriers where they would provide the final handoff to Canada Post. We would like to have some dialogue where we would work directly with Canada Post on handling some of that final mile, even beyond the really, remote areas where it would just be preferable for one delivery truck to go to the center versus us sending up another vehicle. That's one. Secondly, there's an infrastructure that Canada Post operates. Primarily, it was established to support the letter mail service. So there are the retail outlets, the community mailboxes. Yet increasingly, consumers are ordering parcels, and increasingly, couriers, including UPS, our final delivery is made to residential areas. So this infrastructure could also support acceptance of courier packages, parcel packages, as it is doing today for Canada Post. Canada Post is an opportunity to open up that infrastructure for final mile delivery to private couriers to access, making it more accessible for consumers to retrieve their parcels regardless of who is carrying the shipment. I'll give you an example. Someone ordering a parcel online, they may order 3 different shipments online. One which is being delivered by UPS, another one being delivered by Canada Post, and another, for example, by FedEx. That consumer will probably have 3 different experiences to pick up that parcel. If they're in an apartment, they can go down to their locker box that's in their lobby and pick up their Canada Post parcel, and then they'll see a sticky note on the door of their apartment building asking them to drive to pick it up at a UPS facility, for example. FedEx may have dropped it off at another facility. So there's some synergy that could be experienced if all the parcels were to be delivered into a more modern, innovative type of pickup center for consumers.
Canada Post to create this type of, you're really looking for a clearing house. So that everybody dumps it here and then somebody takes the ownership to deliver it or somebody comes to pick it up. Is that the concept you're thinking about?
Well, it could be a combined look at these locker boxes with Canada Post working with industry to create more of an innovative type of locker box which consumers could access through a digital PIN code or something to that effect. These are the discussions and dialogues that are happening elsewhere in the world, which would be a great advantage for the consumers, and it would help Canada Post innovate into the parcel delivery network and also share its costs amongst the industry.
Okay, so it's...
Mr. McCauley for 7 minutes, please.
Great. Welcome. Welcome. Mr. Drucker, I can't help but notice that a lot of what you offer at the UPS store is stuff that's already available at the Canada Post franchises.
As far as product offerings or service offerings, we have a broader service offering. So Canada Post, to my knowledge, at their locations, Canada Post is the only offer that can be done. Staples, for example, offers Purolator and Canada Post. We frankly offer a multitude of different carriers. So we are not really talking about exclusivity for anyone, or we're really looking at giving Canadians the broadest selection possible to serve their needs. So I think our services are a little bit larger because, for example, a small business could send or receive faxes from one of our stores. There's different options available.
Maybe their reluctance to enter an agreement with you might have to do with their franchise agreements with their franchisees. We've heard a bunch of witnesses over the last couple of weeks going on about how to increase revenue with Canada Post, and some of them, mailbox rental, printing, have come up as ideas for Canada Post. How would you feel about government-subsidized Canada or business encroaching on your area?
I don't think it's an encroachment. There's certainly, we have category rather, competition all over the place. We don't really have concept competition in terms of having the services available in one space and the broad spectrum of services. I will tell you that, for example, printing takes several years of study and knowledge to be able to produce rather the placemats like the ones that are placed in front of you to get all that stuff done. So it's not simple. It's certainly an open market, and as a taxpayer, I would encourage Canada Post to pursue whatever possible to do the best possible. From a concept standpoint, I am open to competition across all carriers. I think it's best for everyone. It's best for business. As an entrepreneur, I believe in equal access.
Great. And you'd spoken about, sorry, Miss, how do you pronounce your last name? Falcon. You talked about, the last mile, the interliner or the interliner with Canada Post. Sorry, could you expand on that a bit more? Canada Post does the interliner or the last mile for you, FedEx and quite a few others. Where do you see more opportunity for Canada Post, revenue-wise, with this?
Well, I guess in a couple of areas where we would, prefer to engage directly with Canada Post versus having it being handed off by regional carriers. There's certain opportunities that we've identified and we submitted to the task force when we testified in June, specific postal codes in Canada where we just think that there's greater collaboration could be done between the larger couriers and Canada Post. But then secondly, as to my earlier point, is really taking a look at that final mile infrastructure that Canada Post has established for them, initially to support their letter mail service, which would benefit access by the courier industry, because the entire industry is challenged by this final mile, and this final mile including e-commerce deliveries to consumers. So rather than repeating the model and establishing new infrastructure, there's an opportunity for Canada Post to open up access to the industry and deliver greater benefit to Canadians and also take kilometers off the road and benefit consumers. That would be the community mailboxes. That would include assessment of retail sites. sites.
They already offer it. You just want a bigger, you want to cut out a middle person. Am I hearing that right? The regional, Canada Post already offers the last mile. It sounds like you're trying to, did I hear right that you want to cut out the regional person, the regional courier that's
Not necessarily cut out, just have greater interaction and collaboration with them on opportunities, because up until now, it's really just been dropping into their system on a published rate basis. So, and certainly in many cases, we would still go through those regional carriers, but just the opportunity to have that door open for further dialogue and where it might make sense for the larger carriers to hand off directly.
Okay.
The larger, I mean, really, and I think that we're moving positively in that direction. I think Canada Post is very, very open to that. You know, what we see as an opportunity, which still lags, is this innovation on the final mile infrastructure, including the community mailboxes and other infrastructure that's, you know, was built to support letter mail, which, you know, is a declining product. And as e-commerce grows, everyone's looking at the same challenge, which opens up opportunities.
I understand your comment about having a mailbox with shared access to a FedEx or UPS and that. Would UPS be open then to help pay for some of the changes that might be required?
I think that I mean, I think we're starting to have some of these.
And therefore, our taxpayers be on the hook for that.
No, I mean, we would want to have discussion to brainstorm on what would work for Canadians that would go beyond where these locker boxes stay, or, you know, mailboxes stand today. I think this is all open to discussion, as we're doing in other countries of the world, working hand in hand testing concepts.
Yeah, fair comment. You mentioned that UPS has, or the USPS down in the States, with the final mile, and one of the reports we saw was that USPS really gave away the farm on the last mile in their agreements with UPS, FedEx, etc. And Canada Post needs to protect against that, so that the big companies don't cherry pick the good routes and leave poor Canada Post delivering to the marginal ones with very little activity. Do you have any feedback on that and what's happened in the States?
I can't speak specifically. Well, I would say in that lane, it's the fastest growing product, and I know that UPS works very closely with UPS. This has been a continued partnership over a number of years. You know, my recommendation is, I would assume, you know, others would be, is that Canada Post needs to take a look at these opportunities in Canada to make sure that it's a win-win, and that is always UPS's objective in any relationship with a business partner. It would have to benefit Canadian consumers are going to be using the service. Canada Post, I mean, it was the intention to keep them viable for the long term. And, you know, of course, UPS, there's a reason why we're entering into this partnership too. So it would have to be looking at a win-win. I can't comment on what they're stating is happening financially. We've been continuing on this partnership for a number of years in the U.S.
Thank you
very much. Mr. Weir for 7 minutes.
Thanks very much. I remember as a young New Democrat at university being outraged that UPS had launched an investor state challenge against the Canadian government under NAFTA about Canada Post. And in recent days, we've seen the Canada-Europe trade deal stalled by objections to the investor state provisions, and now we have UPS here seeking to work more closely with Canada Post. So I feel like we're making progress. That's excellent. I did want to ask a little bit about the proposal to have Canada Post parcel services be made available through UPS locations. And what I don't completely understand about it is that Canada Post currently has far more outlets than UPS, far greater coverage of the Canadian market. So what would be the key advantage to Canada Post having those services available through the UPS locations as well?
So to clarify, they're not UPS locations. They're the UPS stores, which is a branded franchisee location. Currently, a Canadian consumer could walk into those stores and say that I'm looking for a service to get a parcel from A to B. And frankly, Canada Post just isn't part of those conversations. We have a very good flow of customers, the same as a Staples or anyone else does that has a multiple selection available. Same way as if you walked into a grocery store. Some people want with pulp, some people want without pulp. We're just really looking to make it convenient for Canadians to get access to the Canadian Post, to Canada Post product, which has certainly a value in the marketplace, has a value proposition to consumers. But we are not UPS. These are independent individuals that have put up money to build their storefronts, and they are a multi-carrier.
No, I appreciate the distinction. Now, for better or for worse, Canada Post does a lot of franchising, and I wonder if your stores have applied to become Canada Post franchises so they deliver these services.
We can't get anywhere on those conversations.
Okay, so that's something you've tried to do.
No, we've actually just tried to have conversations, and we can't really get past the thank you but no thank you at this time. We've never really had the opportunity to sit down on a table and explore what the options are that could be mutually beneficial both to Canada Post and to our network. I would also like to point out Staples currently offers Canada Post and Purolator services with a similar type of network distribution, and chances are the same type of crossover of locations to existing Canada Post locations. I think it's really just an opportunity to make the product more easily accessible in a more varied selection of places than the current Canada Post facilities might be located at.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Falcone, you made the point that we need to stop Canada Post from cross-subsidizing its more competitive businesses, and I opened with kind of a tongue-in-cheek comment about the UPS NAFTA case, but I guess in this current environment of declining letter mail volumes but increasing parcel volumes, is there really still a concern that Canada Post is using the letter mail business to subsidize the parcel business?
Well, I think the bigger question is we don't know. Because there is not this independent oversight to see how costs are being allocated and how the business is being managed. It's a big question mark right now, which is, in terms of the task force recommendation paper, they saw the same issue, and they, raised the only way that we are really to know that the business is being managed effectively is by putting in a regulatory body to ensure that overhead costs are broken down by business line. So I think it's more of that issue to say, if we're looking at how viable the Post is going to be in the long term, this would be a tool to help with that oversight.
Yeah, I mean, it would be, I think, our committee's impression that it's the parcel business at Canada Post that's growing and probably supporting the letter mail delivery at this point. I mean, I appreciate it might have been different, a decade and a half ago when this NAFTA case occurred. I'm just not sure how relevant a concern that is anymore. But to move on to the question of last mile delivery, clearly Canada Post is already involved in doing a certain amount of that for different courier companies. Canada Post is really the only service that goes everywhere in the country. And so I wonder what specific policy changes would you be looking for at Canada Post to get into that line of business in a bigger way?
I would say, to confirm again that the main opportunity we see is on the infrastructure that was originally meant to support letter mail delivery, which we feel there's an opportunity to open that up to industry to innovate and allow some cost sharing for Canada Post, and also create a more sustainable model that would benefit Canadians who are picking up these e-commerce parcels in their neighborhoods. Because right now everyone is challenged to meet that final mile delivery. We're working with local businesses to drop it off, or they're coming to a UPS operations facility to pick it up. And you've got, for example, 3 or 4 different courier, including Canada Post trucks driving in the same neighborhood to make the deliveries. That's where we see an opportunity that's worth some further dialogue.
Okay, because it seemed like a moment ago you were suggesting that Canada Post should not be allowed to use its letter mail infrastructure to deliver parcels, and now it sounds like you're saying that Canada Post should allow private companies to use its letter mail infrastructure to deliver parcels.
I would not say that they should not be able to access the infrastructure for parcels. If they are, the appropriate way to manage that cost would be to allocate the cost for use of the real estate in that infrastructure to the parcel line of business.
So you're just looking for a clearer accounting of what Canada Post does, you're not necessarily objecting to using the same infrastructure for multiple purposes to save money. You just want a different type of accounting?
Very brief answer, please.
There should be appropriate accounting by product line. If it's infrastructure, for example, built for letter mail, if there's a parcel that's going to have access to that infrastructure, then the cost should be allocated to that parcel, just as any, business would allocate costs by the product line, so that when shareholders or Canadian taxpayers are looking at the annual report, they can be confident that costs are being managed appropriately and they understand where the revenue and costs are being allocated for the postal services versus the competitive courier services.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whalen, for 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Ms. Funkel, thanks for joining us remotely today. It's very informative. I seem to be convinced now from Mr. Ware that the issue is complicated, and I can see a benefit to a postal regulator, perhaps. In terms of the increased terminal dues and the notion that they are too low, we've heard in different parts of the country that some foreign importers into Canada will actually use a low-cost country where they can ship their goods and then ship their goods from there into Canada to get a lower terminal distribution rate. I'm wondering if you could describe the situation a little more, how it affects UPS, how it affects the industry as a whole, and what types of opportunities and timeline would there be to increase these terminal dues under the Universal Postal Union, and what an appropriate recommendation might be?
Yes, I would say from UPS's experience, we are a global carrier. We move shipments around the world, across over 220 countries. When we move a shipment across the border, there's a higher fee for that shipment than when we're moving it within a domestic area, typically. So what we're seeing is that Canada Post, as it accepts import shipments from other international postal entities, the rate that it's charging is not matching its cost to serve. And the impact that has, for example, in Canadian small to medium-sized businesses, they're having a tougher time competing with international companies with very low rates for imports into the country. This is a disadvantage for Canada Post, because if they were to raise those rates, they can help cover some of their costs. It's a revenue loss for them, and also would help Canadian companies to compete more fairly with these international businesses that are shipping goods into Canada. And in fact, some other countries like the U.S. have seen the same issue. And so, for example, the U.S. is looking at raising its terminal dues, for example, to some international postal entities, because they've seen the same issue where there's been a shortfall on what it's costing them to serve versus what they're collecting.
Ms. Falcone, my understanding is that these negotiations don't necessarily happen between the postal offices themselves, between national governments and their membership in the International Postal Union. Is it operating in a different fashion in the U.S. when the U.S. determines that its terminal dues aren't sufficiently high? Are they brokering different agreements, or how's the United States addressing this? Do you know?
They're going through the UPU as well. They're presenting this through the Universal Postal Union as well. So, we're tracking to see how that follows, but essentially Canada would go through the same process that the U.S. is. They're taking a look at what it's costing them to accept these packages, and U.S. is recommending an increase to create a better representation of what it's costing them to that final delivery. We would recommend Canada do the same, and through the same channels and methods.
What might explain why the rates were lower for developing countries? Are you saying that was there a social justice aspect to it? Is there some other type of policy consideration that you think might be driving lower rates for developing countries to access our postal network?
I can't speak to that right now. I can try to find out what was the rationale behind it. But I'm assuming that this hasn't been looked at for some time. In fact, maybe not even lining up to the trade patterns and where they've come along. So I think you're probably along the right lines in terms of what the answer back would be, but I can confirm.
Thank you, Mr. Ayoub. You want the rest of the time? You have about 3 minutes left.
Il y a 3 minutes left. I'm going to speak in French, so if you want to take your hear, vous en avez besoin ou pas. J'ai les résultats.
I have the results of Purolator in front of me, and I'm rather surprised at your testimony today. It is mentioned that the parcel side is expanding in Canada Post. We talked with this, and at the same time, the report of the task force this summer tells us the net benefit of Purolator has been fluctuating over the past several years. It went down as 28 and reached a high because of competition from companies like FedEx, BHS, and so forth. There is a significant challenge here, and I'd like to relate this to Canada Post. It seems to me that there is something that is not working. There's either win-win, you haven't done the appropriate sales pitch to Canada Post because they're certainly looking for a new revenue, or there is something that I haven't quite captured here. What kind of joint venture can be done, or are you interested in privatizing a portion of the activities of Canada Post, particularly when it comes to parcel delivery? Is that your purpose, Mr. Drucker? Thank you for the question.
Network offering product. So there is really no cost to Canada Post to making their services available through our locations. We're offering to put more parcels into the stream at a fair cost, the same way that Staples or anyone else does. Now that's different from my colleague and the carrier. We are not a carrier. We do a transaction at a counter and we hand it off to somebody's trucks. To us, whether I'm handing it off to a Canada Post truck or a Loomis truck or a DHL truck or a UPS truck, I am offering Canadian small business an access point to these services. So really, that's why, in our opinion, it's upside to Canada Post, because we are offering to put variable cost volume into their network with no fixed costs associated to it. We're not asking them to pay for our locations. We already have franchisees with established retail counters that are selling these products, and this is just, again, another offering.
J'ai peut-être un 30 secondes.
Maybe only 30 seconds. The way you pay your employees as opposed to what is being paid. This is a franchise. We have a commission on the transaction, like anyone else. If the transaction is $10 at retail, and there's a 30 or 40% discount, this is normally the profit for the franchisee. As a franchisor, we receive our share afterwards.
Our session, so we'll be using the truncated version, which means we have 2 5-minute interventions left. I have Mr. Clark and Mr. Ayoub on my list. I'm not sure if you want to change that on the government side, but we'll start with Monsieur Clark. 5 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for being here. I'd like to start with you, Mr. Drucker. You referred to an agreement that you would like to have with Canada Post. You have a presence in the United States at UPS. I'd like to know what your business relationship is with the United States Postal Service. And can you tell me whether there's any difference in this relationship as opposed to Canada Post?
Or Canada for the franchise network. I have no association with USPS. I'm not privy to the specific data that goes on between the network. The only thing that I know from interacting with my colleagues in the United States, including my counterpart as the president in the U.S., is that it has been beneficial to both parties and the program continues to expand. My general assumption is if the program continues to expand, it is therefore beneficial for both parties and ultimately beneficial for the consumers involved.
Okay, je comprends. Mais vous n'avez pas des détails quand...
But you don't have any details about the particular formula. The formula as such is that the services are available at our counters for other suppliers. So the matter of choice, it's simply a sales option. Ms. Falcone, if this were the case, what would the consequences be for your business, the expansion of Canada Post's activities in the parcel sector?
Or what specifically? Sorry?
Dans toutes vos activités.
In all of your activities.
From our perspective, Canada Post has indicated that it is seeking expansion into the parcel delivery market. It's taking a look at new revenue streams. From our perspective, if that is completed in a fair way in terms of cost allocation, in terms of competitiveness, we welcome new competitors to the market. We deal with other competitors as well. But it has to be completed in a fair and equitable way in terms of the way Canada Post allocates its cost.
Mais justement, là, dans les...
In the past years, at least the past 5 years, there was an increase in the delivery of parcels by Canada Post, and I'd be interested in knowing how this affected you as a business that is specialized in delivering parcels mainly, if I'm not mistaken.
That this is one of the reasons that we do advocate for a third-party regulator to ensure that there's oversight in terms of the price structure for Canada Post services to ensure that they are done in a competitive way. Okay. That is reinforcing the direct recommendation from the task force recommendation report to ensure competitors at Canada Post is not cross-subsidizing its competitive business lines. As I mentioned, Canadians want choice. We welcome competition, whether it be from FedEx or if Canada Post is entering into this field, but we do feel that a third-party regulator would help to provide that oversight and assurance that is being done in a fair way.
Okay. Vous avez parlé aussi.
You also talked about certain practices in countries like Australia, good practices. Can you give us any examples or details of this type of thing that you referred to?
The examples that I provided in terms of the regulator, the Ofcom in the UK, the PRC in the US. So, in terms of the annual report that is put out from the Crown corporations, there's an overview or a review from these third-party regulators to ensure that the cost allocation has been done correctly, to ensure that the costing is appropriate, and more importantly, it provides a channel or mechanism for stakeholders that could be impacted to weigh in and bring potential issues forward or questions forward. Just as this task force offered the opportunity on Canada Post most recently, this would be an ongoing channel that would allow stakeholders to receive the information that they would be inquiring about, and it would operate at an arm's length.
Thank you very much. Our final intervention will be Mr. Whalen for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Ms. Falcone. You mentioned an example of delivering to the ground floor of an apartment building, and it sort of brought me to mind to help clarify for me one of my thoughts around the service of a community mailbox or a super mailbox versus actually directly to my door. And I thought to myself, well, I own the mailbox at my door, but the community mailbox is owned by Canada Post. And so I'm wondering, in your experience, and maybe in the United States experience, I'm not sure if it's possible there, what sort of fees would be paid by private delivery companies and couriers to have access to Canada Post community mailbox network? And in suburban areas where Canada Post is not delivering to the door, would the thought then be that UPS would cease to deliver to the door in suburban areas, or would UPS continue to prefer to deliver straight to the door of a suburban customer rather than access to community mailbox?
I'll answer I'll take to answer your two questions. On the first question, we don't have that relationship yet with the USPS in terms of access to mailboxes. So these discussions are ongoing right now, and considering what should happen. So I can't give you a revenue or a price on that. In terms of what UPS is doing in the suburban areas, again, we're facing the same challenges. So we've implemented a number of different types of solutions. We work with some companies that prefer to do their first delivery to what we call an access point, which could be a UPS store location or a small business in the area where the consumer would go pick it up. With other companies, we make a first delivery attempt at the door, and then the second delivery attempt would go to one of these sites. So there's different models really based right now with working with the shipper on what they see as being feasible for what their consumers want. But one thing I can say is that it has changed from what it was 20 years ago. ago. And we're looking at different solutions, both to meet the consumer needs, but also to create a more sustainable footprint on reducing the number of times that truck drives down the road to make that attempt if we know the consumer is going to be home. A third example is use of technology. So we've introduced a product called My Choice. And the number of signups has really grown over the past number of years in Canada. If a Canadian consumer orders something online, they will get a message in their inbox letting them know that the shipment is on its way. And if they're not going to be home, they can redirect it to an alternate delivery location. So we found for us that's helped save us the time of making that first attempt, because sometimes the consumer doesn't want it. So it's really varying right now, just depending on the type of consumer, but we try to work with them to find out what they want first and then meet their needs without making an unnecessary trip if we don't have to.
Okay, so I'll hand my time over to Mr. Ayoub or Ms. Shanahan for the last 2 minutes of the round.
Merci. I've got no question more than that.
Okay, so I've got one. Very good. Just interested in this idea of accessing rural and remote locations. So my understanding is that the UPS stores are actually, and maybe Mr. Drucker, it's more your question, they're located now where?
In both small, urban, suburban, and even in some cases rural markets.
Is that an interesting option, the one that UPS store would?
Certainly, we're currently expanding, and we do look at the demographic growth and the urban sprawl, and as populations go. For us, again, we cater primarily to small businesses in Canada, 0 to 5 employee businesses. A lot of those exist in rural locations where they don't have full infrastructure, and we're expanding into those markets. Most of the downtown Toronto, downtown Montreal, downtown Calgary, all that real estate is tied up already. So as we look for our expansion in the future, 100% rural is an option.
So you do see expansion
100%.
Opportunities there.
Yep.
And is it possible, this is really pie in the sky, but since Canada Post already has existing assets, physical assets, do franchisees, is it possible to be sharing facilities?
We would welcome the discussions. Again, we haven't had the opportunity to have the discussions, but certainly there is probably an existing portion of the footprint that would be attractive to us to either co-locate or take over if that's what Canada Post wanted. What we're really looking for is the opportunity to have those discussions and see where the meat on the bone is for both sides.
Thank you very much to both Ms. Falcone and Mr. Drucker. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for your testimony. It's been very helpful. If you have additional information that you think would be of benefit to our committee, you can submit that information directly to our clerk. And with that, once again, thank you. You are excused, and we will suspend for a few moments while our next witnesses come to the table. Thank you.
Thank you.
speakers list. 5 minutes, please. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Members of the committee, good afternoon. Bon après-midi. I'm pleased to be able to speak to you about Purolator in the context of the task that you have taken on. And I hope that my brief remarks will enable you to understand what Purolator achieves for its customers and the contributions that Purolator makes to Canada Post. So let me start with an overview of the company. When most Canadians hear the word Purolator, they immediately think of a courier, because the couriers are our most important ambassadors. For many customers, the courier is Purolator and is responsible for delivering the service and for the relationship that's created with the customer. This courier person gets urgent packages delivered from businesses to businesses across the country. Because Purolator is the leading business-to-business courier in the country, but we do a lot more than just courier. We are a large organization. We have experience. We have a very complete network across the country, and our integrated business-to-business solutions are enjoyed by many, many Canadian businesses. Our services and solutions are, in fact, critical to many businesses, primarily in the busy urban centers. We're proud to have more than 140,000 customers across the country, large and small, in just about every industry. We employ more than 10,000 people. We have an iconic Canadian brand, and if you ever come across brand surveys, the Purolator brand is a very strong brand, very well regarded, and a strong Canadian icon. And I think the fact that Purolator is Canadian is a very important consideration. Purolator specializes in the air and surface forwarding of express, freight, and parcel shipments, customs brokerage, and fulfillment and delivery services. So we have a broad offering that we integrate together and piece together for our customers. We have a consistent track record of profitability over the past decade. In 2015, Purolator generated $1.5 billion, which is about 20%, just under 20% of the Canada Post group of companies' revenues. So we're the second largest member of the Canada Post group of companies. We're 91% owned by Canada Post. And as you have, I'm sure, discovered now in this work, it's not unusual for a postal administration to have invested, as Germany, the UK, and other countries have done, in a courier service. So what's our role in the group of companies? Well, we bring supply chain know-how and business-to-business expertise to the group. Our foothold in the U.S. market through our U.S. subsidiary also contributes to what we deliver to Canada Post. Businesses often demand integrated solutions, and together that's what the group of companies, the Canada Post group of companies, can deliver. We in Purolator have been focused and continue to focus primarily on the business-to-business segment of the market. Canada Post offers its services primarily to businesses who have packages to be delivered to consumers, and their reach across the country and the number of locations they have, and as you just talked about with the last witnesses, is the attractiveness of Canada Post when it comes to business to consumer. Purolator operates a network which allows on-time, next-day, sometimes time-specific deliveries, and that has been the bread and butter of Purolator from the outset. Purolator also has delivered to Canada Post dividends over the last years, which is in the order of $10 to $11 million every year. Our competitors are multinational and global for the most part, although in Canada we have many regional courier companies and small operators. So there's the big guys are there, but for sure there's many, many small businesses and regional businesses that are in the courier business. The business-to-business market is shrinking. Think about critical documents, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, that was a very important part of the Purolator business. Today, we have many fewer documents being delivered on a day-to-day basis. So we need to get refocused, doing a better job on continuing to be a force in the business-to-business market, but at the same time looking for opportunities in the business-to-consumer market. So, yes,
sir.
Okay. So, Purolator International helps bring this together. We plan to harmonize our go-to-market strategy with some big retail customers, and Purolator also uses the Canada Post network on a commercial basis to get parcels delivered into rural areas. So there are synergies with Purolator and with Canada Post, and we are a big contributor to the success of Canada Post.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mackerel, 5 minutes, please.
That's great. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity for being here today. My name is Bill Mackerel. I am president of Pitney Bowes of Canada. And for those of you who don't know our company, Pitney Bowes supports posts in countries around the world, and we've worked closely with Canada Post since 1923. We're often recognized as the inventors of the postage meter. However, we also provide a wide array of software, hardware solutions that support the mailing, shipping, and marketing efforts of many of the same large and small businesses we share with Canada Post. We're also very proud to note that Pitney Bowes currently employs more than 500 Canadians coast to coast. Pitney Bowes serves more than 100,000 Canadian businesses, the majority of which are small and medium-sized businesses, but also includes many of the largest mailers in Canada. We facilitate thousands of domestic and international parcel shipments to Canadians every day, and we efficiently and securely collect more than $500 million in annual postage revenue for Canada Post through our postage meters and partial payment solutions. We're pleased to see the government spending considerable time understanding the complex and significant issues facing Canada Post and the mailing economy that it supports. On behalf of Pitney Bowes, I would like to add our perspective to this national discussion. In our written submission to the task force this summer, we outlined a series of issues we think warrant attention during the review. We discussed the importance of Canada Post, first, in focusing on their core business strengths, second, controlling costs while minimizing any impact on services, and third, adhering to pricing models that promote the long-term stability of the business. Today, we would like to reiterate some of those points in light of some of the recommendations outlined in the task force report. First, we encourage the government to protect the 5-day-a-week delivery model. This is critical in order to maintain mail volume and appropriate service options for advertising mailers. The 5-day model is an integral part of the Canadian business marketing strategies and is a core component of the billing and payment infrastructure for small and large businesses. These businesses rely on having these much-needed funds in the bank as soon as possible. The importance of the 5-day model for Canada Post's future should not be understated. It is critical to the economy and is one of the key differentiators in the parcel space. It is one of the core capabilities Canada Post will need to retain to be able to capitalize on the last-mile opportunities for parcel delivery. Second, to reduce potential for declining mail volumes, Canada Post needs to assure mailers that their rates will be predictable, stable, and affordable. We are concerned about the impact that significant rate increases would have on the volume of mail and the success of Canadian businesses. Rate structure should be developed with pricing incentives that encourage the design of highly efficient mailings to help Post control costs while encouraging the Post commercial mailers to expand their use of mail. And third, by developing rates that encourage high-efficiency mail piece design, Canada Post can gain efficiencies and help from mailers themselves. We were impressed with the 2014 decision by Canada Post to move in this direction. Technology like postage meters helps simplify the payment process for mailers and makes the collection of revenue and the processing of mail easier for Canada Post. By following the lead of other countries that provide rate incentives for mailers who use technology, we saw a win-win for Canada Post and their customers who are best positioned to maintain or increase mail volumes. As Canada Post and the task force have mentioned, parcel growth has already taken place, but it is important for Canada Post to maximize its opportunities in this space. Pitney Bowes is pleased to be working with Canada Post to bring new parcel label printing and postage payment technologies to shippers across Canada. These technologies will help parcel shipping more efficient for Canada Post and our clients. In addition to the traditional improvements in process and technology, we're excited about the opportunity for growth of parcel volume from cross-border e-commerce. Pitney Bowes recently released our annual global shopping survey, online shopping survey, and it noted that Canadians routinely shop internationally for goods not readily available in Canada, but hear complaints about duty, tax, and shipping expenses. Cross-border e-commerce is also helping Canadian businesses grow. We're hopeful that the government will soon change the 30-year-old de minimis policy that will also help increase the volume of parcels to and from Canada. In closing, I would like to emphasize the importance of maintaining the 5-day delivery model for both Canada Post's existing mail business and its fast-growing parcel business. We ask the committee to ensure that we have pricing and operations model that ensures predictable, stable, and affordable rates for mailers. We encourage continued review of cost control and efficiency measures to streamline operations. And we encourage the Post to reach out to private sector partners for innovative ways to ensure that parcel and mail opportunities are maximized. Again, we would like to thank the panel and express our admiration and appreciation for the extensive research and analysis that have gone into this already. And I will forward copies of my remarks in both official languages.
Thank you very much. We'll now enter our 7-minute round of questions. Mr. Drouin, you are first up.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank both witnesses for being here today. Mr. Bacon, you mentioned Purolator, and I mean, I've certainly worked with Purolator, and I can tell you 15 years ago I was satisfied with them because I used to work for a smaller company, and we always rely on Purolator for deliveries. And you've mentioned the shift that from documents every day, like businesses are no longer shipping documents as much. So how do you see Purolator readjusting that shift? How do you see them in the future ensuring that they can still survive in a non-document world?
Yeah, I don't want to put too much emphasis on documents, but it is true that those documents are decreasing as a percentage of the total volume. The other thing that's happening in the marketplace is a move from speed to more focus on cost. So the type of parcels that are being delivered by Purolator and by our competitors, urgency is always there for some, but by and large there's less focus on speed and more focus on reliability and getting it there on time. Purolator has always been very good at getting things there on time, but with the movement away from speed as a focus, it means you can take longer to get the parcel there. It means that the customer is expecting to pay less. So there's a pressure on revenues as this phenomenon takes hold in the market.
And we certainly heard that from eBay Canada this morning, they're suggesting for Canada Post to offer a slower service as long as they're predictable. As long as I can say, people want slower speed, but they still want to know when it's going to get there. And that's something that Purolator is contemplating.
Well, I think we've always done that, and we certainly invest in technology, and we're creative about using technology to provide more and more information on time to the recipient. But this is the challenge of Purolator today, and this is what we're working on to maintain our market share in a market which is evolving in that direction.
Now, you've also mentioned that you're looking towards perhaps getting into the B2C market area. And how do are you speaking with Canada Post about this, or are you is there some cross-pollination going on?
Purolator has always had a small percentage of B2C deliveries, mostly because there are customers that have lots of B2B deliveries and a small quantity of B2C deliveries, and in order to stay with one supplier, the supplier gets it all. So we are not jumping into B2C. So that is for sure.
Okay, so you would remain, there's no strategy for Purolator to jump in B2C with Canada Post at all?
No. We have it as part of our mix today. It's something that we can do, but it's not where the focus is going to be for Purolator.
Okay, great. How much time, Mr. Chair?
You have about 3 minutes left.
Okay. Just, Mr. Mackerel, you've mentioned the potential of rate increase being bad for business. And have you noticed, we know Canada Post has increased their daily letter mail service, there was a major increase, I think it was in 2013 or 14.
Right.
Have you noticed a decrease in transaction mails or
There's an
business
ongoing,
for you guys?
There is an ongoing decrease in transaction mail. That's, it's fairly predictable over the last few years. The correction, I would call it, back in 2014 was actually welcomed by Pitney Bowes. It was a change to a more commercial-based pricing model, where mailers who mailed more often got a better rate, and certainly mailers who prepared their mail for Canada Post in a better fashion got a better rate. So, in that regard, it was a good move, and we saw it as being progressive. And it was actually following the lead of many other sort of postal jurisdictions around the world who basically incentivize mailers to use postage meters and other forms of technology to make their postal operations more effective.
And you, as a business that's involved in servicing the delivery side of the business, where do you see the innovation within the next 5-10 years? Where do you see the industry going towards? And we've mentioned parcel delivery, but the innovation within parcel delivery.
Yeah, so I think a big part of that is getting easy access to parcel delivery solutions for Canada Post. And I think Canada Post can work with technology firms like Pitney Bowes and others who are developing those solutions to make it easier for clients to access, pay for, get lines of credit for partial shipments. Right? So that's where I see the innovation is coming. Ease of access and the ability to pay for those services. On the direct marketing side, I see intelligent mail, where it's the right piece of mail to the right address at the right time, so it's more effective use of marketing spend, and better return on investment for marketers. So on the parcel side, technology innovation, and on the marketing side, it's smarter marketing.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Clerc, 7 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci, messieurs, d'être ici ce soir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll start with you, Mr. Mackerel. Do you think that Canada Post should provide other services, offer other services, such as banking services or government services, such as passports and so forth? What is your opinion on this?
Managing a postal system is a very complex business, and I'd be concerned about Canada Post getting too far away from its core mission. Certainly, I would encourage Canada Post to investigate adjacent spaces, and in the report, there were several ideas that I thought were certainly worth pursuing.
Comme lesquels, par exemple?
Yeah, so the final mile mail delivery, I think there's something there as far as, it's a little tricky getting the pricing right and making sure you get the right competitive advantage while you're delivering the final mile. But I think there's an opportunity within that space there. Synergies with Purolator was another discussion point in the paper. Mm-hmm. Government services, I think, is intriguing. It's in an adjacent space. Renting advertising space. They've got fleets of trucks and real estate and what have you. I think there's opportunities there. So there are areas where I think they can logically expand without getting distracted from the core mission of delivering the mail.
C'est intéressant parce qu'aujourd'hui, là.
It's interesting because today, a good majority of the witnesses said that, in their view, it was important for Canada Post not to be too distracted from its core mission. This seems to be the theme of the day. In your presentation, you also suggest that Canada Post should control its costs. This, of course, would be quite laudable. 70% of it, total operating expenditures result or relate to manpower, to labor. What are your suggestions about controlling these costs that relate to labor? Sydney.
Position that Canada Post is in, with declining mail volumes and such a large percentage of their their cost structure tied up in labor. I think, as I've read the documents, there is an opportunity through attrition over the coming years. I think there's a large population of Canada Post employees who will be retiring. I think there's an opportunity there to reset the footprint of in accordance with where the business is heading. So, there are things that I think they should look at all costs, all elements of cost reduction. It's just smart business to do that, and obviously the key there for Pitney Bowes and others in our industry is back to the affordable and predictable rates. So managing cost structure in this business with the challenges it has is very, very important, because the path of last resort has to be pricing, because that will have a knock-on effect that I don't think the industry would be very pleased with.
Merci, Monsieur Mackerel. Et puis justement, Monsieur
Thank you, Mr. Mackerel. Mr. Bacon. Mr. Mackerel talked about synergies, greater synergies between Purolator and Canada Post. In the report made by the task force, it was said that Canada Post generates annual savings of $16 million through greater synergy with Purolator. Do you agree with this statement? I believe that it was a figure that is a result of a study advanced by Canada Post. I don't think it's up to me then to make any comments on the $16 million as such. I think that what we are doing in Purolator is attempting to create as much synergy as possible with Canada Post. This was done as part of our contract, the air transport of parcels, for example. Is there something that is holding back this cooperation? And if there were to be greater cooperation, what do you think the main challenges would be? I don't believe that there is anything really holding them back. I think that both parties are very positive in their approach, but it's simply a matter of coming up with good ideas and finding a way to put them into operation. And what would this exactly look like?
Depuis une dizaine d'années. Et puis,
we have made efforts on profits year by year, but the profits are definitely there. I'd like to know whether your projections are in keeping with the present results. If our projections are, I would say so. We expect that the team will be delivering the profits as expected. A classic question here. Changes relating to the delivery of parcels from one region to another, and how does this affect Purolator and the number of parcels? What are you talking about? What particular changes? There's been an increase in the delivery of parcels because increasingly Canadians are ordering online. As I said previously, Purolator's focus has always been to business to business. And the significant increase that we have noted in the market at the present time is more business to consumer. This is the result of online purchases on internet. And it does create lots of opportunities for Canada Post. So that hasn't necessarily affected you. Since you are specialized in business to business, the increase of parcels from business to consumer has not particularly affected you, I take it, in the parcel delivery sector. I believe that when the tides are rising, yes, no. It's a more Canada Post then that has been benefiting. Thank you.
All right, well, we're here at the end of the day, and we started the day hearing from eBay Canada, a proposal for Canada Post to offer a lower cost tracking option. And I think that connects a little bit to the point that was made that people are maybe less concerned about speed, but they still want reliable service with tracking. And I wonder if either of you have any thoughts about the feasibility of Canada Post filling that niche.
Mr. Mackerel.
Yeah, I think they should explore all options, and it really comes down to client choice, right? So if clients have got an appetite for a different level of service, Canada Post should absolutely explore it.
But just in terms of the logistics, you don't see any particular reason why Canada Post couldn't offer tracking at a lower price if we accept that the delivery might not be quite as fast.
I'm not. I'll defer to my colleague here on that one.
Okay.
I'm not sure what you mean by tracking at a lower price, actually, but.
Well, I guess the argument from eBay was that if you want a service from Canada Post that includes tracking, you have to buy some kind of relatively expensive rapid delivery, like Express Post or something, whereas they think that there's a lot of demand to have the tracking, but without the speed at a lower price. And I guess I was just trying to ask about the feasibility of that. But sorry to put you on the spot. I don't want to. We don't have to stay on that unless you have a further thought on it.
I really can't comment on what Canada Post can do for what costs.
Okay. So something interesting that we heard in Dryden, Ontario, was a concern about the way Canada Post sorts mail. And the perception there was that mail was being trucked from Dryden to Thunder Bay, run through a machine there, trucked back to Dryden. And the concern was that this was inefficient, and it was being done only because Canada Post had bought this big fancy machine in Thunder Bay and needed to run more mail through it to justify it. Since I believe, Mr. Mackerel, you might be in the business of supplying that kind of equipment, I wondered if you had an alternative view.
The solutions that we provide are generally to the the end user who can sort their mail and deliver it to Canada Post, and by doing so, you get postal discounts or incentives for delivering the mail to the sorting facility already sorted.
Okay.
So I think we should do more of that. I think using those types of technologies to deliver mail to Canada Post that is ready for is advanced through the sorting process is a good way for Canada Post to reduce costs, and that's one of the public-private type of partnerships that the Canada Post could explore further. Is how can the mailers or industry participate in things like sortation? So.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you're doing a mail merge and you have all the postal codes, it might not be that much more work to have it sorted accordingly. So right. Good point. Now, in terms of parcel rates, another concern that we heard, and I think this might relate to some of your testimony, Mr. Mackerel, was that Canada Post currently discriminates in its parcel pricing depending on the location, the size of the market, etc. And while those might be relevant variables, it's also the case that Canada Post is obliged by international treaties to offer essentially a flat rate to foreign companies shipping into Canada. Do you have any further thoughts on that?
No, my comments were largely in the letter mail and the marketing mail arena, where price sensitivity and it comes to play, and increases in that realm there would have dramatic impact on marketers' ability to continue to use the mail, get the ROI they're looking for. And on the transaction mail side, and there's no secret it's in secular decline. We don't want to accelerate that any. So my comments on pricing and controlling pricing and making sure it's predictable and affordable really was more on the letter mail, marketing mail side of things. Parcel I see as being, obviously more competitive, and the competitive forces govern more there.
But your case on ad mail is essentially to maintain 5-day delivery and keep the cost reasonable.
Absolutely. If we go to an alternate model, it's going to diminish the value of marketing mail, the predictability of it getting to the client at the right time, so that the marketer gets their ROI. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, now, some testimony we heard in Yellowknife was about the possibility of Canada Post generating more revenue through commemorative products and, stamp collection, catering to that hobby. That there was, some talk about a huge stamp collecting convention in New York. Folks from Ernst & Young weren't particularly enamored with this idea, but I wonder, given Pitney Bowes' international presence, if you have any perspective on what other post offices have done in this area, whether there is the possibility of bringing these international conventions to Canada.
Well, I certainly like the romance of the stamp collecting and I'm not sure of the economic model of it. We're in the postage meter business, which is almost anti-stamp.
Yes.
But certainly like the commemorative stamps. They recently did one for the NHL and, the top forwards. And so that, I think, if it's a money-making venture, I think Canada Post should pursue it with vigor. But I don't know what the economics are of that.
Fair enough. A question for Mr. Bacon. Yeah, well, just simply, Purolator is currently about 90% owned by Canada Post. Do you think there's a case to just combine the two entities completely?
I'm not sure how the ownership, sort of affects the day-to-day business. To be honest, I'm not sure. That's more a question for the shareholders, I think, than for the board. But
well, boards sometimes make recommendations to shareholders.
We do. But yeah.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Whalen, 7 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm probably going to share the last minute of my time with Madame Mendez, if I may. I know I'm not going to ask a question about Canada Post acquiring the last 9% of Purolator. That's already not been answered. But I do have a couple of questions about the financial statements and then also about expansion into foreign markets. So, Mr. Bacon, when I look at the 2015 financial statements, I see that there was a large reduction in the air cargo business from about 5% of revenues the previous year to 2% of revenues the next year. I'm not sure if that was net neutral from a profit perspective, but can you walk us through that a little bit, why that drop and whether or not that was already like a type of a synergy that was found between the companies?
I believe that the cause of that was the new air transportation arrangement that was entered into by Canada Post and Purolator with a third party, with Cargojet. Okay. And prior to that time, Purolator was the contractor and was reselling air transportation to Canada Post.
Okay.
So that business sort of went away by virtue of the new contract.
So it was just really an internal reorganization that got rid of that $45 million
effort.
And is Cargojet, are they related in any way to Purolator? Are they a sister company or owned by the other shareholder? No. Fully not related to Kelowna Flightpath? Okay.
No, not at all.
That's great. In terms of when we look at Deutsche Post and we look at DHL and we say, oh my gosh, look how big that organization has grown. It's now much larger than the German Postal Service. Does Purolator and the Canada Post group of companies, do they have all the pieces they need to expand international operations and to become a global player in the B2B and B2C courier market outside of Canada?
I think that's a good question. But it's I think a lot of the answer has to do with intent of the government, mostly of Canada Post, being the.
Well, let me phrase the question another way. We have in front of us an opportunity or a proposal to spend about $1.2 billion to save $400 million a year 5 years down the road in terms of community mailbox rollout. If instead Canada Post decided to invest $1.2 billion in expanding international markets for Purolator side of the business, would you be able to achieve as good or a better return on investment? Because that international expansion that works so well in the German context does not seem to have been explored in any of the documents I've looked at, but maybe it's something that you have explored or thought about.
As you know, as I said previously in my remarks, we do have a subsidiary in the United States. It's a $200 million operation, roughly, and the role of that business is to feed parcels into Canada. Their motto is they deliver Canada to their U.S. customers. You know, I once learned when I was at IBM that you should never fly over business. So, you know, how much do you want to go offshore when we still have lots of opportunities, I think, south of the border? I'm speaking for Purolator now. And that is, you know, where we're going to focus any expansion. And I think the other side of that answer is that it's largely to be determined by Canada Post. I think that whole international expansion question.
So do you think it has the value? Could it be a revenue? Is that worth the return on investment? And also under CETA, expansion into Europe for bringing Canada to Europe, but also inter-European logistics and delivery?
You know, I'll be honest, I don't know enough about the financial aspects of the $1.2 billion investment in community mailboxes, what the return on that is and so on. But it seems to me that they aren't mutually exclusive. And I'm just speaking personally now.
Ms. Mendez?
You can give it to Mendez.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to remember where I wanted to go with the. First of all, the question of offering Canadians a better way of, but not a better, a cheaper way of tracking either post or parcels. It exists. I don't think it's Canada Post makes enough of an advertisement of it. It's called registered post. You can keep track of whatever you send, and it takes 4 or 5 days to get delivered, but you actually do keep tracking, and it's cheaper than sending express post or by Purolator or whatever. So that is one. I think
it's called regular parcels or something like that.
No, I'm talking about the registered, because if you register, you register something and you may or may not need a signature, but you are actually getting a tracking number that you can go online and check the delivery time and that it was received. But it doesn't give the speed. It doesn't give any assurance of speed that it will be delivered in 48 hours or 24 hours. So it's probably something that Canada Post should definitely explore and make it known to people that they have that option for, and to give that to businesses too, that they can offer this to customers, that they could offer the alternative. For example, if I go online and I do my Indigo shopping, I can perhaps choose that one, the registered post, that will cost me less, but it'll take a few more days. I don't care. I don't need those books urgently. So those are alternatives to consider, absolutely. But I saw the DHL Center, the new one in Leipzig in Germany, in April, and I was absolutely flabbergasted. I mean, it's immense. They have half the airport just to themselves, and it's huge. I'm sure you know it. They don't have the geographical challenges that Purolator has in Canada, obviously. But how do you see this kind of investment that they made in Leipzig in Germany compared to what Purolator is doing here, and in terms of growth of business and eventually even going bigger in the United States?
Well, Purolator is...
Sorry.
No.
Let me just say that Purolator is always trying to be creative about solutions that we can invest in to make better service, more economical service, more technology enabled. So it's a requirement, I think.
Mr. McCauley, 5 minutes, please.
Thanks for joining us. We're at the end of the day, so I'll be real brief. Mr. Bacon, Purolator, one of the suggestions that's been bandied about to address the pension issue is sell off Purolator, apply toward the pension structural deficit. Have you done an evaluation, or is there a publicly made valuation of the worth of Purolator? And is it possible to disconnect Purolator from Canada Post with all the overlapping admin work that's done?
I don't believe Purolator has looked at that scenario. We haven't done any work on that scenario as Purolator. I can't speak for Canada Post, mind you.
Yeah. Is it possible to detach from Canada Post to be sold off, or is there too much overlap of administrative services? Because I understand, Canada Post bills Purolator for some work done, especially on the
Well, I
administrative
would say
side.
with the synergies that we've built, there certainly are connections.
Right.
But they're all built on a business-like competitive basis, and they could be, I am assuming, detached if
Okay.
that was what was desired.
One of the items we read about as well, there's Purolator's under pricing pressure, and you mentioned that. Is that because of the reducing B2B volumes, or is it because of competition with UPS and FedEx?
Well, there's no question that it's a very competitive marketplace.
Right.
Very competitive. All the big international players are here, some Canadian-based players, some regional players. So there's always competitive aspects to our business, and we are always looking at ways to reduce costs, improve service, use technology to reduce costs and make better service for our customers. So it's an ongoing day-to-day thing. So yes, I think everybody in the business is under competitive pricing pressure.
What do you see as the biggest risks for Purolator in the next coming years? Is it FedEx doing a price war? Is it business disruptors such as a drone type service, driverless cars? What keeps you up at night? Besides committees, well, these committees put you to sleep, but what keeps you up at night worrying?
No, I think the risk to Purolator, just as it is a risk to anybody competing in this business, is it's a fast-moving business. There are dimensions which are changing, and I think the risk is to be able to keep on top of all of the dimensions, the costs, the volumes, having the right employees, having good labor agreements, and being able to execute the work properly. So there's, it's the risk of doing the business.
For one more question? Great. Ms. Mackerel, I just have 1 minute, so I'll just ask a quick question for you. Over the 3 weeks of travel, we heard some odd claims, and one of them is there was some insinuation that Pitney Bowes was getting special pricing because of the past relationship from Mr. Chopra. I wonder if you'd just take this opportunity to put to rest such silliness.
Yes, it's ludicrous.
Thank you.
Obviously, Deepak Chopra worked with Pitney Bowes for probably a couple of decades, and I know him very well accordingly. So that's a ludicrous statement.
I figured as much, but it came up a couple times, so I wanted to put on the record the facts. Gentlemen, thanks very much. I'm done, sir.
Madame Bertanzi, our final intervention for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. I have a quick question. Purolator, I know it's 91% owned, so I won't ask it if it is a competition to Canada Post. So for Pitney Bowes, are you a competition or a synergist with Canada Post?
We're a client, we're a customer, and they regulate us. So it's a very unique scenario we have. So it's the trifecta.
Oh, good. And you know what? So it is your client, it is your customer. No, you are their customer, and they are the regulator.
Right.
So I think I'll follow up on what Mr. McCauley said. If I were to use a Pitney Bowes machine, when I used to use a Pitney Bowes machine, it was cheaper for me. Is it still cheaper? Do I still pay 85 cents?
No, you pay slightly less. So bulk postage, and it's getting adjusted in the next rate change. So bulk stamp purchases would be 85 cents opposed to the dollar, and metered mail is going to 82 cents. So it's a 3 cent differential from a roll of stamps. It was 10 cents at one point. We believe that there should be more significant difference between, a roll of stamps and metered mail. The cost benefit to Canada Post is enormous.
How much would that be?
Well, I can say confidently that probably costs money, and Canada Post probably loses money with every stamp. and they make a sizable profit on metered mail and in Disha
How
mail.
much do you pay Canada Post for the metered mail?
We don't pay Canada Post for the metered mail. We collect the funds for them from clients, and
Yes. So that's a revenue for Canada Post, or
Yeah.
for you guys?
We make our money through renting the postage meters, the devices that process the mail. They seal the envelopes, they fold and insert the contents, the evidence, the mail, and when they get the end user, they will fill their meter up with $500 in postage. Overnight, we send that $500 to Canada Post. So we really take care of all the billing and collecting. The difference between a meter and stamps is you don't have to manufacture a stamp, you don't have to distribute a stamp, you don't have security.
No, not a problem, because I'm sure I'm going to get told my time is up. So in 96 years that you've been in operation, you seem to be always on the cusp of innovation. Has it been a reality, or have you had some ups and downs? Because if I look at Canada Post, it's in the same integrated solution. It has Purolator, it has SCI, and it does provide integrated solutions. However, you have taken it a step further. You said create, produce, distribute, and manage. What is missing in Canada Post? I mean, it's the same CEO that has moved to Canada Post. So I would have thought that some creativity, some thinking outside the box should come along, but it happens that we've been told they lack vision. What's going on?
Well, I wouldn't share that comment that they lack vision. I think Canada Post has come a long way in recent years. Pitney Bowes, to your point, we have actually reinvented ourselves several times in those decades. We're getting ready to enter into our second century, and we're reinventing ourselves as I speak.
Any words of wisdom for Canada Post?
Reinvent yourself.
How? Somebody can't think out of the box. What would you tell them? Change boxes. Okay, time's up, I guess. Thank you.
We'll go with that. Gentlemen, thank you very much for being here today. Your testimony has been excellent and been very well received. To committee members, just a reminder before I adjourn, we are on at 12:30 tomorrow, but the agenda has changed. We'll be talking about drafting instructions tomorrow rather than having the minister with us, and I'll go over the schedule for the rest of the week when we meet tomorrow. 253D, I believe, at 12:30.
So are we having witnesses tomorrow, or just drafting instructions?
Instructions. We'll have a discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Gentlemen, you're excused. Thank you very much. We are adjourned.
Thank you.